Hello. We're live.
Welcome. Welcome, everyone, to the Foul Play YouTube channel, Reading with the Crew.
Thank you so much there, Jack61, and thank you for your warm welcome. I tell you what, we're using a different format today, and it looks absolutely awesome. Thank you so much, Jack61, for putting this together. And again, guys, this is experimental for us. It's new. Jack61 is using StreamYard, and so forgive us. forgive us if we make a few mistakes. But look, guys, welcome. It's great to be here. My name is Dr. Silkman, and I'm from the Foul Play team. I'm proud to be from the Foul Play team. And before we start, I want to introduce all our fellow panel members. They're going to say hi because we've got new people coming to our channel and checking us out all the time. Some of you may not have heard us before. So I'd like to go around the panel, introduce to us who you are. First of all, we have Jack61. Welcome, Jack.
Well, thank you there, Doc. I think everybody knows me, and I just glad to be here. Want to welcome everyone that's that's coming to the live chat. Yes, this is StreamYard. This is something brand new that I wanted to try just from an ease of use standpoint, because we've used OES in the past. We used Prism, and Prism was an improvement, but it's still a lot of it's a lot of extra. I say extra. I don't want to sound that way. There's a lot of background stuff that I have to constantly do, and here with StreamYard, it's different and better. So, welcome everyone. Eager to get started today. It's going to be. Doc's got lots of slides. We got some videos to show from. We're continuing on with part 2 of episode 7. So, of Convicting a Murder. So I've got several videos, clips. None of them are too long. Again. So we'll hopefully get to that and
awesome.
Have a little discussion. Yeah, have a little discussion.
Awesome. Thank you so much there, Jack61. Next, we have Rhonda. Rhonda, welcome. Great to see you here.
Thank you, Doc, and hello to everybody on the panel and to everyone in the chat. In case Jack didn't mention it or he was going to get around to it, you know me, I'm always blabbing my gums, but the one difference that you're going to see here is that you're not going to see your chat box on the YouTube screen. It's going to be on the right, just like most, a great deal of other videos that you watch. So just so everybody's aware. Sorry, Jack.
Yeah, no, you're fine, and that's right. Normally on this left side of your screen, it's an option that we did with OBS, and it's an automatic thing. You can turn it on or off with Prism, but the live chat will not appear on the left-hand side, and I don't know of any way to do that with StreamYard. I don't think it's possible. So, yeah, we lose that aspect, but, I think that'll be okay.
Yeah, awesome. Thank you so much there, Rhonda. Just Rhonda. Next, we have Susan. Susan, how are you coming along?
I'm good, Doc. Hi, everybody. That's about all I got right now.
Thank you, Susan. And next we have I don't recall. Welcome.
Hi, everybody, and welcome to Reading with the Crew.
Awesome. Next we have that cheeky lad, Andy B. Andy B, welcome.
Thanks, Doc. Can you hear me? Yes.
Yes, we can hear you. Yep.
Yeah, I am really looking forward to tonight and to the new series next week. And I'd like to give a big shout out to Dark Side of the Moon, who is currently ill in bed with the flu. Love. And I'm going to say that I will be applying, as per Candice Owens, my Occam's razor at liberal points throughout the podcast. And yeah, that's it. Good evening, everyone in chat and on panel. Thank you very much.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Andy B. And next we have Alice. Alice, welcome. Great to see you here.
Hi, Doc. Hi, everyone on panel. Hi, everyone in chat. It's good to see all the usual suspects in chat. And looking forward to what we've got tonight, Doc.
Awesome. Thank you so much, guys. Yes, as Jack 61 pointed out, what we're going to be doing is we're going to be continuing our rebuttal or a look at CAM episode number 7. And last week we started in part A, but there was just so much to unpack that what we're going to be doing today is continuing episode 7 and finishing that off today. Now, as Andy B pointed out, we're going to be commencing a new series. Jack 61, you want to say a couple of words about what we're going to be doing from next week onwards?
Yeah, because of the, getting deeper, into the whole series of Convicting a Murderer, we've dove kind of deep last couple of weeks with Reading with the Crew, but it was decided, I think we'd really kind of already talked about it some. We're going to put Reading with the Crew on hold for now. And basically, we're going to begin a new standalone rebuttal of Convicting a Murderer. And, I think something, we talked about it some this morning, the Five Play team members. And, some of the episodes are not going to be too bad to go through. I think we can be done with them. I mean, I think Doc, and everyone probably thinks the same thing. They're going to be relatively easy to go through and rebut. But there are others that are not. Episode 4 is going to be a little tricky. There's going to be probably multiple episodes to cover that. And we're, to be fair, not only to Convicting a Murderer, but to Making a Murderer into what we know, right? And then, we get into episode 8. Holy crap. Episode 8 there was so much in episode 8 that really needs to be looked at and talked about. And, and I don't want anyone to take this wrong that's out there that, thinks that Steven and Brendan are guilty. That's fine. Welcome to what we have to say. But this is an adversarial thing, and we can see that right away. I'm not saying that I'm automatically going to be adversarial toward them, but in that same breath, we have to be just as critical, or as, whatever, on what Convicting presents. Right? If we're going to do it one way, we have to do it the other. I've been critical of Making a Murderer in some aspects. I know everyone here probably has in some fashion, like the trial testimony. I wish they would have shown every word of it. Don't mess with any of that stuff. But
Correct.
They did. Didn't really change anything, and certainly didn't have any outcome in the trial. But, people watching, I guess that I can see people taking some offense to that, but it was minor things that didn't affect anything to me. But anyway, that's what we're going to be doing starting next Saturday. So it should be it's going to be I think it's going to be less confusing, and it really needs to be a standalone thing. So there we go.
Correct. Yeah, I really think that we do need to devote the time to doing a formal rebuttal. So what we're going to be doing is we're going to be continuing, finishing episode 7, and next week we're going to start looking at episode 8, then 9, then 10, and then go back. And the reason for that is that we need to do things in a chronological order. As Jack 61 pointed out, there's a huge amount to unpack in episode number 8. Episode number 9 is just purely tragic. It really was predominantly about Brendan Dassey. So we have been asked by a lot of people all over the place to please do a formal rebuttal, and that we actually will. But we have to give it due process and time. We can't do the Wrecking Crew, what we've been doing, because there's just so much to unpack in the episodes of CAM. So today what we're going to do is finish looking at episode 7 of CAM. Susan, do you see everyone in chat?
Yes, Doc.
are you able to call out who's in chat? And Jack61, are you able to put up your first slide? Or if you change the screen, can Susan still see everyone in chat?
Sure.
If she's looking at it on YouTube, yeah, she probably can. I'm going to put up this our normal first slide first, Doc.
First slide. Yep, awesome.
I see Travis Kemp is with us. Welcome, Travis Kemp.
Welcome.
Travis Williamson is with us as well. Hi, Travis. Anthony D has joined us. Iced Coffee, hello. Passive Bear is with us. Hello, Passive. Jasnas is in chat. Just Rhonda is in chat and on panel. Gloria has joined us. Hello, Gloria. Hugh Frazier is with us. Hi, Hugh.
Welcome.
Master Cedar. Hello, Master Cedar. Colette M. Hello. Hope you're well. JD has joined us. Hey, JD. Random Pieces. Hello there. Angie Dickinson is here. Did I say TJ Anderson is with us as well?
Welcome.
Nan's Live 7. Hello, Nan's Live. Let's see. Alligator 57. Hello there. Pete Moss, Wooden Pallet, has joined us.
Welcome.
Did I mention Graham Moss?
Yes.
Hello, Graham. Sila 442. Hello there. Scooby the dog is with us. Hello, Scooby Dooby.
Welcome.
Kelly McGallion. Hello, Kelly. Cassandra Smith has joined us. Hello, Cassandra. Justine J. Hi, Justine. Our William is with us again. Hi, our William.
Awesome.
Alice is in chat and also on panel.
Yep.
And N4SYM has stopped in to say hello. Hello. Great. Let's see.
I think we got everybody.
Did we get everyone? Yes,
Yeah, I think
right.
so.
Yeah.
I think so.
Yep.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you so much, guys. And again, before we actually start the podcast proper, Jack61 put up a slide of Teresa Horbach, and that's the reason why we're here. We are here to find out what actually happened to Teresa Horbach. We are here to find out the truth, good, bad, or otherwise. At the end of the day, guys, we want to find out what happened that horrible day. Teresa was only 25 years old when she tragically lost her life. And again, guys, a lot of us here on the panel have spent many, many years investigating the case. And at the end of the day, we can only go by with the evidence that's been presented. So, guys, we try our very, very best. We need to ask hard, tough questions. We've all seen Making a Murderer, season 1 and season 2. Now there is a counter documentary, Convicting a Murderer. And as you know, guys, we are looking at episode 7, which was entitled The Vial of Blood. And we're looking at part 2. So what we're going to be doing today, guys, is we're going to be examining several key questions that were brought up in this particular episode. We're going to have a look at the fact that when Brendan Dassey was being questioned by Fassbender and Wiegert, when he described what he saw, he essentially got the entire orientation of Stephen Avery's master bedroom totally wrong, right? And we're going to be going through that. Then we're going to be looking at what Cam didn't want you to know about item FL, which is the bullet. As you know, the infamous bullet, item FL, and we're going to be having a look at what Cam presented and didn't present about item FL. And this is a very, very important point here, guys. And also, we're going to look at Cherie Culhane's request for the deviation form, because in order to get Ida Meffel presented in the court of law, she had to get a deviation request form. We'll be having a look at that. Then something that was very, very interesting, and Tom Fassbender presented in the episode, a new magic bullet, and how Ida Meffel had struck Teresa Horbach in the garage. And we're going to be examining of why Ida Meffel was such an important piece of forensic evidence that was used against Stephen Avery and Brendan Dassey. And in this episode, we're going to have a look at the bleach stains that were present on Brendan Dassey's jeans. A huge amount of hoo-ha was made about those jeans and the bleach stains. We're going to have a look at Sergeant Jason Jost and the bone fragments at the burn pit. And then our final point, we're going to be having a look at Rookie and Kratz and the infamous discussion about the coroner. And that was a really, really heated debate. So, yeah, guys, get ready. There's a lot to unpack, and I'm sure there's going to be a lot of controversies. And again, thank you for joining us in chat. We've got a lot of people in chat. If you have any questions, please place a Q in front of your question, and we'll try and answer it on the show.
Doc, there's one thing. There is one good thing with StreamYard that we can highlight comments, and we can also highlight questions. And here's the really interesting thing with StreamYard that Rhonda taught me. We can star these questions as they go by, and if we don't get to it, that we can save that will get set. We can save it, and then go back and pick it up, because sometimes an answer gets longer, conversation rolls by, the question gets lost. So this way we can star a question and try to get to it.
Awesome. And yes, who was it? Travis had requested our website, and I believe, it's now been shown up on screen. The important thing, guys, and we've always emphasized this, it's important that you do your own research, okay? All jokes aside, don't listen to Ma'am, don't listen to Cam, don't even listen to us. The important thing is that you do your own research, you draw your own conclusions, right? We have the majority of the documents, the trial documents. We've actually read out. The foul play team I don't know how Susan has recovered from reading Kratz's part, but we have read out all the trial documents, all the different trials. We have the key phone calls as well. We've got literally thousands of pictures. It is important that you do your own research, ask questions, come up to your own conclusions. All right, Jack61, we're ready to go, ready to rock and roll. Yep, we've got the first slide up. Beautiful.
Absolutely.
Yep, beautiful. So Cam showed this. This was very, very interesting. And when Fassbender and Wiegert were talking with Brendan Dassey, they had asked him, look, what did you see? What did you do? What actually happened? And Brendan basically stated that when he had entered into Stephen Avery's trailer, when he looked down the corridor, right, if you know the orientation of Stephen Avery's trailer, Brendan Dassey said that as he looked down the corridor, he was able to see Teresa Horbach pinned up in the bed, right? Brendan Dassey basically said that eventually when he went down there, he saw Teresa. She didn't have anything covering her mouth because according to Ken Kratz, Brendan Dassey was able to hear Teresa Horbach screaming, yelling out on top note all the way near the gravel road, right? Because according to Brendan, he had gone to pick up the mail on his bike. And he could hear somebody screaming from the trailer, Stephen Avery's trailer. So he knocked on the door, and eventually Stephen Avery came out and all sweaty. This is according to what Ken Kratz said. And when Brendan eventually entered, he was able to see Teresa Horbach down the corridor, right? Now, this picture here is taken from the perspective of standing outside Stephen Avery's master bedroom. And as you can see, it's pretty obvious that there's no bed there, right? The entire bedroom has been changed. Now, it didn't take Fassbender and Wiegert too long to realize that something was seriously wrong. They looked at Brendan and thought, wait a minute, how the hell can you see Teresa Hallbart from the corridor? And I believe it was Wiegert, right, guys? Wiegert said, oh, did he change the bedroom after he killed Teresa Hallbart? And Brendan goes, because how else was Brendan going to explain how he got the bedroom completely wrong?
That's right.
At Jack 61.
Oh no, I was just agreeing with you, Doc. That is what happened, but because it had to be explained. But the one thing they don't ever show, and we have, some photos of that bedroom. If that furniture had sit in certain spots, as we all have, if anybody that's had furniture knows that it had relatively heavy, not that heavy, material on it, or cabinet or whatever, bed. Once you move it, there are divots in that carpet, and there are none that I've ever seen.
Correct. But this is very important, because one of the things that Fassbender and Wiegert were listening out for were inconsistencies in Brendan's story. And because they obviously had the crime scene photographs, they had the photographs of Stephen Avery's bedroom, because remember, many of the officers, including Colburn had a camera, and he went inside Stephen Avery's trailer on the evening of November the 5th. In fact, Remaker was there earlier, right, guys? He was there, I believe, one day prior. And he went inside Stephen Avery's bedroom. Is that right, Jack 61? Remaker was there.
Yeah. Remaker and Link visited on the evening of the 4th, because we've got that phone call between Remaker and Herman early the next morning.
Correct. So quite clearly, they knew what the orientation of the bedroom was. So they confronted Brendan and said, "Look, what did he do? Did he change the orientation of the bedroom after he murdered Teresa Hallbart?" And he goes, because he had no explanation. So they clearly were very worried about this. So we have a very interesting exchange that was discussed in CAM, where you see the testimony of Jodi Stachowski, right? And so what we've got here, I pulled out the testimony, the exchange between Ken Kratz and Jodi Stachowski. Now, Jodi was called during Brendan's trial. I don't believe Jodi appeared at all in Steven's trial. Right, guys? But she definitely appeared in Brendan Dassey's trial. She was called up to answer just one question about the orientation of the bedroom, right? Now, Susan, do you see the slide? Jack 61, who will zoom out in a second. Do you see the transcript?
I do, Doc.
Okay, so this is during Brendan Dassey's trial, and Ken Kratz is asking the questions. Just Rhonda, do you see the slide as well?
Yes, I do.
Yeah, would you read out Jodi's part, which is the answer? All right, let's go for it, guys.
When was it, Ms. Stachowski, that you went into jail? That is, when was it that you had to report to jail, if you can remember?
I believe it was in August.
All right. And how long of a stay? That is, how long were you scheduled to be in jail from August till 5?
7 months.
Now, before you went into jail, looking at exhibit number 73, was the room set up or configured that way?
No, it wasn't.
Could you tell the jurors, please, how it was different? First of all, where was the bed when you went to jail? How was it situated?
in the corner underneath the two windows. When you first walk in the door, you'd walk straight into the bed.
Your testimony is essentially that the configuration of the bedroom in August is different than the picture here.
Yes.
Nothing else.
Okay. So quite clearly, King Kratz called Jodi to say, hey, look, what was the orientation of the bedroom in August? And the orientation of the bedroom in August was exactly as Brendan Dassey had described in terms of the bed. The bed was underneath the window, right? But quite clearly, Jodi Stachowski has been in prison from August, and she was still in prison on the day of the murder, the alleged murder, October the 31st. Now,
Doc, may I make just one observation here?
of course,
Considering anybody that's read me blathering on about Jodi and the number of times that they talked to her, just her, I'm talking about investigators, her family, her friends, anyone that they could talk to about Jodi and about anything she might have said to them, considering all of that, isn't it amazing that, I mean, it is to me, that they didn't go into more, perhaps the past of Jodi's experiences and so forth? I find it just amazing. Anyway.
You mean in court, Jeff?
Yeah.
Well, Jodi didn't have a lot of bad things to say about Steven.
I know she didn't, but
well, that's why they didn't have her.
Well, and considering, of course, Fremden and Edelson, I'm sure they didn't really do their homework at all. But starting early on, according to what we hear in these phone calls, early on in November, I think it was MTSO Officer Bessler is going on about how her PO officer had called, or supervisor or whatever, and said that, you guys really need to talk to Jodi because she's got some stuff to tell you. And then that went absolutely nowhere. I'm just saying.
Right.
Correct.
Anyway, I just think it's very interesting the amount of time they spent on Jodi to turn her, and absolutely nothing. I mean, of course, she wasn't in Steven's trial, but she was in Brendan's.
Yep, correct. But they must have been very, very concerned. Concerned enough that they called Jodi to basically say, "Hey, look, when did you notice the bedroom looking like this?" Jack 61.
Oh yeah, absolutely, Doc. I agree.
Right. So the answer is very simple. Quite clearly, when Jodi went to prison, by the time she was in prison, Steven had rearranged his bedroom. Now, you see, the problem with that is I could understand the state's point of view. Oh, well, Steven, after he murdered Teresa Hallbach with Brendan, mind you, Steven just simply cleaned his bedroom, changed everything in his bedroom, but he then magically leaves an incriminating piece of evidence in his bedroom, the key, which then negates why you altering your bedroom anyway. What's the point? Isn't the whole idea of changing a bedroom, scrubbing a bedroom? I mean, there was no evidence of any form of cleaning or scrubbing.
Oh, hell no.
At all. And if you look at the photographs, and I believe that Mystic Jinx was able to FOIA the actual photographs taken by Colburn, right? And they're on our Foul Play website. Even when you have a look at the color pictures, how do you move dust, guys? How do you change the position of dust such that it doesn't look obvious that you've moved furniture, books, papers, coins, everything? There is absolutely no evidence at all that Steven Avery rearranged his bedroom from October 31st to November the 5th. Guys, what do you think? Unfortunately, I can't see you. I could only see the main slide, but who's got some comments?
I do.
Yeah, Susan.
Yeah, I think he did rearrange his bedroom because he told Ma that he did on a phone call.
Yes.
But there is no way to prove when he moved it. It could have been well before um,
October 31st.
October 31st, and we don't know how long it had been since Brendan had been in his trailer.
True.
It was between that time, probably the last time Brendan had been in there, and by the time law enforcement went in, I guess.
Correct. But what the state of, sorry guys, because I can't see you on the screen. The thing is that law enforcement are basically putting forward the hypothesis, and Kratz is that after Stephen and Brendan had murdered Teresa Horbach and did all the raping and stabbing and things like that in Stephen Avery's master bedroom, Stephen cleaned his room and changed everything, right?
Yeah, if he had changed it for that reason, I can see if there was a big blood stain underneath where he moved his bed to. He was
Correct.
trying to hide something like that. But they
Correct.
found absolutely nothing in that bedroom of Teresa. So I don't see any reason why Stephen would nefariously change his bedroom around. I do believe he changed it because he told Ma
Yes.
he did in a phone
Yes.
call.
Yes, and he definitely did change. You're correct.
But I don't see any reason to do it nefariously whatsoever.
Correct. 100% correct. But you see, the state, that's the narrative of the state, right? Because in effect, the only person that was the star witness happens to be the co-conspirator, right? And if the co-conspirator said, when I looked down the corridor, I saw Teresa Horbach pinned up in the bed, right? When you have a look at the crime scene photographs, the bedroom is in a totally different orientation. But furthermore, not only the bed, but every single piece of furniture item that Brendan drew is completely wrong, right? So when you have a look at those pictures, you can see that nothing appears to have been disturbed or changed. So they had to call in Jodi to confirm what Brendan said. But the simple answer, as Andy B will attest, the Occam's razor, is that between August and October the 31st, Stephen Avery changed everything in his bedroom, cleaned it. Yeah, is that a feasible hypothesis? Alice?
Well,
sorry.
Yes, Doc, to your answer, yes, it's a feasible hypothesis. But Nan's Life 7 in chat has got a question. She's like,
Yeah.
Are we able to access all calls between Jodi and Steven while Jodi was in jail? I've only listened to the calls from October 2005 on about from August, September, and all of October.
Jack 61, do you have any information about those calls?
I've got a lot of information about that. And to answer your question, this is something that I'm sure everybody at Foul Play is tired of me talking about, but I've been hounding everyone, and I'm talking about Calumet and Manitowoc, about getting these calls, Jodi's calls. I can tell you there are 5 or 6 calls from October 28th and through November 6th I can't get. I've tried and tried and tried. I basically tried until, short of hiring a lawyer, I'm probably never going to get them. Moving forward from that, now remember, Jodi's in jail August 15th, 2005. She had to report to jail. Okay, then Steven gets arrested on November 9th. So after November 9th, the only way that Steven and Jodi could talk is if Jodi called Dolores on one phone, her cell phone. Steven called Dolores on the landline, and Dolores would put the phones together. And they did that, at least to some effect. I don't think there was a huge amount of those calls, but there were some. Anyway, we have Jodi's jail calls up through December 6th or 7th, 2005. Now, I've actually requested twice. I actually got ripped off by Uyghur because I requested these from Calumet. This was last year when he was still there. And what Uyghur did, he repackaged Avery's calls, labeled them as Jodi's calls, and sent them to me and charged me $32.
Yep.
They're all Avery. They're all the calls we already had. Not one call is Jodi. Not one.
Yep.
So I then requested earlier this year in February the same thing from MTSO, Manitowoc. And if you guys remember, I did get some, but they only started around February 18th or 19th through March 6th when Jodi was released, 2006. That's all I got. And Major Cummings says that's all he has, but there is a DCI report that clearly shows those calls were recorded. Somebody at Manitowoc had to record those calls and give them because it may not be the December calls, but certainly it's starting in January of 06. Jodi's calls were recorded and given to Calumet County. So I don't know how they somehow got lost. I don't know why Uyghur didn't let me have them to begin with, but I still don't have them. But they do exist somewhere. I'm still trying to get them.
Yep. And when you think about it, there's no reason to withhold those calls, is there? There's no.
Well, unless there's something that gets said that, would lead off into another direction. I really don't know.
Correct. Now, if you look at the questioning of Jodi, she was asked very, very highly specific questions. Kratz didn't ask her, and nor did Fremgen ask Jodi, hey, look, did you have a conversation with Steven on the telephone where Steven told you he changed the bedroom between August and October the 31st? She wasn't asked that question.
No, not at all.
And I have a feeling, I'm only speculating, but it's possible that conversation took place in a call, and I don't want you to hear it. Susan. Susan.
I want to address
Yes.
T1's question. He says, did any law enforcement officers make any comments of Stephen Avery's bedroom being any different than when the first sweep was done on the night of November 3rd? Which we know they did not, right? Which means if the murder occurred as Brendan said, Stephen would have either had to have changed his bedroom around the night of the 31st, the 1st, or the 2nd. There's no other time frame there that he could have changed it if in fact what they're trying to say is true, right?
Yeah. And the thing is that Stephen can't actually control who comes to his trailer, correct? His mum apparently comes over and drops the mail. Anybody could have come in. His attorneys could have phoned him, anything, right? So he's got no control. His brothers could have come over, his sisters, his nephews. So it would have looked rather suspicious for him to remember his bedroom is tiny. A lot of that furniture is very, very heavy. It's not going to be easy to literally move everything out of his bedroom, clean everything from top to bottom, and then rearrange his bedroom in such a limited amount of time. And if you have a look at photographs about his desk, right, he's got a huge amount of documents, papers, completely chock-a-block full of stuff, right? Because remember the walkthrough video? Remember the walkthrough video, guys, those two detectives on November the 6th, how they hone in, look at all the documents. Nothing looks tidied up, right? It's as though it's how you left it. And the important thing is this, right? And I'm not sure whether Cam mentioned this, right? And it's an important point that Susan brought up about if Stephen was going to clean his room. Brutus, the cadaver dog that detects human decomposition, did not give a bark inside Stephen Avery's master bedroom, right? They obviously brought in Loof, And Loof is a highly trained dog, incredible credentials, very highly trained, failed to alert in the bedroom. That means we have to believe that Stephen, because Brendan's got no idea about when Stephen did the cleaning, we have to believe that that Stephen Avery had the ability to remove all incriminating forensic evidence from that bedroom, right? Now, what is interesting is that later on, I believe it was in March after Brendan's confession, the crime scene detectives went back and literally stripped the entire bedroom, including all the carpet. They tore up the carpet inside the main bedroom and also inside the hallway. Because remember, they had to carry Teresa Halbach out, allegedly, to the garage. So they tried looking for the presence of blood, and they found, what did they find, Jack 61? What did they find, guys?
Nothing.
Zero. Now, there's been a lot of people who said, oh, yeah, but he had a rug doctor. Let me tell you right now, unless you have a professional company come in with those professional industrial steam cleaners, the rug doctor is only going to go to a certain depth. It cleans on the surface. If you've got blood and other biologicals that have seeped all the way through the carpet, what detectives have shown is that when they've ripped open the carpet and they turn the carpet round the other way, there's a stain on the bottom and there's a stain on the ground. They found nothing. Now, a dog like Brutus has got a very heightened sense of smell. If there's any biologicals there, the scent of death, the dog picks it up. The dog never picked it up, right? It was a negative alert inside Stephen Avery's master bedroom. Jack 61.
Yeah, just to comment, we were talking about, the bedroom and being rearranged and so forth. And this whole precept that, this key was found in there. It just seems even, Steve's not the sharpest tool in the shed, but why would he keep this key in this magical somehow compartment on this little old record cabinet that has no drawers, has nothing? But that's number one. Number two, it wasn't clean. It just wasn't. You can look at any of the pictures that are close up and there's dust everywhere. And number three, exactly what you just talked about. They came in on it was actually March 2nd. They came in and they stripped that bedroom and they found nothing. And, according to this so-called confession that Brendan gave, there was a lot of blood because we heard them go through that and talk about it.
Yes, we did.
So, like String said, where's the blood? There was none. And
Correct.
not knowing these dogs, hopefully we can get Jeff on here soon. He is an expert to teach us about these dogs. But I have to believe from everything that I've seen him say in the past, other things that I've read of various other experts with their dogs, I have no doubt that Brutus would have given an alert inside that bedroom had he had detected Teresa's blood or any other blood.
Oh,
Her
that's
scent
100%.
would be there as well, I think.
Her scent, yes.
If all that had happened in there, her scent would be in that room.
I tend to agree, Susan. I do.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, we've got a comment for Travis, and we've got a couple of questions in chat. The comment for Travis is 2 clearly verifiable facts about Teresa Halbach and the trailer: furniture layout and tattoo. Brendan was 0 for 2, consistent with what Brendan told his mum on the phone. He guessed just like he does at school. Yeah, I completely agree with that, Travis. That's exactly what he done. He went with the tone, Uyghur and Fassbender's voice and everything like that. And we've seen that clearly in the video and that we watched. So you can clearly see it happening in the interviews and everything like that with the tones of their voice. So yeah, I agree with that. Does anybody else want to reply to that one before I go into the questions?
No, correct. Travis, thank you so much for your question. You're correct. The way Brendan responded was purely by guessing, right? He clearly had no idea. And this really was a concern for Fassbender and Wiegert, because they were actually navigating, as you know, they were navigating Brendan to obtain some type of narrative. The other important thing is this, that Brendan Dassey said that he actually cut off part of Teresa's hair. And they looked at him thinking, what did you do that for? And of course, Brendan had no idea. And they said, where did Stephen put the hair? And he goes, he put it on the dresser. Now, you know, if you take a clump of your hair and you cut it, hair goes everywhere, right? And they checked the vacuum cleaner bag. They checked inside the trailer. They checked inside the master bedroom. They found no evidence of any hair. And remember, guys, when Brendan Dassey was interviewed, I believe for the very last time without Len Kaczynski, they'd asked him, did you cut her hair? What, did you guys cut her hair? And he goes, no. So he's now backpedaling. He's now backtracking. He's got no idea. Alice, do you have another comment?
Yeah, it's actually the couple of questions that we've got in chat, Doc. One is from Clive Coolidge. Hi, Clive. Nice to see you with us.
Welcome.
He says, how long does it take for police forensics to carry out the cleanup? I bet it's more than 1 day, like the state are claiming. So I think he's meaning, you know, a forensic cleanup in general. You know, how long does that actually take them to do? You know, but yet they're trying to say Stephen done it in so many days.
Correct. There's actually programs on YouTube, I couldn't believe it, in which you can actually, there are services, people that come out and clean crime scenes. Like if there's been a murder or some type of horrible event within a house or a room, they call on the team. And what you find is it can take days, especially if there's the presence of any blood, urine, other stains and things like that. They have to literally scrub, detoxify the entire house or room or whatever. It's a very extensive protocol. And what is incredible are the equipment that is used in order to expunge and totally clean a crime scene. And so you're not gonna be able to do it basically unnoticed, right? Because remember, Stephen doesn't live by himself on an isolated farm or whatever. He's got neighbors literally next door. This is a public place where people come and go all the time, right? It's not like an isolated place where there's no one around for miles. But the ridiculous thing is this, right? They tested the handcuffs and the leg irons, right? And according to Brendan, Teresa Horbach was pinned to the bed using the leg irons and the handcuffs, right? They tested those items. The only DNA they found on them belonged to Stephen and an unknown female. It wasn't Teresa. And I believe in one of the reports, they even said it wasn't Mama Avery as well. I don't know if you guys can remember that they were able to exclude Mama Avery, right?
Yeah, that is straight, Doc. Yep, I remember that as well.
The important point is this. If Teresa Horbach was pinned to the bed with the leg cuffs and the handcuffs and the leg irons, surely Stephen Avery would clean them. Guys, would you agree? If you use the instruments to pin up your victim to the bed, the very first item you clean is the cuffs and the leg irons. There was no DNA pertaining to Teresa on them. It was only Stephen's and an unlikely Jodi. So in other words, Stephen Avery did not clean those items. That makes no sense.
And last question that I can see for now, Doc, is from T1. He says, did law enforcement sweep Stephen Avery's garage on the night of the 3rd as well?
They went inside. I believe Fassbender did quickly check the garage, but certainly
Wasn't Fassbender.
It
was it Remiker or
Yeah.
Leng? Yep, sorry, not Fassbender, correct. He wasn't caught up then.
Yeah.
Correct.
On the
Yeah.
3rd, did somebody say the 3rd of November? I thought that was Colburn.
Colburn was there, but I think it was Lenk and Remiker that were there on the 4th. Is that right, guys? I mean, we can easily
Yes.
check up.
It was Lincoln Remker that were there on the 4th.
On the 4th, yeah.
Yeah,
The
but
don't
third
re-
was
mention the
just
3rd then.
Colburn talking up by Moz.
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct. And Remiker made the comment, right, Jack 61, that he doesn't feel that Stephen Avery had anything to do with this.
Well, that's what he said in that phone call, and his gut feeling the guy didn't have anything to do with it. That's what he said on the morning that between him and Herman. So
Correct. So in order to expunge a crime scene, potentially the bedroom, like if all the horrible events occurred in the bedroom, it's going to take a real long period of time. That is for sure. And you normally need professionals and experts to do it. Now, none of the crew that went in there to have a look through the trailer and also the bedroom noted, oh my God, what's that strong smell of bleach or this? No one, as far as I'm aware, had commented like that. And quite clearly, if you use a rug doctor, yes, it'll clean your carpets, but it's not going to go surface deep and remove everything. They tore Stephen's place apart, his entire bed, his entire bedroom, and they even ripped off the wood paneling from the wall. And they found zero. Alice, do you have another comment?
No, we've actually got a couple of more
Okay.
questions in chat, Doc.
Okay, do you wanna say-
One is from Graham Moss. Hi, Graham. He says,
Welcome.
question, when they clean a carpet, do they think they get rid of all the blood? I bet they replace it. I think he's meaning the forensics.
Yeah, I'm not. Let's have a look. When they
You
clean
know,
the
when they clean the carpet, the forensics and that, when they clean a carpet, if they can't clean it properly, do they take it away and replace it?
Well, it depends. It depends on how much blood there is. Remember, Erdl came in with luminol. He luminol treated the bedroom, and Erdl did not comment that parts of the bedroom lit up with the presence of luminol, which detects the presence of hemoglobin, which is in blood, of course. So if there was any signs of blood, it would have been minimal, right? Minimal. But forensically, they were never able to detect any presence of blood. And I just thought of something which doesn't make any sense. The state was saying that Stephen Avery was actively bleeding. Correct, guys? He was actively bleeding. And that's how we left the blood in the RAV4. Now, there's one interesting blood droplet which is right next to the ignition, right? And the state are claiming, well, Stephen was in that RAV4. His blood's in the RAV4. Now, he has to hold the key to put it into the ignition, right? To drive the RAV4, which means that if he's holding the key in his hand, he's got an actively bleeding finger. Now, the blue fob is absorbent. Guys, would you agree? It's gonna, you got blood.
Absolutely.
It's gonna absorb. If Stephen had the key in the bedroom behind the cabinet, how come Brutus did not alert at the cabinet and bark?
There was no blood on it.
There's no blood on it.
There's no blood. So this is why the forensic evidence, for me personally, does not make sense. The state is saying that Stephen actively bled, but he leaves no traces of blood on the key. The dog doesn't alert. Furthermore, how is Steven going to leave only his DNA on a key that doesn't belong to him? So on the outset, the forensic evidence looks incriminating, but logically, it doesn't make any sense at all. If on that key there was blood, there was Teresa's DNA, there was his DNA, you go, this doesn't look good. It doesn't look good, but there isn't, which means the key itself is highly suspicious. Am I speculating here or am I justified in my comments? What about it, guys?
I think you're justified. Angie says so possibly the blood on the key was planted at the lab. There was no blood on the key, only
There was no
Steven's
blood.
DNA.
No,
Nothing
no
else.
blood. No.
There was no blood.
Hey,
I,
well, and I think you're justified. And I'm sorry, Susan. I just have to say that if you think about holding a key, just holding your set of keys, you holding a key, and it's attached to other keys with a fob. Where's that middle finger going to be? Is it going to be like stuck out like a, it just doesn't make sense. Or what is it going to be? Is it going to be, grasping that fob?
Yep.
Or somewhere down there. That's just how I look at it.
Correct.
could I
don't
just
forget-
address?
Of course.
Could I just address what Cam tried
Yes.
to say about the rug doctor?
Yes.
They alluded to the fact that Steven said rug doctor, and what they found was a Bissell. So they tried to say that Steven returned that rug doctor after he did the cleaning, and all the evidence was in that rug doctor. This is how I understood what they were trying to say. And then he bought a Bissell and brought it home. If that were the case, that Bissell would have been brand new, unless he used it again after he brought that home.
Correct.
That makes no sense to me.
Unless he's confusing one for the other, because
Yeah,
the
It's like
Bissell and
Kleenex, right?
the,
Rug
the
doctor.
Bissell and the rug doctor do exactly the same thing. Basically,
Yeah.
with the Bissell carpet cleaner, you've got a solution and it
Yeah.
sprays. It's almost like and ironically, it's almost like an MVAC, right?
But
Sprays
they
a
tried to
solution.
make that look nefarious.
Nefarious.
Yes.
Yes,
You
which I
can't.
think is silly.
Correct. You can't bring back a used rug doctor, right? Because it'll
No.
be dirty, right? It'll
Well,
be
if it's
dirty.
Well-
broken, he was returning
well-
it because it wasn't working correctly. And
He-
yes, you could return one that's
Yes.
dirty if it
Yes.
wasn't working. I just returned a mop that I used that was a piece of crap. So, and it was dirty.
Yes.
Well,
Um,
But I just thought that was a silly point they were trying to make.
Yes.
Yeah.
Here's the thing that may not be understood about rug doctors, and I don't know if it's this way now because I haven't looked in a long time. But used to in the States, you could rent a rug doctor from a rental center.
Yes.
Yeah, you still can. I think.
Okay. Okay. I haven't checked in a long time, but I take that
Yeah.
as the same. You can go rent them and take it back.
Did
Of course, you
anyone-
can't take it back in a disastrous shape. But go ahead, Alice.
Yeah,
Alice.
that's exactly right, Jack. Because my local Tesco's across the road from me had the rug doctor in there, and they had the solutions and the machine and everything like that, and you could hire it. You could hire it for 24 hours. You could hire it for a day. You could hire it for a couple of days. So they still
Right.
do that. But I don't think that's what Steven did whatsoever. I
No.
really, really don't.
No, I think he's just in his mind. A carpet cleaner is a rug doctor, and it doesn't matter
Yeah.
what brand it is. To him, it's a rug doctor.
Generic term.
Yeah. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's it. I'll let Andy B's unmuted as well, so I'll
Andy B.
let him
Thank
say
you.
what he's got, and then we've got a couple more questions in chat.
Awesome.
Okay, I was going to be very facetious and apply Candice Owens'
Oh no.
Right.
Occam's razor.
razor, and I was going to say that any blood on the key that was hidden behind the cabinet, when it was moved from one part of the bedroom to the other, elevated into the air, out of the window, and on the northwesterly wind, blew
Oh
all
no!
across the salvage yard, happened to splatter next to the steering wheel and the ignition of the RAV4 that was parked on the southeast corner. And that's all I've got to say. Thank you.
NDP, we're a serious program. No, understood. And you do bring up a really good point, right? When the detectives first went in, did anyone actually say, I smell freshness, I smell cleansiness, right? Because you know that when someone has come in and cleaned your carpets smell fresh, they look fresh. Did anyone, any law enforcement officer, note any type of smell? As in, oh my God, this room looks remarkably clean. Did anyone make that comment? I've never seen it.
No, I've never seen it. But not only that, Doc, you can smell blood. You know what I mean? Anybody who has had a tattoo or has got a tattoo and they've sat in a chair like myself for 9 hours getting a tattoo, you know, you smell the blood after a while, you know. So you would, not even just a clean smell, you would smell the blood smell as
do.
well.
You
If
do.
that room was covered in blood or had any blood or anything like that, if you can smell it by just getting a bloody tattoo, then if somebody has been brutally attacked in that room, the way that they're trying to say that she was attacked in that room, you would have smelt the blood. You would have seen the blood. It would have been bloody everywhere. You know what I mean? So it's just ridiculous. That like there was no smell in the bedroom. There was no smell when he was supposedly burning her in the bloody burn pit. You know what I mean? It's nonsense.
Yeah, 100% correct. The upshot is this: the forensic evidence, their own CSI team, the processing of the trailer, the processing of the bedroom, the use of a cadaver dog, all of that collectively proves, in my opinion, that Teresa Horbach was not in that bedroom. When you look at all of it, all the forensic evidence, there's no proof, there's no rock solid proof that any event occurred in that master bedroom involving Teresa Horbach. This
Or the
observation,
trailer, Doc. The
or the
entire
trailer,
trailer.
yes, the entire trailer, correct. Because they bought Brutus throughout the entire trailer. Brutus hit in the bathroom area where Stephen Avery had bled. And both Colburn, Remaker, Lenk, and Tyson, I believe, on the 5th, they went in there and they swabbed all the blood that they could see, all the dried red spots. They took all the samples. They didn't even wait for Erdl. When they got the results back, all of the blood belonged to Stephen himself. So from a forensic standpoint, there's no proof or evidence that Teresa Horbach was in Stephen's trailer, which means that what Brendan said cannot be true. The narrative that Brendan presented to Fassbender and Wiegert cannot be true because forensically, there's no support. Furthermore, Brendan got a fundamental error. He made a fundamental error, not just the bed, but the entire layout of the bed. I think someone made a comment that the wood paneling that they removed was the wood paneling where the guns were, right? Now, wait a minute. That doesn't make any sense. Why are they removing that wood paneling if Teresa was pinned up on the bed underneath the window? Has anyone got an answer? Why did the state remove the wood paneling under the gun, where the gun was, where you find the bed now? Anyone got an answer?
Are you certain they didn't take the other paneling?
They
Oh, well,
did.
they definitely took the paneling from where the gun was. I'm not.
But I mean,
Can't
just to
remember.
the
They
left
took-
when you walk in and straight ahead
Under the
I'd have
underneath.
to look at.
under the windows. Yeah,
Yeah, we'll
I'm
have.
not sure.
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure either, but they definitely removed the wood paneling for where the gun was, right? And I'm
Yes.
thinking, wait a minute, Teresa Horbach was nowhere near there. What are you guys doing? But they took the bedposts, they took the bed frame, everything, and they looked for marks. So if you were pinned up to the bed, you're going to be struggling and you're going to cause abrasion marks. Is that a fair assessment? Right? You're going to cause damage to the bedposts because you're moving. You're trying to get out. You're trying to get free. They found, what did they find?
Nothing.
Nothing. They checked in the burn pit. They checked for the presence of any bedding, bed springs. Did he burn his mattress? Did he do this? Did he? And what did they find?
Nothing.
Culhane said she didn't even examine the bedding. Why? Because there was no stains. And they asked Brendan, was there anything on the bed? People are thinking they used tarps. Brendan never said there was any plastic sheeting, nothing. But what is scary is that he told Fassbender and Wiegert, I saw blood. There was blood. Remember when they stabbed and cut Teresa Horbach?
Yeah, he said a large area.
He said that the area was damp. And I'm thinking to myself, uh-oh. You know that if you cut yourself and accidentally bleed on your mattress or a blanket, it absorbs. It absorbs. It goes straight in. They found nothing, which means Jack 61.
It is interesting, Doc, that the cadaver dogs did get there first from Great Lakes Search and Rescue on the evening of the 5th. The bloodhounds did come later, but it is interesting. It is interesting that they didn't scent, or did they? Did they scent any of those bloodhounds with Teresa's scent?
The bloodhound Loof essentially
Well,
went.
that was Serafowski on the 7th. I'm talking
Correct.
about the Great Lakes Search and Rescue personnel.
No, they. I'm not sure whether the Great Lakes and Rescue had brought any bloodhounds. I haven't seen any. They may have, but I haven't seen any reports.
They did, but it was later. It was after the cadaver dogs. But I guess I know that they had bloodhounds there later that afternoon. Yeah, and then on the 6th, we know that there was just a massive amount of dogs on the property that they didn't scent up, one of the bloodhounds from somewhere to start this track to see if they could find any scent of Teresa. And again, we're still talking about days later, which is something we still don't quite understand this process. But I don't know. It's just some questions rolling around in my mind about that.
But I know
think a bloodhound has to be scented. Otherwise, what do they know they're looking
That's
for?
right.
bloodhound.
That's exactly right.
Yeah,
Correct.
So
Bloodhound
what they
has to
did.
be scented. Correct.
Yeah. Crockett asked a question a wee while ago in chat. He asked, who actually brought in the leg irons and the handcuffs? Was it Brendan? Was it Bart? Was it a call between Barb and Steven? Was it Steven mentioning it to somebody else? Who actually mentioned about the leg irons and the handcuffs? Do we know?
I think there were phone calls. They both him, Stephen, and his sister Barb went to an adult sex shop, and they bought a pair each. And that's recorded.
Novelty toys.
Not
They
novelty
collected
toys.
them on the 5th, did they not?
They were collected. Yes, they were collected.
on the 5th.
I don't
That
remember
first
the exact date.
search.
It's in the
Yeah.
CASO report
Yeah, I
when they
don't
collected
remember.
the items. And they also, I think when they questioned Brendan, they also collected the ones in Barb's house as well, because Barb had a set that she had in her
Yeah.
bedroom. I
Mhm.
think they're the ones with the pink material on them, because Barb had a set
I
and
think
Stephen
so.
had a set.
I think those were
Yeah.
Barb.
Yep.
That's-
It's actually in the CASO report, and they actually went to the adult shop, and I think they got a receipt or records. So yeah, that's where they went. Both Stephen and Barb got a set each.
Ronald D. Cass says November 10th, Skorlinski first mentioned leg irons to Brendan.
Yeah, I have to go back and check that report.
I've got a question up on screen. It's been up there for a minute. And that was from I'll
Alone.
Corinne?
Alone in
Corinne, yeah.
Pitman.
Yeah, and was the owner of the trailer ever questioned about anything or reimbursed for the damage to the trailer?
I think I offered him $300 or some pitiful amount. And if you have a look at pictures now, they even showed it in cam. The trailer is in total disrepair. Nobody lives there. It's just
Well, they destroyed that
it's
the
trash.
garage, the floor in the garage. That would cost thousands of. Well, it would have been
A lot.
several $1,000s, I'm sure, to repair that back in 2005, whatever, or six.
Correct. Yeah, they jackhammered the concrete in the garage. So really, the point here about this particular slide, Fassbender and Wiegert were very, very concerned because Brendan got a major aspect wrong of his recollections, right? So they had to get in Jodi to say, yeah, that's how the bedroom looked like in August. Now the question is there a phone call between Jodi and Steven to say, hey, look, love, I rearranged the bedroom? Now you don't want that to be public, right, Jack 61? You don't want that information out. Speculation.
You're right. Yeah. No. Well, it could be a phone call that we don't have from back early on. It's possible.
Correct. Susan, did you have a comment?
I was just going to say it's very possible that's in a call that we don't have. It could have been in, September, August, September.
Correct. Because normally, if you're going to rearrange your furniture or whatever, that's the best time to clean, right? And lo and behold, are there any other questions regarding the bedroom orientation?
No, we had a question from, was it Random Pieces? Let me just scroll a wee bit up. And it was
Mhm.
about the bedroom. It was about the second bedroom. Where was it? Yeah, it was. It was Random Pieces. It says there was a second bedroom. Why not use it for your crime instead of messing up your own bedroom? And is it mentioned anywhere? I don't remember.
No, they took pictures there. There was no commentary about the second bedroom, no evidence of anything. Brutus did not hit. Brutus went throughout the entire trailer. There was no activity. There looked nothing out of place. And
They searched
remember,
it, I think.
oh God, yeah.
Yeah.
And remember, Brendan never mentioned about the second bedroom. It was
No.
Stephen's master bedroom that he alleged that this horrendous assault took place. Correct.
Basically a junk room.
Yeah, correct.
Paul Capaldi has joined us in chat.
Oh,
Hi,
welcome.
Paul. Nice to see you.
Welcome. Do we have any other questions?
Let me just double check, Doc. They're just
It says
chatting.
frustrating asking questions in the live. They get misinterpreted. I'll repeat after live
Okay.
comment.
Yeah, that can happen. Yeah, we do apologize, Crockett. We do apologize. Correct. So if we have a look at the next slide, this is a very interesting, this essentially is about Jodi Stachowski, and it's a CASO report. And I'm thinking to myself, okay, so if we'll just have a look, so if you have a look right down the bottom, so Jodi was interviewed here by Deidre, right? Can someone actually see what's written in what I highlighted in purple? Who would like to read that out? So basically, Jodi Stachowski was questioned about the cleaning habits of both herself and Steven, right? Because everyone's sort of thinking, well, you know, how in the hell is Steven doing up all this cleaning and stuff like that? Who would like to read that little passage out? Who can see it? Who would like to read that out? Where I've highlighted.
Yeah, I can see it, Doc.
Yeah, let's go for it. Have a look what Jodi said.
Jodi states both she and Steven are clean freaks, and Jodi stated she did all of the cleaning until she was incarcerated at the Manitowoc County Jail. Jodi indicated she almost always makes the bed when she arises. She states she is not sure whether Steven would make the bed or not, as he always arises before her. She stated she has never been separated from Steven since they began living together, even for an overnight, until approximately 8:15:05, when Jodi reported to jail. Jodi stated it is her job to clean the residence as long as she is home all day. She is unemployed. Jodi further indicated that her chores consist of cutting.
Yeah, I just left it there. But the important point is that it's no big deal. That in fact, if you have a look at all the trailers on that property, the cleanest one, the most tidiest one, was Jodi and Steven's. So it's not any big deal that Steven will be cleaning, tidying things up, and it was essentially Jodi that did the majority of the cleaning, right? So it's interesting that they called Jodi to appear in the trial to say, hey, is this how the bedroom looked like? Right? Yeah, that's how the bedroom looked like, how it was prior to her going to prison. And I think she indicated the date, the 15th of August, right? So anything could have happened after that. Maybe after Jodi was sent to prison, it gave Steven the perfect opportunity to clean the place. And what's wrong with that? Right? Nothing at all. Guys, do we have any comments? Do we have any questions?
There is one question. I just put it up on screen from Graham
Yep.
Moss. Did they interview ST? I guess not Scott Taddick. If so, was it recorded?
Yeah, that I know that there were recordings of Scott Taddick with Barb. We've got him here on the channel, but I don't know if there was a separate interview with Scott Taddick. Does anyone know?
Well, there's 3 interviews with Scott Taddick. November 10th, 2005.
Mm-hmm.
November 29th, 2005. Both of those were done by the DCI. If those were recorded, it's not listed in the DCI report. I'm not saying they're not recorded. I'm just saying they didn't enter anything in that report to, say that they actually did. And then he was interviewed. I'm going to say it was March 30th, 2006 by Calumet. And as far as I know, that wasn't recorded. There's no mention of it that I can recall. So there are 3 separate interviews. He was also interviewed, interestingly enough, by Michael Kelly at some point there in 2006. And of course, if O'Kelly recorded it, he would never admit to it anyway.
No, correct. So the upshot of what they were trying to present in camp is that Steven rearranged his entire bedroom after him and Brendan had murdered Teresa Hallbark. But the simplest answer, and one that makes sense, is that Brendan Dassey had no idea what he was talking about, and that Stephen had rearranged the bedroom after Jodi had gone to prison, right? So there was nothing nefarious that took place in that bedroom or the trailer. And that is backed up by their own CSI crew, right? They went in there, they took swabs, they brought in a cadaver dog, they tore the place to pieces, they were looking for forensic evidence. They never found one molecule of Teresa Hallbach in that bedroom, right? So it doesn't, or the trailer. So it makes no sense. And the other important point is this. One of the cadaver dogs went around Stephen Avery's trailer and the van. Did that cadaver dog alert around Stephen Avery's trailer or the van? Yes or no?
Van. What van are you talking about, Doc?
You know
No.
the van that Barb was selling,
The maroon
Oh.
van.
the maroon van. So a
Oh,
cadaver dog was taken around Stephen's trailer and around the van. And did the dog alert?
No.
No, there was no dog alert. So remember what the state that according to what Brendan said, after they'd done stabbing, cutting, horrible things to Teresa Hallbach, they moved her from the trailer to the garage. Brendan Dassey stated that she was bleeding. Remember Jack 61? Remember, guys, that he saw blood from the cutting, from the stabbing. He saw blood on her shirt, all sorts of stuff.
Yep.
These dogs are so good. They only require a small amount of blood. And I think that gentleman who's got the dog Zoe said that
Jeff.
Jeff stated that his dog was able to detect, what was it? One
One
drop
Drop of blood.
in a warehouse.
in a warehouse. Yep.
In
In
a
a
warehouse.
That's amazing.
Brendan said he got blood on his pants.
Correct.
Yeah. And I reckon he would have fainted as well, Susan, because he's got a phobia for blood.
Yep. Yes, he does. So if you're trying to be consistent with Brendan's narrative, and trust me, the producers of Convicting a Murderer believe Brendan's narrative. Make no mistake. They believe he did all these things to Teresa with Stephen. Forensically, it cannot be backed up. Now, you're moving a victim who's bleeding from the trailer to the garage, because then they shoot her in the garage and they put her in the RAV and they do all sorts of things, right? A cadaver dog went around the entire trailer and past the van, which meant that the dog went past the garage. Now, if these dogs are so sensitive in their smell to detect human decomposition, blood, the dog never hit. The dog never hit. And what did Brendan say? After they killed Teresa Hallbach, shot her 10 times, including twice in the skull, they put her on, according to Brendan, they put her on the creeper, right, guys? That
That's right.
mobile trolley from the garage to the burn pit, past Bear. No blood, no hits, nothing. Now, how can that possibly be? The only explanation is that Teresa was never put into the burn pit, bleeding, nothing, because the dogs are telling you nothing occurred here. And what's important, and we'll discuss it, on the night of the 5th, Brutus came out of the trailer, went past the burn pit. Yes, Bear was there. But remember, if Bear can detect human decomposition, where do you think the highest concentration of human decomposition was. Where? If your theory is Stephen and Brendan incinerated Teresa Horbach in the burn pit, where's the highest concentration of the smell of death? Where is it, guys?
It would
And
have
the
to be the
burn
burn. It'd have to be the burn pit.
In the burn pit. Now, even though Bear was there, if you're a highly trained dog, you're pushing your dog handler directly to the burn pit. That's where the hit is. That's where I smell. That's where I smell death. Right there in the burn pit. Now, when the burn pit was sifted, they found human cremains, according to the reports, which meant, wait a minute, on the 10th, they discovered item BZ. Item BZ is a golf ball size of desiccated muscle tissue. Muscle tissue. To a cadaver dog, that's a birthday present. Now, how, Jack 61?
I was just going to say, Doc, we can't forget about Officer Mingdon's report, and they brought those dogs through on the midday on the 8th.
And I was just going to say, Jack, and then shortly after that, that's when Jost supposedly sees the bones. So they could have had a cadaver dog confirm that that was a human right then and there.
Right then and there.
Before they touched anything.
Correct. And it just so happens that that fragment of bone cannot be human because Errol never picked it up. Errol only sifted what was in the ash and nowhere else. Pevito's team came and said, we found nothing on the grass. So that bone fragment that they said was a human spine was from an animal. It had to be. It was 8 feet out of the burn pit.
What was it ever collected? I think I've asked before, but I don't think we know if it was actually collected or not.
No, I've never seen it. Plus, to make matters worse, when Eisenberg tallied up all the bone fragments, the amount of spine that she recovered, remember, I worked it out by weight, 3%. And she found the facets of the spine. She found no intact human vertebra, not one. So by weight, she only recovered 3% of the spine, Teresa Horbach's spine, which means you've got a huge section of her body. No one knows where it is. Now, let me tell you this, how can Brutus, who went past the burn pit to go to the under burn barrels and hit alert on 2 of them, how can Brutus walk by that human bone 8 feet south of the burn pit where Bear could not reach? Anyone got an answer? Sorry, guys, I can't see your microphones. Just answer, guys.
I just don't see it. That's just my personal opinion. And the fact that it wasn't, as far as we know, it wasn't collected.
No. And it's interesting that in the report, I think it was a Sturdivant, he goes, oh yeah, I've been told that Stephen has burnt animal carcasses, so finding bones is not a surprise, right? So quite clearly, it doesn't make any sense. Brutus had just previously alerted in Stephen Avery's trailer, detected the blood. Brutus went right past the burn pit and right past the bone and went to yonder burn barrel where he alerted in an excited fashion. How can a highly trained cadaver dog walk straight past the burn pit? True, Bear was there, but that bone was 8 feet south of the burn pit. It was nowhere near Bear. The dog didn't alert. Conclusion, it cannot be a human bone, Alice.
Yeah, but not only that, Doc. You've also got to remember there is up to 5 or 5.5 liters of blood in the human body. You know what I mean? Where is it? Where is it in this case? apart from the wee bit, the so-called alleged, because I'm going to say alleged bit that is in the back of the RAV. Where is the rest of these 5 to 5.5 litres of blood? There is none in the bedroom where this vicious attack was supposed to have taken place. There is none in the garage where she was supposed to have been shot. There is none for getting dismembered.
Correct.
You know what I mean? There is absolutely none. You know, where is this 5 to 5.5 litres of blood that was in her body? You know what I mean?
But also,
and where was she dismembered?
That's the problem.
Exactly, Susan. Yeah.
That's the problem. Correct. But not only that, you've got body fluids as well, right? You've got other waste products that the human body produces. There's none of that. There is none of that. You see, unfortunately, I know I don't want to sound callous or mean, but Brendan Dassey's narrative totally confused the state, because they're trying to put the murder of Teresa Halbach in two places that they can't. That is Stephen Avery's bedroom, master bedroom, and Stephen Avery's garage, because they're now stuck on this narrative. Oh, Brendan said this, Brendan did that. And I think Ronica made the point. They don't even know where Teresa Halbach was dead, was killed, either in the trailer or in the garage, because you've got two different trials, one suspect, two different murder scenarios. That can't make up their mind, right?
T1 has a good observation. Brendan doesn't explain the blood splatter pattern on the interior rear cargo door panel.
Oh, that's the major issue. Correct.
Big deal. Yeah.
That is probably one of the most important findings that Zellner's team has done, the blood spatter pattern, because what they were trying to do is pattern match what Brendan said occurred. Oh, the blood got on the back door, the back cargo door, because they picked Teresa up and they flung her, right? And so the blood from her head splattered on the door. The trouble is, when the blood spatter expert looked at the blood pattern, the drops hit at 90 degrees and fell down, which meant that if Teresa Halbach was being flung, the blood would have been going in that direction. And they reproduced that by doing an experiment. The blood, if you fling a bleeding head, the blood goes that way in the direction it's being flung, right? The blood hit at 90 degrees and fell down, which meant Teresa Halbach was bludgeoned with a blunt, heavy object, likely on her head. And by going back, the blood hit the back cargo door. Susan.
Yeah, cast off. I think that whole story about flinging her in the back was all Kratz. I don't think Brendan said they flung her. I think he said they put her in the back of the RAV, but Kratz came up with that to explain that away. Yeah.
That's correct.
Yeah.
So the blood spatter expert got it wrong, right? And not only that, but the medical examiner who got put on the stand, Jensen, I think it was, talking about item FL, he said that he received information that the blood of the decedent was on the bullet. And that's where he came up with the hypothesis that item FL had struck Teresa Halbach in the head and went into the brain. And he got that wrong too. Now, if you're the jury and you're hearing the state's blood spatter expert saying, oh yeah, it's consistent of Teresa Halbach being flung into the back of her vehicle, they're going, oh my God, you know, what Brendan said must have been absolutely true, but it can't be. And Jack 61, you want to make comments about that blunt, bloody object that nobody knows where it is?
Well, when you were talking about it, I was going to interrupt and say, well, what about that blunt and bloody object that somehow disappeared out of the crime lab? It didn't disappear out of police custody. This was the crime lab that reported this apparently to Fassbender, who talked to Wiegert about it, which is how that that unfiled warrant was written out. Because that had to come from somewhere. We wouldn't have just made that up, would he? Would he make up a blunt and bloody object
No, no.
in a sworn statement? I don't think so, Doc.
No. So the actual scenario of Teresa being attacked is not supported by what Brendan Dassey said, because Brendan never noticed any blood on the pillows of the bed. So how on earth can Steven attack Teresa Hallbark, get her and take her into his master bedroom without no blood drops going anywhere from Teresa Hallbark, and a cadaver dog would have picked it up? How on earth does Steven attack Teresa Hallbark, then pick her up, take her into his bedroom, and mind you, anybody, including Mama, his own mother, can come down with a golf cart going, "Gee, Steven, what are you doing with Teresa Hallbark in your hand? What's going on here, Steven?" Steven had no control of anybody coming in. Right,
Well, it was
guys?
an open junkyard. I mean, there could have been anybody. There could have been anybody around looking at, because cars were not that far away.
Correct. Andy B, sorry. You have a comment.
Sorry, yeah, I was going to say the thing that intrigues me is like Burr coming out of the trailer and going over to that burn barrel, but apparently there's a big pool of Teresa's scent, live scent, and death scent over in the berm.
The berm, correct.
And surely that would have been stronger, according to Candice's Occam's razor.
Oh, correct. But Andy B, we're going to be talking all about that in the next episode 8. And believe me, it's caused a storm, an absolute storm on X, formerly known as Twitter, and in our Discord channel. It's really lit up. But you're correct. And, when you think about it, Loof went to Cuss Road on the 7th, and Peg will stop, right?
Yep.
Then on the 8th, she did a repetitive track of track 3, which was track 6.
Yeah.
And Loof, instead of going immediately to the berm where the highest concentration of scent was, Loof went straight back to Cuss.
Yeah.
Turned around, went around.
I was going to say, sorry, Doc. Yeah, carry on.
No. I was going to say, they went round the deer camp, the trailers of the deer camp, hit on the burn barrel, then went into the quarry, past the lake, went straight to the berm, went up and down the berm, tried to go back into the property, and then did a diversion. Loof never went directly to the western berm, but went to Cuss, came back.
Yeah, and the other thing is track 4, which is the continuation of track 3, which is further down the gravel road towards the deer camp. Track 4 went round the deer camp, slightly different to track 6, but continued south on the gravel road to the conveyor road and turned right, west.
Correct.
Towards the queue, and then did a little bit of a circle around some of the quarry, and then went back off and went to but not directly to where the RAV was.
Correct.
On the other side of the berm from where the RAV was, in the quarry. So, all very interesting stuff, and doesn't really seem to follow any logic whatsoever. No. If you're looking at any narrative from the state at all. So
correct, but we will go over that in next week's episode for sure. Thank you. Do we have any other questions so far, guys?
Doc, there's 2 questions. I'll pop them each on screen, and Alice or one of the ladies, if they want, can read them out. Hold on, and I'll pop these on. These are from a little while ago. There's the first one. Alice?
Okay. from Ronica Clark. Hi, Ronica. Great to see you
Welcome.
with us. So after all that CSI doing their investigation, why did the police still go along with the narrative of Teresa being killed in Avery's bedroom?
Would anyone like to answer that one? I can't
Because
see
they
you.
had nothing
guys.
else. They had nothing. So they had to get Brendan to be there because they knew that Brendan was his alibi. And if they could get Brendan to say that Teresa was in his house, anywhere, then that was it. They got him. They could get him. All it needed was somebody to place Teresa in Stephen's house, and they went with it. That's my opinion. That's the explanation I can give you, Ronica. I'm sure my panel will either agree or they'll maybe add a wee bit more in for you. But that's my thoughts on that question.
Excellent question. Thank you very much, Alice. Jack, 61. Your opinion, sir.
Just, and it is an opinion. It's just based on speculation, just thoughts in my mind. But I think that for, most of these cops, they're there doing their job. They get their instructions from their ship commanders. And they also get, I'm sure, conversations and so forth from even the lead investigators or whatever. And, if these conversations, I'm not a cop. Hey, look, I'm not. But, talking to Sapper Cop and to other law enforcement officials, if a lead investigator or the lead investigator is saying, look, this guy did it, we're sure of it, we just got to find the evidence, that's all that needs to be said. And I'm not talking about any vast freaking conspiracy. It didn't happen, in my opinion. It never happened. So I think that there were a few that helped the investigation. It's just that simple. And I don't think any one of them knew what someone else was doing. That's my opinion, again.
There were too many people.
And so,
there were too many people.
Right.
Correct.
That's right. That's right. You can't include, 100 freaking cops in some kind of conspiracy. So one of them's going to talk for that 100 grand. I'm telling you, they will. There's just absolutely no way. This was very few, in my opinion, that acted. They took steps to ensure that something was found. And the honest truth is, if it was just the rat, it would still look really bad, right? It would look really terrible. Just that one piece of evidence looks terrible. But then you add in the key, you add in, these bones being found in the burn pit. My God, it just really starts stacking up. It's piling on. Again, that's just my opinion. I can't prove it. How's that?
But you do highlight a very important point, Jack 61. Prior to Brendan Dassey opening his mouth, there was no evidence pointing to Brendan at all.
Nothing.
None. So when the forensic teams were in there taking all the swabs and checking for DNA and blood and stuff like that, they never found Brendan Dassey's DNA anywhere. In the RAV.
Nowhere.
Outside the RAV. Nothing.
Nothing.
All the attention, because Veronica asked a very good question. All the attention was on Steven, right? The only
I have a question. I have a question. We're talking about Brendan, and not to interrupt, and muddy up the original question. But if you think about the RAV4, and Brendan was allegedly in the damn thing in the passenger side, wouldn't his touch DNA potentially, or in his finger, or his fingerprints be on that the front passenger door?
Yeah, and not only that, just to prove it, when they went back and they swabbed the door handles, they found Teresa's own DNA on the inner door handle,
right,
driver's side, which says that if you touch the door, you leave enough touch DNA that it can be detected. Now, Brendan Dassey said he was in the RAV4. In fact, he would have been sitting on the CD case with the blood and the water bottles, right? Which meant that Brendan would have to have opened the door and open the door to get in, open the door to get out. There's none of his touch DNA there. There's none of his skin cells, anything detected on the seat, on the dash, nowhere. So all the forensic evidence pointed to one person. And why the state's narrative has to include Brendan, as Jack 61 pointed out, Brendan Dassey was Stephen Avery's alibi for October the 31st. Now, if Stephen had killed Teresa Hallbach, really did this, it couldn't have been when Brendan was there. Which now means, wait a minute, there was the fire when Stephen and Brendan were together. If Stephen incinerates Teresa Hallbach in the presence of Brendan, when else was he going to do it? It couldn't have been when Brendan had left. It had to have been when Brendan was there. So now the state is locked in. The state is locked into the narrative that Teresa was attacked in Stephen's main master bedroom. She was shot and killed in the garage, even though the forensic evidence does not point to that at all, except what do we got? The key and the bullet. What did Fassbender tell Culhane, Jack 61? What did he tell?
Try to place her in the house or the garage.
Correct. NDB, did you? Thank you, Jack 61. NDB, did you have a comment?
It's another facetious one, I'm afraid, Doc. And it's good old Candice's Occam's razor. Is that Brendan was wearing rubber gloves covered in Stephen's blood to plant the RAV, and everything else is quid pro quo from there.
Yeah,
doesn't work for me. I'm just saying.
Alice,
it's all bullshit, Doc. It's just utter bullshit. There's no other words for it. You know what I mean? Because, like I said, where is the 5 to 5.5 liters of your blood, right? And I mean, any woman can tell you, or I'm sorry, I shouldn't say that. Anybody who still has hair, a lot of hair on their head, right? Whether you brush it with a brush or you comb it, or you even run your fingers, your own fingers through your hair, you get hair falling off left, right, and center. You know what I mean? And for there not to be one shred of Teresa's hair after all this is supposed to have happened either. You know what I mean? There could have been hair on her jacket as she'd walked in the house. It would have fell on the carpet. You know what I mean? Things like that. It could have fell anywhere in that trailer, not necessarily in the bedroom. You know, because it could have been on her clothes. She could have shook her head and the hair could have fell out. You know, and anybody with any common sense knows that you don't need to cut somebody's hair to find somebody's hair at a crime scene. You know what I mean? Because it falls out itself, you know.
And you made a very interesting point there, Alice, because when Sarah Fausk scented Loof, I think it was about 50 yards away from the van, Loof went directly to the van, which meant that Loof detected the scent, the live scent of Teresa Hallbach, exactly where she photographed the van. And if you notice, hey, there's Neverly. Thank you for joining us. What you notice is that Loof went from, and we'll discuss it next week, went from the van that she photographed to Stephen's black truck along the side of the garage and then to the back door. Is it possible that that's exactly the path that Teresa Hallbach had walked to encounter Stephen, right? Because if you think about it, if the garage had been open, possibly Teresa had walked in that direction, because remember, Stephen stated that he had come out in order to pay Teresa Hallbach. And potentially if Teresa Halbach had walked that little route, speculation, of course, Bobby Dassey would have never seen her, not from the position of the trailer or from where he was. So Loof is detecting live scent. When Loof was scented, where did Loof go? Directly to the van that Teresa had photographed, which meant that her live scent was still on the ground.
Which,
And the
which yeah, which is quite amazing to me, and I want to understand that process because, we're talking about 8 days later.
Correct.
Rain, weather, other traffic.
Yep.
So understanding that process, I think that for all of us is really important. Hopefully we can get Jeff on soon. And
Oh, absolutely. Now, no one here on this panel is a canine expert. No one. You got to listen when an expert comes on who
Yep.
has a dog, who has trained the dog, who knows how to work with the dog. One thing, I've read many, many reports, seen a ton of videos with dogs and their dog handlers. The interaction of the dog and the dog handler is crucial. The dog doesn't do all the work. The dog works with the dog handler. The
it's a
dog
relationship.
handler, 100%. 100%. You need both of them together.
Yeah.
Correct. All right, guys. And thank you. Neverly has joined us. Fantastic. Good
Yeah.
to see you here.
Hey, Neverly.
Thank you very much. Hello.
How things
We'll
coming?
get back on camera. Come on, let's go.
Oh, are you sure about that?
Yeah.
You won't
absolutely.
scare us. You won't scare us. Yes. So, guys, that's really all we have on that particular section about the.
We've got 3 more questions that I have starred. Let me get these out so we can get them answered, and then.
Yeah.
Okay, Alice, can you read that?
Yep,
From
sure.
Clive?
The state says Stephen went under the hood to remove the battery. If that's true, then why isn't any of Stephen's blood or sweat DNA on the hood latch lever inside the RAV? That's the first stage to open.
Well, there's more than that. It's not just inside. It's the battery cables, the prop arm to the hood, the battery itself. There's nothing.
Yep.
And they tested it.
Yep.
Well, maybe not the prop arm, but.
Yep. There's many items. You're right, and that's an excellent question, Clive. There are many items that you must touch in sequential order in order to open the hood, right? But here is the kicker. I think it was Buting. Buting had asked the gentleman who had been in the RAV previously, inside the RAV, did you change your gloves when you went under the hood? You know what the guy said?
He said no.
No.
Uh-uh.
No. The guy never changed his gloves, which means that if he had accidentally touched anything anywhere around the seat that contained Stephen's blood and transferred it to his glove, went under the hood, popped open the hood, guess whose DNA is going to end up on that hood? Stephen's. Now, they didn't note any blood underneath where the battery was, anywhere else. But the guy did not change his gloves when he went under the hood.
Well, that brings up another, I guess interesting maybe thought, and I think I've asked it before or made the comment about touch DNA and its survival, out in the open. And if, detecting Stephen's DNA after this many months of that RAV sitting there in custody, well, you have to think about, well, if his survived that long somehow, what about any other people that went under that hood, including Teresa or anyone else that was, changing the oil or whatever? But there's nothing, just Stephen's profile. And I find that, I'm not an analyst or anything like that, but I do find it a little questionable.
Yeah, what you find in this case is that you have no mixtures of DNA. You've got pure
Yeah.
profiles.
Yeah.
That's a red flag. Because are you trying to tell me that now, Stephen, touching the hood latch for just a few seconds, he left 26-fold higher DNA than test subjects who did the same thing. 26-fold higher, and no one detected any blood anywhere. And that's a worry. But we'll talk about the hood latch. So you're right that the hood latch, the guy that opened up the hood, he didn't change his gloves, and he was in the crime lab, which meant that there's a possibility of contamination, right? It can happen. Do we have any other questions?
But sorry, Doc, but just before we go into that, but not only that, right? I mean, look at that swab that is supposed to be, air quotes,
Clean.
the swab for the hood latch. You
It's
know,
clean.
I done mechanics when I was in high school. I done mechanics, and when you're working on a motor, you get fucking bogging. You get absolutely manky between the oil and the grease, and it doesn't matter what part of the motor that you touch. It's greasy, it's oily, especially under the bonnet
Correct.
where that's supposed to go, because he's got to put his finger in to lift to thing with the latch anyway, you know what I mean, to open it up. Then he's got to hook it up with a pole, you know what I mean, and then touching the bits inside. For them to have swabbed that, if you're working on the car and you know how bogging you get when you're working on the car, imagine what a Q-tip is
Correct.
going to pick up
Yeah.
from that car alone. A pure white Q-tip. That Q-tip should have been bogging. It should have been absolutely black bogging. You know
Well,
what I mean? And
yeah.
it's not. In
Well,
my
that's-
opinion, and this is just speculation, in my opinion, and I know we need to keep saying that because we get thingied otherwise, but it's my speculation, is that the swabs that they're trying to use for the hood latch is actually the sneaky groin swabs that we got at the hospital that wasn't recorded. I'm sorry, but that's just my opinion and it's my speculation, Doc. So
Well, the thing is, again, if he's actively bleeding, there should have been some traces of blood underneath the RAV. When you think about it, when you disconnect the battery, you've got to physically touch the battery. There was no signs of blood anywhere. And plus, there are many objects that you must touch with your hands before you can prop open the hood. There was nothing there, right? And remember, it was Fassbender who said this to Brendan. Did he go under the hood? It wasn't even Brendan who volunteered that information. All right, guys. Do we have any additional questions?
I have a comment, then I'll put up the last question. Oh, I'm sorry.
No. Let's go for it.
Well, you would think that, if Stephen, and unless there was wing nuts on these battery cables for the battery post.
No, though I'm done.
Okay. Well, I mean, if there were wing nuts, okay, maybe you wouldn't get blood on them. But if you had to use a wrench, you had to pick a wrench up, wouldn't there be potentially blood on some tool that he might have used? I'm just throwing that out there.
Correct.
For people to think about.
Correct. And you mustn't forget, if it wasn't for Brendan Dassey, there never would have been item MFL. There would have never been a hood latch swab.
No.
The crack detectives failed to find both items.
That's right.
So now, unfortunately for Brendan, they're locked into that narrative of Teresa being in the bedroom and Teresa being in the garage. They're locked in because otherwise they have to say to Brendan, go home, you know nothing, which they should have done. 100% they should have done that from the get-go. That kid has no idea what happened.
No.
All right. Do we have any other? Oh, we got a few more questions?
Well, there's at least one that I had starred. Alice,
can I just comment on what Doc just said?
Yes.
So we don't go past it. They knew that the battery was unhooked in the lab, right?
Yes.
Yes.
The odometer.
So why not swab the hood latch long before Brendan said anything?
Correct.
That is the question. And don't forget, it wasn't the lab that swabbed the hood latch. It was what Calumet County sent to the lab.
Correct.
Yes.
Many
Right.
months later, that was
right.
independently. Correct.
That's right.
Correct. But Susan is correct. They checked the odometer and it didn't give a reading because the battery was disconnected. So
Well,
they
that's
knew
right, because
was-
Colhane testified that she turned the key, but when she went to start, it wouldn't do anything because
No.
then they found out the battery was unhooked.
Correct. Correct. All right. Do we have any other questions?
That one, I put it from Double D. If Alice wants to read that out, or
Yep.
Neverly, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, sure. Was the rake and shovel used as evidence? A guilter seems to be making a big deal of it.
I mean, they found the items, and they had burn marks on them because quite clearly you use those items to tender a fire. That's normal. That's normal. But I don't believe there was any forensic testing done. In fact, I didn't even think they've tested the hacksaw blade. On the night when they sieved the burn pit, they left all the instruments out. They didn't even collect the hacksaw blade, right? My understanding is that none of that stuff has been forensically tested, not even the hammer. None of them.
Yeah, I know that I remember them using the rake and maybe even the shovel in Brendan's trial. I can't remember if Stephen's trial they did too. They probably did. I don't remember right now.
Yep.
What does Occam's razor tell us about that?
Oh no! Tell us, Andy B. What does Occam's razor tell us about that?
Well, they weren't involved in the crime. It's the most obvious thing, isn't it?
Yep.
Absolutely.
Yep.
Yep.
Correct. It's like when anybody who does a fire and you need to spread the material in the fire, that's what you use. You're not going to use your bare hands. You use those instruments. However, from the state's point of view, using those instruments was an indication that they were moving Teresa Horbach's bones or whatever in the fire and chopping them all up. But none of those items are going to do straight saw, hesitation, cut marks in bone. There's no doubt that Teresa Horbach, regrettably and unfortunately and horrifically, was cut to pieces, was dismembered prior to cremation.
Or attempted to. We don't know that she was fully cut up, but somebody attempted to at least.
No, but there are bone fragments that have got a straight cut mark right through the bone.
Oh,
from
okay.
top
All right.
to bottom. And that's
She
why
was.
that's why I made a big deal about the cremains in the Manitowoc County gravel pit. Because remember when Dr. Symes looked at the bones, he goes, there's evidence of dismemberment. One of the bone fragments has got a cut mark straight through the bone. And it happened to be the hip bone fragment in the Manitowoc County gravel pit. And to my horror, when I saw episode 8, they called them human bones. Not suspect possible human, but they now acknowledge that those bones in the Manitowoc County gravel pit are indeed human. And they've got cut marks. You can see them. They've been sliced straight down.
I always thought Eisenberg's later report said they were human.
Yes, except 8675, I think it was, which are the pelvic bone fragments, the articulated pelvic bone fragments. She said they were suspect, possible human. Now,
Okay, but some of the bones in the
they were
quarry,
human.
she said were human.
Were
Okay.
definitely human. Correct.
Yeah. Okay, I thought so.
In her report, we even showed it in one of our podcasts, that she stated categorically cut, burnt human bones. They never wanted to say that the other part of Teresa Horbach's hip bone was in the Manitowoc County gravel pit because they couldn't work it out. What's Dr. Bennett saying? I looked at the box of bones. I found an ilium bone, which is part of your hip. Then how are you going to say in the same trial, oh, by the way, the other part of her hip is that way, in the Manitowoc County gravel pit. How are you going to work that one out? How can you explain why Steven would now pick up some bone fragments, go to 3 different locations for when you talk about his sister's burn barrel, and start dumping bones in those locations, yet leave bones in his own burn pit and burnt electronics in his own burn barrel? Why not put them all together, dispose of them elsewhere? I can't explain it. It makes no sense. Jack 61. Oh no, Andy
Yeah.
B.
I was going to say, Occam's razor again, and it's that damn wind. You know, that damn pooling wind that pools things where you don't expect them to pool, and it's took them off in all directions down the south.
Do not laugh. Do not laugh. Remember, guys, when we read the testimony and Strang said to Eisenberg, now there wasn't any strange weather events that you know. Remember,
I do.
I laughed for 30 minutes straight. He said there wasn't any weather phenomena that lifted those 4 bones from the burn pit and went into yonder burn barrel number 2. And Dr. Osborne, not that I'm aware of, sir. So even they could not explain how those cremains went into yonder's burn barrel. And even Strang said, was there some strange weather event? Jack 61. Jack 61.
Yeah. Well, while we're talking about bones, and I'm not going to get far into this, but just to comment about, we're talking about A675 bones found in the quarry. I do find it interesting that Sipple, made this call on the 9th about what he found, yet nothing was photographed that I can find. Now, I did go back through Kratz's discovery emails. Apparently, after the first kind of email to String and Buting, he didn't date any of the photographs after that. So I can't say for sure, for 100% positivity, that something wasn't photographed on the 9th. But if it was, I can't find it. And I would think that, that would be, if he's over there and they're over there in the quarry messing around and he finds this stuff, why wouldn't they have photographed it right there on the spot?
No.
Nothing.
It honestly makes no sense. And now when we come to rebut episode 8, then they're now happy to call them human bone fragments, right?
Yes.
And you know why they did that? Because remember when they questioned Brendan? Oh yeah, my uncle he said he was going to put some bones in a bucket, and he was going to dump them there in Redonce, and he was going to put them in the pond, and he was going to do. So now they're going, okay. So we got Brendan talking about his uncle gathering up all the bones. Okay, we'll say they're human. And what did Judge Angie say in her response to Zona? Well, how do you know that it wasn't Steven that put those human bones in the Manitowoc County gravel pit? Probably at Mickles, and very likely where else? Cuss Road. The state are now conceding that the bones are indeed human, because they gave them all back to the Horbach family, human bones, and now they're blaming Steven for everything. So not only is he committing this horrendous crime, he's now gathering up cremains in his own burn barrel, his own burn pit, and going on a bone expedition, planting these bones in all these different locations, yet leaves a small bunch that could be seen by Sturtevant 8 feet south of the burn pit in his own burn pit.
However,
Oh no.
Candace Owens
What did Candace Owens?
Candace Owens speculated that it was only the teeny tiny little pieces left in the burn pit that Steven wouldn't recognize as bone, and that's why they were left there.
except we got a huge problem. And if
Yeah.
Duke was here,
Got Sturdivant saying they were obvious human bones and they're from 8 feet away.
but not only that, we've got part of the tibia or shin or whatever it is,
Yeah.
plus over a 2-inch piece of muscle tissue that
Right.
was somehow didn't get sifted, but ended up in the tarp, got found 2 days later, which
Well, all the bones
destroys.
in that box were still in there, supposedly.
But there's
Those were
one.
not fingernail-sized bones.
No, but there's one big problem. When you see the box of bones, there's bones and then there's bone fragments in plastic bags. My question is this: those bones that haven't been placed in plastic bags, are they human or animal?
Who knows?
Yeah.
Don't know.
No idea.
Sturdivant also testified that he found skull fragments in the burn pit.
Correct. And those skull fragments, he said that they were
Obvious.
They were obvious.
In the wire.
They were in the wire. And I'm thinking to myself, wait a minute. Of course, we'll do it when we come to look at episode 8. You've got this really bizarre situation, which I still can't understand. You've got one combustion event whereby they put in Teresa, according to Brendan, whole. Not in pieces, but whole.
Yep.
In the same combustion event, you've got bones which are calcined, heavily fragmented, white. Then you've got a piece of muscle tissue and bones which appear to be unburnt, as according to what Eisenberg said. Then you've got rivets, clothing rivets that almost look unburnt, unscathed. So you've got this one combustion event and this huge variation of what has been pulled out. I cannot make any sense of that burn pit. None. Guys, anybody else got an answer?
I don't. I'm still looking for answers.
No, I got no idea. And we'll talk about it later, but when Pevito went there, he made a very important observation. He goes, when my team went there, we saw all this white material and it was exactly the same shape and color of bone. Except, what was it? What did it turn out to be?
Insulation.
Burnt insulation, right? And if you look at the material that's embedded in the wire, it's all fragmented. Bone doesn't fragment like that. It doesn't look anything like that. And the other thing is, when they were at Mikkel's quarry and they called the medical examiner, what did they find there that they were so, oh my God, what the hell is this? They called the medical examiner over. What did they find there?
Well, by that time, nothing. It had already been dug up and taken away.
True, but they found something else. And it remember the human foot?
Oh, yeah, more burn installation. They thought it, yeah, that's right.
I thought it was a human foot.
Was that in the quarry or was that up above the burn pit?
No. That was at Mikkel's quarry.
Mikkel's quarry.
Okay.
Mikkel's quarry. Mikkel's quarry. They called the medical examiner. They thought, oh my God, we saw a human spine. We saw a foot. And the guy said, no, that's burn insulation. Right. That's exactly what they found at the burn pit. Susan, do you have a comment?
The way they tried to make excuses for the fact that they did not bring a forensic scientist or an anthropologist out to the burn pit or the coroner was just ludicrous in my mind.
Yes, and
once he said that said
that's no big deal. That Brenda said, well, this was different. There was no body. They didn't need to bring one, and the other guy says, well, when you just have cremains, we don't always go to the site. We either do that or they're brought to us, and yeah, I thought that was very
terrible.
What?
Once Sturtevant said that they found he found human skull. You call the coroner because that's a suspicious death unless somebody's walking around without part of their head.
Yeah, and then the
Correct.
coroner calls the forensic anthropologist.
That's
Correct.
right.
They've got their own team. And to answer Anthony Hill's question, yeah, I originally thought that that human spine, which they thought was a human spine and a foot, I thought it was in the Manitowoc County gravel pit. No, Tyson, who wrote the report, got the directions wrong. It's actually in the Mickles Quarry. And don't worry, we're going to talk about that in a couple of episodes' time when we do back with Reading with the Crew. They made a mistake. It wasn't in the quarry, in the Manitowoc County gravel pit. It was actually Mickles Quarry. And the interesting thing about Mickles Quarry is that 3 different cadaver dogs hit at Mickles Quarry. They found tissue, blood, and there's a report that mentions bone. They gave it to Colhane, and she goes, not human, not human. Yet 3 cadaver dogs hit on that site. Very interesting. All right, so
Can I
guys,
just say something?
of course, Beverly.
Yeah. Remember, I don't know which episode of Cam it was, when Brenda was talking to 2 truthers, not enthusiasts, but the opposing side, which is the truthers. They were questioning how come the coroner wasn't invited, called to come to the burn pit, to the salvage yard. And Brenda said, that's because they didn't know at the time that it was Teresa.
Correct.
So explain to me, what did she mean by that? Because I cannot connect the dots on that one. It's
the
They
basic,
only want a coroner if it's Teresa. If it's somebody else's bones,
never mind. Who gives
been
a shit?
dismembered, right?
Yeah. And then one guilter also said kind of recently on one of the Facebook pages, I don't know who, because I don't ever comment. I try to just skim over because it's so toxic and inaccurate that it hurts. One person said that the absence of the scent of, Teresa's dead body burning is because she was skinny.
No.
Of course not. Oh my gosh. When I read that, I won't need to slap him through the phone. But of course, yeah.
Right.
So those stories are just circulating around and as facts, and it's just sickening. And I'm thinking, are you using your brains at all?
No, because unfortunately now, with Andy B, with Occam's razor, you now have to have an excuse for everything. You need to explain everything that nobody else can explain. So if you believe that Teresa Horbach was incinerated there in that burn pit on October the 31st, you've got to come up with some really amazing laws of physics, science, and biochemistry that were so bizarre that it actually fooled cadaver dogs, scent dogs, investigators, everybody, right? Now, your human body, don't worry about your fat, the amount of fat you've got. You've got intestines, you've got bacteria, you've got all sorts of liquids in your body, feces, hair, you name it. You burn it, you're going to smell. It's as simple as that. She was what, 135 pounds?
Yep.
135 pounds?
She still has bile and intestines and everything else that's going on. Yeah.
And blood.
Yeah,
and blood,
exactly.
right? The smell would have been horrendous. Sorry, Neverly.
No, that's okay. Go ahead.
Oh, I'm done.
Yeah, just those comments, as I said, they're just, you can't even say, interesting, let me kind of ponder on it. You can't. Just, they're nonsensical and whatever. I don't want to really waste too much time on that. I thought it was not even funny, we can call it funny, but it's just misinformation, totally wrong,
and
uneducated comments. Yeah. So somebody asked us if we could go over, I think it was Anthony Hills, He said, please cover the path Teresa's body took to get from the bed to the fire pit.
Well, it's very, very straightforward. The only narrative that we've got is from Brendan. And so Brendan basically said that after they had cut Teresa's throat, stabbed her in the stomach, and I think cut her hair as well.
Yeah.
Brendan can't remember whether she was fully naked or clothed. He keeps on vacillating and changing the story. They allegedly carried Teresa Hallbach from the bedroom through I think it was the southern door. They take her to the garage. Now, here's the bizarre thing, and I'll put it up on X. They said, what did you do? Well, we took her outside and we shot her. We took her outside and we shot her. And Fassbender, we going, no, what did you do? Oh, that's right. We put her in a RAV and we shot her in a RAV. No, that can't be right. Oh, that's right. We shot her in the garage. And then they believed it. So the path that Teresa went was from the bedroom to the garage, right? To the garage. Then they shot her. He never mentioned dismemberment. Then, according to Brendan, they put her on the dolly, you know, where you go underneath the car, a creeper.
The creeper.
And they rolled her over rocks, right, and gravel to the burn pit. He picked up her legs. Steven picked Teresa up on her shoulder, and they put her on the fire hole, and they burnt her there. And then both of them drove the RAV down the gravel road, did a right-hand turn, and drove past Mama Avery's house, past Chucky's house, past the crusher, and they dropped the RAV. And then they put debris, and they went home and went to bed and went to school the next day as though nothing happened. That's the path.
Thank you.
Do we have any more questions? So in order to counteract that, let a cadaver dog go right around his trailer and the van. No alerts, which meant no blood, no loss of blood, nothing from the trailer to the garage to the burn pit. Sorry, Neverly.
Did they test the creeper for Teresa's
Nothing.
DNA?
Nothing.
No.
Nothing on
No,
it.
they didn't.
They
did.
tested nothing on it.
They nothing on it. Yeah, they tested it, but there was nothing there.
So we have a magic creeper, like a magic carpet. Yeah.
Correct. Nothing on it. Correct. All right.
Yeah. Travis is asking real quickly. So the auto trader and for sale sign would clearly have had Teresa's scent on them and trackable by a scent dog.
No, I don't think they checked with a scent dog. I don't think they did. But if a scent dog went towards the door, towards the trailer, that's indicative that Teresa was around that area. Because remember, Steven goes, she handed me the Auto Trader magazine, which I brought inside. So if she's touching it, then there's the possibility of her leaving live scent on the magazine. They never brought in a scent dog into Steven's trailer. Correct, guys?
Luke had interest at the back door, right?
Yes.
That's the only thing I could think that he might get interest from is the auto trader.
Correct. Or although it could also support that Teresa had just simply walked that path from the van to the truck to the back area of the garage, and then did a turn towards where the door was. And if she had walked that path to counteract Steven, it all makes perfect sense. That's why her live scent is there.
What do you mean to counteract him? What do you mean?
To talk to
To talk to him.
To talk to Steven. when
I
Stephen
don't know
paid
why
her.
she would go in front of the garage around the truck.
Well, remember, one of the things about live scent is that you're shedding skin. And if the skin cells are falling to the ground and they're moved with the wind, because remember what they're saying, what Faust is saying, that the skin cells went from the burn pit to the western berm. Well, the wind was blowing in the opposite direction. If Teresa Hallbach was there, her live scent would have gone away from the berm, not towards the berm. If
Well, but
Stephen,
you have to account for what, 5 days or 6 days or 7 days. The wind changes, different
true,
days. So
true,
if it's
but
being blown around,
true, but there's
um,
one problem. There's one problem. You're diluting the scent.
yeah.
On the berm, there's a concentration of scent.
Um, I I don't know that she said. I know the dogs were like going back and forth and back and forth, and But
Mhm.
did they actually give their alerts?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
They gave but I'll tell you what's very interesting. Brutus gave an alert too.
I
Yes.
know, it's so weird.
So now you've got this is the interesting thing, which we'll talk about in next week's podcast. You've got two different types of dogs: a live scent dog and a cadaver dog that detects human decomposition. They're both alerting on that berm, but that both alerted at Cuss Road, at the cul-de-sac at Cuss Road, right? So what applies at the berm? Why wouldn't it apply at Cuss Road? Now, if Teresa is cremated, incinerated in the burn pit, the highest concentration of volatiles is on October the 31st, correct? That's the
Yeah.
highest concentration of combustibles that night. The wind is blowing towards Barb Yanda's house, Chucky's house, that way.
From the northwest to the southeast.
Correct. It's going in the opposite direction. Now, how then are any volatile organic compounds, both depicting life scent and death, going against the wind and resting on a berm? To me,
It wasn't a strong wind either. It was only like 6 or something.
right. So if you apply logic, there's no way that you're going to concentrate scent on one location. It'll be diffuse. The dogs will be going, what the hell's going on? The fact that a live scent dog and a cadaver dog showed interest at Cuss Road together and at the berm, could that just simply mean that some forensic material was moved from one spot to another? How can you counteract that?
I don't think we can. I mean, not till we understand more about these dogs.
Correct.
Hearing from the expert, I think, is going to be, well, I think that's going to be key for us to help us understand.
Correct. And whatever the experts say, you got to believe. But I understand, Susan, if on October the 31st, the wind was going that way, it makes perfect sense. Hey, wait, oh my God. Then these compounds, and there are lots of them, went that way. But the wind went the opposite way. The activity of the dogs was the opposite to where the wind was blowing. Now, if you're going to say, why is the dog going on the western berm? But if you have a look what Loof did, Loof went to Cuss, went around the deer camp, hit on a burn barrel, went into the quarry, and then made a beeline straight back. Then went around the berm, and then went into the yard. Loof didn't show any attention at all where Barb Yunda's property was? Nowhere. It was all the other side. Now, we know that a ton of officers were at Cuss Road, at the clandestine burial site. There are 2 reports that mention bones were found. The one written by Fallon and Kratz, and even Fassbender mentioned them himself. Remember? Oh, there was no one there to help us, so both myself and Wiegert went down to see about the bones. There was a rumor of bones being found west of Stephen's place. The
In
only
addition to the ones found at the clandestine burial site. That was pre-trial, right? I
yes,
believe.
no, that
Yeah.
was pre-trial.
Yeah.
Trial. But they wrote,
Evidentiary hearing, maybe.
yeah, but they because Fassbender was complaining that they needed resource after resource after resource. And he goes, yeah, there was nobody there to go check those bones, but we did. And then Kratz and Fassbender Kratz and Fallon write, yeah. These were in addition to the bones found at the clandestine burial site. And you're thinking, these guys have just admitted that they found cremains at Cuss Road. And what did Wiegert do in the document, in the search warrant? He mentioned Loof and he mentioned Brutus. And what did he say? It's indicative that a body or blood has been present at the clandestine burial site. And you're going, now, when Brutus alerted, he alerted on the shovel. They removed the shovel. Brutus then didn't hit on the shovel. Brutus came back. And guess where he barked at? The dirt at the clandestine burial site. Now, they'd never let Loof go past the crime scene tape. They stopped the dog. Why? You bring in the canines to help you investigate, but they stopped the dog. Why didn't they stop Loof going to the berm? Why? Because there was no interest in the berm. But these guys were all down at Cuss Road on the 8th, on the 7th. And then one day later, where does Loof go? To the berm. One day later, to the berm. Susan. Oh, sorry, Neverly.
No, I don't have a comment.
Okay.
Actually,
Susan.
Double D had a question. She said, will the COA approach KZ newest filing from scratch, like de novo, or from the latest circuit court filing? And I asked Travis if he could please explain this. Oh,
Yes.
there he goes. He goes, Double D, yes. The records has been filed. KZ has a due date for her brief in November, but she will most likely request an extension. Thank you, Travis, and thank you, Double D.
Okay. Yeah. So the canines, and it's just so great that we've been doing it in Reading with the Crew. It's fascinating. And what did we say? The canines have given the narrative. I don't think we've worked that out quite yet, but we're getting there. I think we're getting there. All right, guys. Do we have any additional comments?
Yes, Travis also continued his answer. He said, after KZ files her brief, state files their brief, KZ can file a reply to reply.
Okay. Awesome. All right, guys. Do we have anything else?
I think that's all the questions we have. You ready for me to start on the this next part?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Now, a huge amount of hullabaloo was about item FL and the importance of the bullet. Now, I'm just going to talk very briefly because you've heard me talk about item FL many, many times. But Cam, in episode 7, did not give an entire truth about item FL. And it's important that people realize what item FL was all about. So I'm going to go through this rundown. Now, as you know, when Brendan Dassey gave his confession, so to speak, Fassbender and Wiegert, it was Wiegert that basically asked Brendan Dassey who shot her in the head. And Brendan said he did. And Fassbender said, well, why didn't you tell us? And Brendan said, because I couldn't think of it, right? So let's look at this. After that confession, there's a search warrant. They go in the garage again. They go in Steven's bedroom again. Magically, they find 2 bullet fragments, item FL, item FK. Now, when all of this material is presented in court, Cherie Culhane tries to do an extraction from item FL, and she finds the full genomic DNA profile of Teresa Halbach on the bullet. All right. Now, here's the problem. During the trial, this is the way they presented this material to the trial, to the judge and the jury. Your Honor, we have got evidence of 2 cranial bone fragments that contain internal beveling. Our client, Teresa Halbach, was shot at least twice in the skull. And we x-rayed the bone fragments. We found evidence of beveling. We've got lead flakes in the bone fragments. It means that Teresa Halbach was shot twice in the skull, one in the back of her head and one near the left temple. She's a victim of homicidal violence. We found item FL, 2 bullet fragments, item FL, item FK. Item FK, mangled, we don't know where it came from. Item FL contains Teresa Halbach's DNA. Oh, by the way, item FL was fired from the Marlin Glenfield Model 60 rifle in Stephen Avery's bedroom. We proved that. So that rifle is in Stephen's bedroom. He fired item FL. He must have also fired item FK. We have 2 cranial bone fragments with beveling. According to what Brendan said, they shot Teresa Halbach in the garage. The medical examiner goes, well, when I got given information that the bullet had the blood of the decedent on it, which means bullet striking brain, liquefied blood, boom, explains everything. What Kratz never said was that item FL struck Teresa Halbach in the skull. But the way they presented it during the trial, it was an implication. They implied it. Stephen has the gun in his house, in his bedroom. The gun examiner proved that it had fired item FL. Item FL has the DNA of Teresa Halbach, which means, oh my God, they really did shoot Teresa Halbach in the skull, in the garage, causing her death. Your Honor, he's guilty. Same with Brendan Dassey. Now, what have I said that's incorrect? Guys, what have I said that's wrong? Have I made any mistakes?
I think you pretty well got it, Doc.
Right? So if you're watching Convicting a Murderer, you go, oh my God, that's incredible evidence. This man is guilty. They killed her. Boom. End of party. I'm convinced. What Convicting a Murderer didn't do is full disclosure of what actually took place. And here's the deal. First of all, when Culhane examined the bullet, she found no blood. She had found no stains on the bullet. She found no tissue, nothing on the bullet. IMFL was discovered in March. Allegedly, Teresa was shot in the head on October the 31st, right? So that bullet sat in dust for months. And yet, Cherie Culhane obtained a full genomic DNA profile from the bullet, where she noted no blood, no tissue, nothing. Now, they asked her, when you do a DNA prep, what do you do? She goes, I always do a presumptive test first. I check for the presence of blood. If I find blood, I do another swab, I do a DNA prep, bang. But you didn't note any blood. No. So I decided I was going to do a DNA extraction anyway. So what Culhane did, she places the bullet in a buffer. I've done it millions of times when you extract DNA. You put it in an extraction buffer. So she obtained a quantity of DNA, and instead of quantitating it, i.e. determining the concentration of the DNA, she decided she was going to use the entire lot. So you cannot go back and redo the experiment. She used the entire lot. Her argument was, well, I didn't know how much DNA I was going to get, and so I decided to use the entire lot. That's mistake number one. You never use the entire sample of your DNA. I checked Culhane's original laboratory manuals, step by step. They're protocols, simple protocols. She used up all the DNA. Lo and behold, she got the full genomic DNA profile of Teresa Halbach. Boom, they're gone. Steven, Brendan, guilty, boom, finished. That meant that Teresa Halbach was indeed in the garage. However, what they failed to disclose is that, to Culhane's horror, she contaminated the negative control, the negative PCR control, with her own DNA. Now, and guys, you stop me and ask me questions. So when you do an experiment, any experiment, you always include positive and negative controls. A positive control means you put in template DNA from a known person and you know that the result would work. That means that all your solutions, your TARC polymerase, your PCR reaction is working perfectly. Boom, positive control, no problems. A negative control tests for contamination. A negative control contains all the components except no template DNA. It means that when you run a negative control, you expect to see zero. Your negative control should have nothing in it. It tests.
And Doc, can you explain just briefly why labs and so forth use a negative control?
A negative control is to determine the presence of any extraneous DNA in the laboratory, including the person handling the tubes, right?
So it's for contamination purposes.
100% for contamination purposes, correct. So sometimes solutions that you buy in a kit, they're contaminated, right? Someone has contaminated them. Sometimes when you're working at the workbench, either a pipette or you haven't changed your gloves or you touch your face, touch a tube, boom, done. So the negative control is to determine the presence or absence of contamination. It is to protect the scientific integrity of the result. right? So if you've got a negative control and it's come up positive, straight away, you cannot make any judgment calls on the test. You stop right there. You do not even progress. What you do,
I'm sorry.
no, go.
Well, this polarizing event, we've known about this for forever, but anyway, it became even more polarizing when this episode aired. And I wrote down, and I'm not a scientist, I'm not a tech or anything like that. This is just what I've learned from, Doc and others in this. It's just like any process that people go through to do their job, to make a test work time and time and time again. So these are the things I wrote down, and I posted this on Twitter. It's basically the mistakes that Sherry Culhane made, in my opinion. This is just me. Number one, teaching new lab techs using a live sample. That's number one. I'm just trying to go through these in order of how she did her test.
Yep.
Number two, Culhane didn't divide the DNA after washing out MFL in the buffer. She didn't.
Correct.
Number three, she had to be unmasked and or ungloved. And that's another mistake, in my opinion. She should have been both.
Correct.
Number four, she contaminated the negative control.
Correct.
Once that found out, I wrote down number five, under standard procedure, the testing of item FL should have ended here. Instead, the Wisconsin Crime Lab is allowed to submit a deviation request. It's a request. It's not necessarily granted. Number six, Culhane submitted the deviation. However, her direct supervisor did not sign it. Culhane testified this was an oversight.
Correct.
Number seven, deviations are not allowed for inclusion or allowed for exclusionary purposes. However, Culhane suggested the DNA from the item FL be allowed anyway, despite the contamination event.
Correct.
Number eight, in effect, this would negate the contamination event. Is that how right? So,
yep,
and then finally, number nine, how can we know that item FL was not also contaminated? This is where this is where the problem exists. I mean, for me.
Correct. No, and the scary thing is, do you have a molecular biology background, Jack 61?
No, not at all.
And you picked it out perfectly, step by step, logically. You looked at her own personal documents. You got it 100%. Now, that's my field of work, and the guilters have gone bananas. They're questioning me. They're questioning who I am. They're questioning my credentials. They're questioning everything. And Jack 61, you eloquently stated all the points. Now, it gets better, right? What Culhane should have done was, oh my God, no problems. I've contaminated the negative control. No worries. I'll go back to my original sample, take another aliquoted DNA and do the test again with a clean solutions, clean everything. The problem is this: she cannot retest. She's used up all the DNA.
She didn't divide it.
That's the question I have, Doc.
Yes.
Could she have divided that buffer?
Yes.
And kept some of it for.
Yes. Yes.
That, as far as I know, Susan, and again, I'm not in that field at all. Ever, never was. But as I understand it, from everything I read, you divide your sample. You save half of it.
Always.
Right.
Always.
Of course.
Yep. So I checked.
But I just wasn't sure if that was possible.
Yeah.
But her excuse is she didn't think there would be enough DNA for 2 tests.
Well, that's why you quantitate. You always quantitate, which means you determine the concentration of your DNA in your sample. So
did she do that?
No.
She didn't quantitate it.
No, she goes, I don't see anything on this bullet. God damn it, I'm just going to go for it and see if I can extract anything from it and do a PCR. And to her surprise, she got a DNA profile. But because she contaminated her control, and put it this way, even if the control was not contaminated, the defense would have said, I want to retest that sample. Culhane would have gone, I've used it all up. The defense would have said, Your Honor, throw out this result. We cannot retest it. One of the most important things in science, in any field of science, is the ability to reproduce a result. I may do an experiment in Adelaide, South Australia, with the same material as me. Someone in Wisconsin or Alaska or Brazil should repeat the same experiment and get the same result. Guys, do you agree?
Absolutely. To me, that's the basis of how you produce, good evidence at trial. I guess that's the best way I can put it.
Yep.
It's got to be able to be repeated. It's got to be able to be repeated.
Has to be reproduced, right?
Yeah.
Correct.
Now, when you're in a crime lab, you need to be at even higher standard. Why? Because your results can send a person to prison for life, or they can walk out the door. There's no room for negotiation. There's no room for error. None. Zero. So Culhane was in a bind. She goes, oh my God, I've contaminated the negative control. I've got no more DNA left. I've just effed up the most important piece of forensic evidence in the entire case, right? So what does she do? She can't go back and retest. She goes, okay, I'm going to apply for a deviation request form. But the problem with the deviation request form is you can only use it to exclude, which meant that in that tube of item FL, if it was Joe Blogg's DNA in that tube, you say, no, it wasn't Teresa. You understand? Do you understand? You can exclude. Say, no. Even though I contaminated my control, it wasn't Teresa. It's somebody else. No problems. But she now wanted to include Teresa as her result. So her deviation request form, which we'll talk about in a second, is not fit for purpose. If her supervisor, Marie Beth Veriali, looked at the request form, she would have gone, Cherie, I represent the Attorney General. She does. Marie Beth Veriali is countersignee for the Attorney General, because when a report goes through the supervisor reads the report and says, everything is good, release it. Marie Beth Veriali would have said, Cherie, you've done everything that Jack 61 just said. This. I can't let this out the lab. I can't put my signature on this. It's wrong. It is completely wrong. No one can reproduce that result. You have had a contamination event at your lab, at your workbench. Here is the kicker. Did Cherie Culhane at any stage ever isolate the DNA from Teresa Hallbach? Yes or no? Did she ever have access or isolate Teresa Hallbach's DNA? And the answer is yes.
Yeah.
When you isolate high concentration of genomic DNA from pap smear, from epithelial cells, your concentration of DNA is huge, which means the ability to spread it about the lab accidentally is extremely high. So Culhane, even though she cleans her benches, have you seen her log reports, contamination log reports? They are a nightmare. And I read them. They've had a case, guys, where they found male DNA. I don't know if Jack 61 or anybody else read it. They found male DNA in a sample that had nothing to do with any cases that they had been studying. None. So how do they account for unknown samples that just waft into their PCR tubes? And the answer is they don't. That's why when you do a control, you go, oh God, I've contaminated the control. I can't make any comment on the test. I scrap it. I do it again. She ran out of DNA. So her only way to get that result submitted is to have a deviation request form. But her deviation request form goes, hey, you can do it for exclusionary purposes, but you can't do it for inclusionary purposes because this is a murder case. And you have isolated the victim's DNA at your bench, which means you cannot prove that you didn't contaminate item FL accidentally or on purpose.
Which is the entire reason for using a negative control. But
Exactly.
going back to her supervisor, yeah, I can't know for sure what Marie Rayali would have said, but she had to know probably pretty quickly. It wasn't just one mistake. She made a bunch. If she told this same story to her, which we don't know if she did or not, but she had to know there were a number. Well, I would too, Susan. I really would, because or call to the stand and forced to testify about this whatever conversation she did or didn't have.
I mean, Willis let it in, right?
He did.
Correct.
He
Yes,
did.
He did.
And I'm not entirely sure Willis himself understood the process, but again, I don't know. That's just a speculative statement.
The way they wrangled it was beautiful. It was beautiful. Well, Your Honor, she contaminated the negative control, but that has no bearing on the test result. She got Teresa Hallbuck's DNA in the test result, and Buting's got, but Your Honor, she contaminated the negative control, which means she had a contamination event. Garn argued, well, even though I had a contamination event, the test result still came up. Come on, it's got to be good. Now, I've argued with Susan.
I suspect that Gone or Kratz or both pushed her to file that deviation request.
That's their case.
Yeah.
And remember, we read through Kratz's book. Before Dr. Palanek came along, what did Kratz say? Item FL was my game changer. That's what I needed to win the case. And in court, they presented it as though Item FL had struck Teresa in the skull and she died because of homicidal violence. Now, if you're the judge and the jury, you're listening to this, you are horrified. You're going, oh my God, they did kill her. They did actually kill her. So here's a little simple analogy. It's got nothing to do with this case. You'll understand. Everyone will understand. Have you ever gone for a blood test where people do markers? Has anyone here and in chat ever done a blood test? You know, when you give a sample of blood or urine and they do testing of your certain molecules, enzymes.
Yeah.
Yeah, everyone? Everyone?
Yeah, sure.
Yep.
Sure.
Well, imagine if you went for a test and your GP says to you, you're a male, I'm going to do the prostate marker for prostate cancer, right? You go, okay, no worries. Here's my sample. You come back a week later. Doctor says, I've got some bad news. The analyst who did your test said that your blood sample came back with a positive value of 200. According to the literature, 200 means you've got advanced prostate cancer. I'm sorry. You know, be prepared. You're going to be dead within 3 weeks. And you're going, what the hell? You know, huge value in your prostate cancer marker. 1 week later, the doctor gets a call from the lab. I'm sorry to report, but the lab technician said that the control sample that they had that they were running on the machine also had a value of 200 in the control. It was meant to be 0. But doctor, you understand. Don't worry. The test result is good. It stands.
You can have some common sense.
People with common sense will understand. Don't worry.
Yeah, right.
The guy's
Yeah,
got
burn
cancer. Tell him.
burn your lab down and you in it.
You tell me
Okay.
this. Would you accept that reading that you've got cancer?
Absolutely not.
Then why on God's green earth did Willis allow idomethil to come in when the control was contaminated?
I don't think he understood, Doc. I just don't think he understood the process and the necessity of what the control sample is really there for. And I'm not saying that she contaminated that IMFL with Teresa's DNA. I don't know that.
No,
But then again, I don't know that she didn't either.
no.
Elizabeth Holmes, remember?
Yes.
With her Theranos, she was pulling some crap like this,
Yes.
lying to people, investors, and FBI.
Correct.
Yeah. When you have a moment, Dr. Silkman, Scooby has questions regarding this whole process, actually two-part question. So let me know when you're ready.
No, do it now. Do it now.
Okay.
Yeah.
Says Dr. Silkman, what if the entire contamination, quote unquote, was intentional to get enough DNA to extract, and the trainees witnesses to say we saw her extract DNA because there was no Teresa's DNA on that fragment? That's part one.
Yeah, I don't even think the technicians being shown is true. I think it's pure garbage. For a start, if you're handling forensic evidence, you don't have anybody else. When you're dealing with forensic evidence and you're doing PCR, you have two different stations. You have a table where you do the extractions, and you have a place where you do the PCRs. You never bring them together because of the potential for contamination. You never have any trainees in the lab with you when you're handling forensic evidence in a murder trial. When you teach trainees, what you do is, hey, look, I've got some test DNA from a kid. I'll show you how to do it. Come back, we'll spend a couple of hours, and there is no consequences if you F up the testing, correct? It's
Exactly.
just an example. You do not do a vital experiment in a murder case and you're teaching other students. You do not do that, correct? And if you have contaminating DNA at your workbench, you cannot see it. You cannot see it. You can't detect it.
Thank you, Dr. Silkman. Here's part two.
Yep.
From Scooby. The whole contamination deviation hullabaloo was to distract from the fact that there was no quantification and likely no material on that fragment to yield DNA. That's her speculation, of course. What do you think about that?
Well, here's the problem. If she quantitated that DNA and it came back with a value of 0, that means she's got a big problem, right? So if she quantitates, and quantitate means to determine the concentration per nanogram per microliter, right? Standard. If it came back as 0, it meant that she never extracted any DNA from the bullet. Oops. Which means that the DNA can only come from a contamination source. I read her report. At the same time, she talked about item IG, which was the inner door handle of Teresa's RAV4. She found Teresa's DNA on that item as touch DNA. How do you know that none of that DNA got inside the PCR tube of item FL? And the answer is, you don't. That's exactly why you have a control. What they did in that trial is, with a piece of paper, they just removed a control. They said, don't worry about the control. It's not important. You're thinking to yourself, wait a minute. If you bypass a control, why, with that cancer example that I gave, why can't the technician just simply say this? Hey, don't worry. We stuffed up the control, but the test result is good. You would never, ever accept that. We have a question from
Good.
Travis.
We do. Yeah, he says, explain to me this. What is it that required Sherry to get the deviation report? Why not just bury the bad control if she is lying? And other stuff, is there some electronic record that can't be manipulated? So that was her only choice.
Yeah,
And before you answer, Doc, I'm going to explain something. And again, this is non-scientific, and then you can give the proper answer. The industry that I worked in for many years, I worked in the printing industry, and we used mainly solvent-based ink. Solvent-based ink and laminates can migrate through plastic film. So once we made the product, or in the process of making it, we would take samples, certain size, it would get cut up and put into a glass tube and fed into a gas chromatograph.
Yes.
I can tell you, this is going back to probably 87 or 88, something like that, somewhere in that time frame. Anyway, that gas chromatograph. Now, we didn't have a lot of fancy equipment in that first company that I worked for, but when we did move to this testing, that GC machine was hooked up to a computer, and those results were fed automatically to that computer.
Yes. Yep, you got it. So what Travis is asking is this: well, how maybe she could have hid the negative control. You can't. The trouble is that when you inject the samples into the device that reads the PCR, it all goes in a computer, and it's all controlled by computer software. Everything is monitored. Everything is monitored. That means that there is a record of the results in the computer. And it means that you can't, remember, she's in a crime lab. You can't just go in the results and start editing whatever you want. It's held within the machine. When I was doing a postdoc, we had all these fancy machines in our lab, and everything is recorded. Everything is kept as a record of all the samples that go in, all the results that come out. So when she examined the electrospherogram, the results of item FL, oh yeah, no worries. Here's the profile. When she went across and looked at the negative control, it had a profile in it. And it happened to be her own profile, which meant that she had contaminated the PCR negative control. She couldn't go back and edit that because it's in the machine. So she's stuck because Marie Beth Veriali would have said, I want the printouts. A trial attorney would have said, I want to see your original workbook. I want to see the original results. And she would have said, hey, this is what I got for item FL. These are the samples I got for my control. And the attorney would have said, what's your profile doing in there? I had a contamination event. Then how come you're talking about item FL containing Teresa Horbach's DNA? You can't. Weren't you meant to do this again? Oh, yeah, but I used up all the DNA. Hello? Now.
Well, you have another problem here, Doc. I mean, for me personally, just as a citizen, if crime labs were able to do that, or analysts were able to do that, then to me, what's the point in having them at all? Because they could just go in and do whatever the hell they want. That access has to be denied. It cannot just be given out to anyone. Really, it has to be locked in.
Correct.
That's just me.
No, 100% correct. And that's why her laboratory and every laboratory in the world undergoes training and verification analysis. They check the logbooks and they check the contamination logbooks and they see, okay, you had a contamination event. I noticed that you noted it. What did you do? I went back and I threw out all my samples and I started again. Excellent. But not in this case. And what you notice is that's the first time she's ever used a deviation request form, right? So Jack 61, can we go back to that slide, A16?
Yes.
I haven't even finished on that one. So,
Dr. Silkman, so sorry. There's one more question from Scooby.
Yep.
So, Dr. Silkman, don't you find it very strange that Cherie, a senior lab tech, would have trainees observing testing of critical murder case evidence you knew you were going to wash to extract?
you don't do that.
Yeah.
No, she should have been. She should have been reprimanded for allowing people into the lab. Susan.
I also think the fact that it was the only time she had ever used a deviation also points at Gone
Yes, as a legal
asking her to
maid.
do it.
Yeah,
Asking her to do it.
Yeah, correct. I think she would have received a lot of pressure doing it. So,
well, can you imagine the phone call? I mean, I'm just speaking as a, somebody thinking, God, I got to call Gunn and Crass and Fowler and say, look, we got a problem here. What was that conversation all about? I'd love to hear it.
Oh yeah.
Correct.
Occam's sample
Occam's
Occam's sample tells us
correct
that it was only the control that was contaminated. They found her DNA on the sample.
Correct.
I'm sorry to be facetious. So
no.
Oh my God!
This is, in my opinion, the turning point of the case.
I agree.
Now, people may argue, yeah, but come on, they found Teresa's cremain. No. This is the turning point because the cremains are all downstream as far as I'm concerned. You need to murder her first, right? Then the cremains come second. So if you can prove that Teresa Hallbach was A, never in the trailer, B, never in the garage, then it can't be Steven, it can't be Brendan, right? So Kratz knew this. So they had to have an illusion that Ida Mafel had killed Teresa Hallbach. But Kratz was smart. He never said that it struck Teresa Hallbach in the skull, but he implied it. Now, Cam did a beautiful job in presenting what the issues were with Ida Mafel, right? They really did a good job to say, hey, look, the negative control, blah, blah, blah. And then Brenda had asked various people, including Linda, oh, what did you think, Linda? Do you think it was a really big issue about the negative control? Now, Linda is not a molecular biologist or has a scientific background. So, okay, look, I don't really understand, but, Teresa, you should have done it again. I can't base the guilt or innocence on that test. Then Candace comes on and says, see, not even the truthers care about the control, and that science is just something to do about faith. Right?
I thought that was a really ridiculous thing that happened. And, Brenda, I'm sure, was well aware that Linda didn't have any of that kind of training. I just thought it was, I'm not going to say inappropriate, but yes.
It was shocking.
Yes. Yeah.
And considering that we got questioned for hours upon hours upon hours, and that Brenda knew my scientific background, and we never got to talk about Ida Mafel.
No.
And I'm myself, there's something not right here, because I would have gone through here, calm, collective, straight to the point, no mucking around. That's what I would have said to Brenda, and Brenda would have never played my answer on Cam.
No.
None of it.
That's the whole reason. That's the whole reason why they didn't come to you, Doc, because they know you have said on many podcasts about your credentials and everything like that. So if anybody, they should have been coming to you as an expert in that field for advice and information, but they didn't. What they tried to do is they tried to make Linda out to be an idiot by questioning her about something that she only has a slight understanding of because of what we've learned from you, Doc. You know what I mean? Linda's not got a background in that, but Linda caught on to it, Doc. She caught on to it right away, what
Yes.
Brenda was trying to do, you know, and she says, look, she says, I've not got a clue about the scientific side of it, but I don't believe the results that came out in this case, like you said, you know. And then Candice had to be catty and everything like that and be like, see, she doesn't care. She doesn't care what the result is. Well, that's a load of bullshit, because that's not what Linda was saying or meaning, period. And anybody
I
that
actually
knows
think that was
Linda,
Brenda. I think it was Brenda that said she doesn't care.
no, it was Candice
No,
that said
Candice.
that, Susan.
It's Candice. Yeah, it was Candice. But getting back to this, right? Now, if you can provide sort of like an excuse of why, don't worry, the deviation request form has solved all the problems. You need to actually provide a balance to your argument. And here's the issue. This is what Cam really never explored or expanded upon. The actual owner of the rifle was a Roland Johnson. And he even said in court, hey, look, I fired that gun at least 3,000 times all around the property, right? And what I remember Steven saying that he used to go around picking up the shells, because when he cut the grass, the shells would get hit by the blade of the mower and fire everywhere. So he used to collect them and put them in a tin, right? So when Ramaker and the others went in the garage and found all these empty shells, they're going, oh my God, is this potentially nefarious? And the answer is no. It's Steven picking these shells up and putting them in a container. So when he cuts the grass, he's not hitting them, right? So they found 10 or 11 shells. And hence, when you hear the answers from Brendan, he goes, we shot it 2 times, 3 times, 10 times, right? To match the number of shells that they found. But they only found 2 bullet fragments, right? So one, the actual owner of the rifle, it doesn't belong to Steven. It belongs to Roland Johnson. And he said, hey, I fired that thing 3,000 times all around the property. So Occam's razor, right, Andy? Oh, well, maybe Roland Johnson fired item FL and it's a non-nefarious bullet. No. Had to come from Steven. But here's the big issue, which I don't think Cam even mentioned. Kathleen Zellner was able to get item FL, right? Gave it to Dr. Chris Palahniuk. Now, Kathleen Zellner had no idea what the outcome was going to be. None. She gives the bullet to Dr. Palahniuk. He works for Microtrace. So what they do is they put the bullet under high-powered microscopy, and they also use spectroscopy to determine the chemical composition of what's on the bullet, right? You can't hide it. If blood is there, if bone is there, you'll find it, because they contain chemical signatures. You can't hide it. Kathleen Zellner's there. Oh, well, this is going to be it. So what Palahniuk found was there's no embedded bone, and he proved it biochemically and by observation. There's no bone shards here. Straight away, item FL never struck Teresa Hobart in the skull or on bone. No way. It didn't strike bone. It wasn't the cause of her death. But it got worse. There are wooden shards and red paint and wax and cotton fibers on that bullet, which means that the bullet hit a wooden structure at high velocity to embed the wood. Now, what Luke Haig did, he got bovine scapulars with the thickness of a human skull, and he put ballistic gel between the bovine scapulars. He fired .22 bullets into the bovine scapulars. He noted 2 things. The energy of the .22 bullet subsided. Remember, guys, it stopped. It didn't even go straight through.
That's right.
So in other words, it didn't have the penetrating power to go in and out.
The bullet didn't have enough strength. But the incriminating thing was every bullet he found contained bone shards embedded in the bullet. What they did is they took those exemplar bullets and they examined it against idomethil. Looked nothing the same, right? Then they tried to do a DNA extraction like Culhane did with the exemplar bullets. The bone fragments remained in the bullet, which meant that Cherie Culhane could not dislodge the bone fragments. That's a problem, right?
Yeah. How does Fassbender explain his little animation of where Steven was standing in the garage?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, how can he explain that if this bullet went through her head twice, basically? Well, it struck bone twice, or would have.
Yep. Correct.
Mm.
Correct. So what Kathleen Zellner did was, all right, I'm going to fire a .22 into Stephen Avery's garage. And let's see what it brings out. Okay, so she fired it, dislodged the bullet, brought it back to Dr. Palanek, and guess what? He compared her exemplar bullets with idomethil, and guess what? They almost looked the same. They almost looked the same, right? So in anywhere else in the world, looking at this evidence, you go, boys, you're pissing up wind. Idomethil is not involved in this crime at all. It struck wood. It's exactly what Roland Johnson said all along. Hey, it probably came from him. And when Zellner went into the garage, there are bullet holes in the walls of the garage. So logically, idomethil was fired from outside into the garage, and it either dislodged or somehow found its way under the green compressor. There are photographs that show the green compressor when they went in initially, right, guys? They never
Yes.
found the bullet. They never found the bullet. So the state is saying this. Idomethil was there on the cement in a garage for about 5 months, undisturbed, on dust, with bacteria, fungi, chemicals, you name it. And Stephen Avery and Brendan Dassey, now wait for it, poured bleach, paint thinner, and gasoline, and the bullet magically survived all of that because you're splashing chemicals on the ground. You can't control where they go. And the full genomic DNA profile magically appeared on that bullet. So, guys, there's no problems at all. It's beautiful. So, here's the problem. Now that Dr. Palanek did this independent analysis, 1, the bullet, idomethil, never had struck bone. 2, it is not the cause of beveling in Teresa Halbach's skull. 3, it's not the cause of her death. They haven't found the bullet or bullets. So now you have lost an important link. What does Judge Angie say? And Kratz, the bullet nicked Teresa Halbach, somehow touched her, and ended up under the green compressor because they can't let go the fantasy of how Teresa Halbach's DNA ended up in the tube of idomethil. Logically, you would say, guys, it's a contamination event at the experimenter's lab bench. What did Kratz say, guys? Oh, so now you've got the cops walking around with vials of Teresa Halbach's DNA, grabbing Steven's gun, firing a bullet, and painting some DNA on the bullet. And I'm there. No, Mr. Kratz.
No.
It happened in the lab. So what have I said that's wrong? What have I said that's wrong? Where have I speculated? Haven't I just recalled facts?
everything that we know. I mean, that this happened. That as far as I know, I don't know any mistakes that you made. Maybe others can comment and chime in. Susan or whoever, Neverly, Andy, Occam's bullet.
Occam's bullet. Correct.
No, I
Yeah,
don't think
it's
that
like
you speculated anything, that you made up anything. No, not at all.
And what we did is we went always back to the original documents, to the original trial testimonies. And there's one important division: to allow or not to allow item FL. Now, I'll tell you right, and I want people in chat to say it too. If Judge Willis said, you cannot submit this forensic piece of evidence, I won't allow it, could it have potentially changed the outcome of the trial? I would like a yes or no. I can't see your microphones, unfortunately. So, but yeah, I would love your feedback. Could it have potentially changed the outcome of the trial, Jack 61?
Oh, I definitely think it could have changed the outcome if he had shot it down, or it never made it into court. Absolutely, because this was a connection to put Teresa in the house of the garage, right?
And it connected Brendan. It
connected Brendan. That's right.
Brendan, correct. What about you, Rhonda? Do you think it could have potentially changed the outcome of the trial? Oh, Rhonda she might have stepped away. What about you, Susan? Do you think it could have had an effect?
Well, it should have, but knowing what happened or the shenanigans with the jury, I'm not so sure it would have.
Okay. Interesting.
I think they may have still been able to persuade the three strongest, and they still could have persuaded the others.
But their argument now is much harder, right? Okay, interesting. Thank you, Susan. I don't recall. What about yourself?
Susan read my mind. Yeah, I feel the same way. It would have. I think it would have, but with the shenanigans with the jury, it's hard to say.
Okay. Thank you, Andy B. What about yourself?
Yeah, I think it would have impacted the trial, not very least in the fact that it would have made the jury question the other evidence.
Yes.
At the very least.
Yes. Yes. Good point, Andy. Because guess what? Culhane also used all the DNA from.
It was the ignition.
The key. The key.
Yeah, the key. Sorry. Yes. Yeah, the key. Yeah.
Correct. She used up. Think about it. You've got Buting, who put up the note with Fassbender saying, try to put her in the garage or his house. You've got Culhane, who used up all the DNA of the key and all the DNA of the bullet. And you're correct. It would have made people think, what's going on in that crime lab? Good point. Very good point. Any other comments, Andy B?
No, other than let's throw Occam's magic bullet in there.
Yeah, oh yeah.
Maybe.
Yep. Alice, what about yourself? Do you think it potentially could have affected the outcome of the trial?
Yeah, I do. I think if it wasn't allowed down, I don't think they would have got the conviction that they might have got. But then again, like Susan and Cherie said, with the shenanigans that went on with the jury, you know, we just don't know what way they would have went, but it should have had an impact.
Yes, I agree. Thank you very much, Alice. Because remember, at the end of the day, they were building up a narrative. They knew forensically they couldn't put Teresa in Stephen Avery's trailer. They just couldn't. They couldn't find any evidence of it. They desperately needed item FL to gel everything together, because if you accept item FL, you then back engineer. You get it, guys? Jack61, you agree with me, guys? You agree with me? You back engineer. Oh,
Yeah.
so if she was in the garage and was shot, then okay, she must have been in the trailer. And what
That's
did we
right.
say? They had 5 days to clean up. Done.
That's right. That's right.
T1 has a good question. He
Yes,
says, if
that's awesome.
item FL wasn't allowed, would it have had an effect on Brendan's trial?
Oh, well, with Brendan, with in Brendan's trial, the only thing they could present were his words. That so basically, with his trial, you know how it ran. His trial was a mini Stephen Avery trial. All the evidence, oh yeah, you know, we're presenting all this evidence. Teresa was this and Teresa was that, and Brendan admitted to doing all these things. Boom, done, dead. But if you can't admit item FL, then you've got no narrative and no proof in the trailer nor the garage, which now starts your case against Brendan now starts to become very, very shaky, right? Because then you start to question, okay, what else is pretty fudgy here? Was he accused of putting the RAV4 there? He said that he helped his uncle. Was he accused of putting the key there? So it all of a sudden your case starts to become very, very wobbly, right? Very wobbly. What about you, Neville? Do you think the inclusion of or removing item FL could have had an impact?
I think it would have had an impact to the normal trial, but as Susan, Cherie, and Alice thought, I think the same thing. The jury was at a loss. I think that they were threatened, manipulated, and yeah, they were. So I don't know. I don't know what I really do not know that anything would have helped Stephen and Brendan not get convicted. And it's such a shame. And I don't look at Murdoch. He's going after
Yes.
this court clerk. How come how come Stephen and Stephen's attorneys couldn't go after that? Or is that too late?
It's probably too late now. But yes, the attorneys of Murdoch are very, very aggressive, and they try to rip the lab the lab technician to pieces. They're very, very aggressive. And look, I believe that Dean Strang definitely rattled the cage of Cherie Cohen, and I reckon it was that close. But the judge allowed it. All right.
There's one question from a while ago that I would like to go over.
Yeah.
It's from Anthony Hills. He says, if integrity of the lab testing is in question, why does FBI accept blood swabs from Cherie Cohen?
No idea. No idea. That's another mystery. So when they did the EDTA testing, they just simply said, hand over the swabs. And they had a gentleman go in the RAV4 and do the control swabs, and then they gave all the swabs to the FBI. Normally, what should have happened is the FBI subpoenas the RAV4 and says, get out, everybody out. We're doing independent testing. We'll do our own testing. We'll do controls. We'll take swabs. We'll do the testing, make it all independent. But if I hand you the swabs, and Stephen's whole case revolved around planting, how then can you trust what was given to the FBI without the FBI questioning what they were being given? And what did LeBeau say on the stand? Well, we check out corruption, white collar corruption. And what was Stephen's defense? Corruption in the crime lab, or corruption by officers. And yet the FBI just went, yeah, just hand over the swabs. Oh, we didn't find any ETA. Done. And LeBeau even gave results and opinions on 3 samples he never tested.
That was interesting.
How does that work?
Hugh Fraser had a question a while ago. When did Brenda and Kratz find each other? I have a feeling they go back a long way, much
they did.
earlier than 2005.
But, well, don't forget, Brenda was his fact checker in the book.
Well, she was actually Greasebox fact checker before his book,
Yes.
but
Which was
I-
after the trial, right?
I believe
Yeah.
so.
Both of them. So
yeah,
we
but
don't- we don't know. We can't know when they met, right?
Yeah.
no, I don't know. I don't know. When she made this connection to Greaseball, but now, as I recall, because she had been fact checker for Greaseball, that's how Kratz got her name. That's what I
Right.
understand.
But
Yeah, I remember she told us that. But I'm not sure how she got to know Greasebot.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
my getting back to what we're talking about, but don't you think Cam had an opportunity here to set the record straight and say, look, this is what was found with item FL. These are the issues. Present a balanced approach and say, there's definitely a problem when you use a piece of paper to bypass the importance of a control. No, the strong impression that was given, don't worry about controls. We got a piece of paper saying you're okay. And what do? We have an argument, or we ask a question to someone without a scientific background, and then Candace mocks poor Linda to say, see, they don't care. That's not right. Come on, guys. You know that's not right.
No, it's no, Doc, but that is the whole attitude. A convict him from the beginning. And we see that for episode 1 to episode 9. I
Correct.
mean, there is nothing new. There is nothing that is giving me the wow factor, the oh my God factor. Oh, I didn't know that. Oh, I never knew that. Oh, I'll need to go and research that. It has made me do none of it. Not one iota. Because half the stuff, or the majority of the stuff that they're talking about, is out of date. It's at least 4 years out of date. Ma'am debunked it in series 2, 10 episodes, debunked everything that was in the first series. The state's narrative, stories, their forensics, everything,
Correct.
And we have debunked a lot of that same stuff with the 200 and odd podcasts that we've done over the last 4 years. You know what I mean? I mean, it's way more than 200 over the last 4 years, but I'm just saying it that way. You know what I mean? So there is a lot more stuff that's came out since this so-called laughamentary was created. So I just hope people do what we've done. We watched Ma'am. We weren't duped by a documentary. We weren't duped by anybody. We were intrigued by what was in it. We went, we did a research. We looked at it. We've read the transcripts way back to 85, because you need to go all the way back to that
You do.
case.
Yes,
You know what I mean? To understand what happened in 2005, you need to go back and you need to research the case. So that's all we ask. We're not doing these podcasts and everything, Doc, and saying to the people in the audience, we are telling you this is verbatim. We're not. We are showing them the evidence through their own words, their own transcripts, their own forensics. You know what I mean? And it's just great that we've got a DNA expert on our panel as a member and founder of Foul Play. We've also got lawyers like Travis who comes on and answers things and that for us. We're going to be hopefully, fingers crossed, we're going to hopefully be getting Jeff, the dog handler, the canine dog handler, on to do even more, So it's just, it is baffling that these people think that this documentary has done anything different, because it hasn't.
Correct.
And
But- yeah.
another thing is, I don't know where Candice gets this story that the truthers believe and talk about that it was the law enforcement who killed Teresa. She gets off on that. And she bases her whole narrative on that. And we're like, nobody's saying that. Have we ever accused law enforcement of killing an innocent person?
Well, there's some out there that do, but
Awesome.
I
I
have.
don't.
I have.
You have?
I-
Okay.
I would.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wouldn't put it past them myself. It's not like it would be the first time that's ever happened. Something like
That's
that.
true.
True.
That's true.
But also, like in the beginning, when man first came out and when we got together and found our tribes and whatnot, we also had different opinions, different scenarios and stuff, because we didn't know as much as we do right now. Even 3 years ago, when we were being recorded for Convicting, we didn't know as much as we do now.
Oh,
And we still don't know everything because we were not allowed to get the FOIA requests like Cam did, whether it's phone calls, documents, or whatever.
Correct.
Pictures.
Thing
Right?
is, nobody really knows who killed Teresa except
Yes.
for her killer.
Correct.
Exactly.
Correct. So
Exactly.
so
And
the,
one more thing, sorry, Dr. Silkman.
no.
When we go back to Linda, I really feel horrible what I did to
feel
her,
terrible.
but
I
she
feel terrible.
held her own like a queen. She really did. Not only that, Brenda on purpose didn't ask you. Brenda knew exactly what kind of work you did and we did in foul play. Especially, she knew that Item FL was your baby. We've been saying that since day one because you are all about forensics, and we gave her the permission to go through our Discord and to look at everything, and she did. So she was fully aware that you can hold your own and debate with her. So I think that was, but not everybody knows that she had the permission to go through foul play and all our work.
Yes. Yeah, she knew exactly what we had.
We did not hide, we didn't manipulate, we didn't do anything.
No.
We just said, sure, go ahead.
No, but Neverly, and thank you so much for that. But Jack 61 highlighted all the problems eloquently as a lay person who's probably never been in a molecular biology laboratory.
Never in my life.
You laid it down exactly. I'm providing the experimental underpinning. You provided, as a person who's worked in a profession, in a business, you understood what the problems were. Now, if you let this slip, it means that many people are going to either end up in prison or be prevented from going to prison. Do you understand? If you have shoddy experimentation going on in a crime lab, all bets are off. In Australia, we have a massive scandal in one of our forensic laboratories. I think it's in Queensland, right? In which hundreds of cases were not proper, hundreds or thousands of cases were not properly looked at because the crime laboratory had this like a procedure that said, if you get DNA underneath this level, don't test it. And we're going, you're kidding. So they could have tested it, but they decided to make up an edict to say, when you're extracting DNA from a crime scene sample, if it's low level, then don't worry about it. They're going, wait a minute. So there was DNA there. Yeah. Did you test it? No. So now,
no.
Yeah. So now you potentially have thousands of criminals still out there or people falsely in prison because the crime lab decided not to do all the testing. It's a huge scandal, right?
But
of course.
The way I look at it, Doc, in trying to understand their process in a crime lab, any crime lab, it's kind of like understanding the process of what I did in my former life, in my professional life, and working in the printing industry. There are certain things that you do time after, because it's repeatable every time.
Yes,
And if you circumvent that, you got a problem.
you're in huge trouble.
That's
You're in
right.
huge trouble. The bottom line is this: there is no negotiation or leeway when it comes to controls. None.
There can't be, but
No.
because once you introduce that end of it, then all
Yep.
bets are off. I mean, to me, all bets are off.
Yep. Just think of that cancer example I just gave you, right?
Oh God, yes.
And there's been many examples. Unfortunately, I remember, maybe Neville will know, where they didn't calibrate properly the machines that deliver radiotherapy. They didn't do a proper calibration, and hundreds of patients either got an overdose of radiotherapy or an underdose of radiotherapy. It goes to show the importance of controls. If there's something wrong with your control, you cannot, under no circumstances, ever trust a test. Example, in this murder trial, they did. All because Culhane had a piece of paper. So Jack 61, can we do the next slide, please? Because jeepers, we're nearly doing 4 hours. I really want to finish part 7 today. Now, here's the madness. Cam kept on blasting, ma'am, are you doing all this editing? Well, guess what? Guess what Cam just did? They took, see here, interpretation of STR results. They took 2 lines from how you interpret STR stands for short tandem repeat. That's the PCR procedure done by Culhane. So all they did was they took 2 components and they stuck them together. The most important line, which was in purple, they left it out. And it says, in those situations, any deviations must be approved by the technical leader and the supervisor. In CAM, they didn't show that. They quickly only put the 2 yellow pieces together to say, oh yeah, they said not every situation can nor should be covered by a preset rule. Situations may occur that require an analyst to deviate. All right. Now let's go through this. It's my OCD, unfortunately. Let's go through this. Who would like to read Buting's part?
I'll do Buting.
Okay. Neville, would you like to do Culhane in
Sure.
yellow? Okay, the answer. Let's go for it, guys. This is what transpired in the courtroom. Let's go for it, guys.
Okay, the exhibit in front of you, which is the unit deviation form, does not have any approval from the supervisor, does it?
It has no signature, but I did discuss it with her, and she did approve it.
But she didn't sign anything. Is that what you're saying?
Apparently, it was an oversight. Oh my God.
Okay. Let's do a rule.
It's not okay. Rule number 1: if it's not documented, it did not happen.
but let me give you a real life example. Say you want to go on holidays. Say, Neville, you want to take 2 weeks off your work, your job, and you go to your person next door to you, and you say to the person, I'm going to go on 2 weeks holiday. And you say, but have you told the supervisor? Yeah, I discussed it 6 months ago. She said it's all right. I'll see you. What would happen to you, Neville?
You're going to get fired.
Don't come Monday. Right? So This is a crime laboratory. Every I has to be dotted. Every T has to be crossed. Because Marie Beth Veriali represents the Attorney General, you got to make sure you get an approval of everything that comes out of that crime lab. Guys, do you agree?
That deviation was a big deal.
It was a
big deal.
The only one that Culhane has ever done. In her DNA report, She only said the manipulation control got contaminated with my DNA. She never wrote in her report, oh, by the way, I got it submitted because I had to use a deviation request form. So that meant that any attorney, judge, or judge would not have known the process that allowed Culhane to introduce item FL. She didn't even write it in her report. Do we have any questions? Are our
Doc,
chins round?
Doc, I was going to say, I got a few clips if you want me to play one.
Yes, please. Yes,
I have
please.
a comment while Jack is doing that, if that's okay.
Go ahead.
Okay. So this is how it works. You know, I'm a nurse. I've done infection control for 15 years in an outpatient surgery center. So my job was to make sure, as Dr. Silkman said, that all I's are dotted, all T's are crossed, that we do everything by policy and procedure, by the manufacturer recommendations for use, and so forth. So we have these inspections, which are from the government and which are unannounced. And everybody, every medical facility goes through that, whether it's a hospital, lab, surgery center, whatever, dentist office, and so forth. So when they come in, they look exactly through the protocols. And if you deviate from it, or if in this example, it wasn't signed, guess what? You get dinged.
Yep.
And if you have so many dings, they can close you down. In other
Yes,
words, if you're pulling off some bullshit, basically you're saying, oh yeah, we talked about it, but it was an oversight, she forgot. You're getting dinged. And if you have so many dings, they can close you down.
Yes.
It's a serious matter.
Yep.
And it's a serious matter because they want to see that you have a protocol that's legit. It's not a protocol that I write it per se. You have to look for, you research it, you have to provide support, you go to the governing bodies and so forth. And then you establish that. Can you guys hear me still?
Yep.
I hate this.
Yep. Are you there, Everly? Or you just had to step away?
I think she may have dropped out.
Yes, she could have. She could have. Yep. No, Neville's correct.
Yeah, she's having connection issues. Here she is.
Yeah.
Sorry about that. So yeah, in other words, the protocols need to be legit, first of all, and then you need to follow them. Otherwise, why even have them? So common sense is not enough good enough
Is you,
reason.
Jack?
No,
You have a lot of noise.
that's Rhonda.
Oh, is that Rhonda?
Yeah, she's back. She needs to mute.
Yep.
Anyways, you get my point. So
We do.
protocols are important. And
Yep.
there's governing bodies that actually check on that. So it would be interesting to see what their track record is for that.
Yep. 100% correct. So you cannot have these slips. So Jack 61, unless there are any comments or questions, if we can have a look at the next slide, you'll see what the issues are, right? And the issues, this is slide A18. You can see the deviation request form, right? And what you have to do when you have a deviation request form, you actually have to write why you want that deviation request form to take place. Now, Susan, do you actually see the writing in yellow?
Yes, Doc.
Are you able to read that out? This is what Culhane wrote as part of her deviation request.
Normally, the sample would be re-extracted, but in this case, there is no sample to re-extract. According to our current protocol, this sample would only be used for exclusionary purposes. However, in this case, the presence of my DNA in the manipulation control does not interfere with the interpretation of the profile from sample FL. Therefore, I propose a deviation from the protocol, allowing me to use sample FL for inclusionary purposes.
Right. Does anyone can immediately see the problem with her logic?
It's a massive
Yes.
problem.
What's
God
the problem, Jack?
damn it.
What's the
She's
problem?
well, I mean, to me, I'm not thinking from your mindset, but to me, it completely. Well, there's two problems actually. It completely eliminates the contamination event. That's
Yes.
wiped off the record. And number two, it's a complete change of their normal protocol. She's
Correct.
proposing a complete change to the normal protocol. That's what I see. I'm sure you're going to add to that.
Correct. But
Well, for me, if I may, if
yes,
she wanted to continue with the exclusionary purposes, I would see
there would
her
be no
logic.
issue. There would have been
Yeah.
no issue.
But as Jack said, and as everybody see this in black and white, highlighted, that she wanted to completely change it. She wanted to do the opposite. And where is the logic there? We don't know.
Correct. But she made a faux pas. She goes, just because my DNA is in the manipulation control, it does not interfere with the interpretation of the profile of sample FL. Yes, it does. It does, because you've got a contamination event, which means you can't make any comment on your test. So she's basically saying, look, I know I screwed up. Can we just forget about that I screwed up the control? Let's just pretend it didn't happen. But to make matters worse, she's there. I don't worry about the protocol. I want to use it for inclusionary purposes, not exclusionary purposes. So there are multiple things wrong with her request. Would you guys agree? And in chat, would you guys agree?
It's a huge amount of problems. Again, this is kind of going back to what Nerley was talking about, their process and control. I can tell you from my industry, OSHA could drop by at any time, and they did, and they would inspect your plant, and there are certain protocols we had to follow. If you didn't, you got wrote up, and typically, unless it was an egregious problem, they gave you X amount of time for the company to fix the problem. If they came back after, their 20 days or whatever, and you hadn't corrected the problem, there's going to be an issue. I mean, they could literally, depending on how bad the problem is, they can tell everybody to leave the property and lock the doors.
Yep.
Shut you down entirely.
And
Yes.
guess what?
So, go ahead. Nobody's having sound issues.
Oh, no.
Yeah, I'm not sure what. She's got some kind of sound issues with StreamYard or something. She'll come back, I'm sure.
No worries. No worries. Do we have any other comments?
There's Neverly.
Yeah. And guess what? There's can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, you're back.
Oh my God.
I'm looking at the signature on this, and where it says DNA technical leader, that's written by somebody else.
Yes. Yes.
That's
So
a little strange.
yes. So what
That was
Cherie
added in.
Yes. So what Cherie Colhane did is Neverly back?
Yes.
Neverly, you back?
Yes.
Continue.
And guess what? There's one surgery center with 14 operating rooms, and Medicare came in and they closed them completely. Why?
Oh, no.
Because temperature and humidity was off. Doctors were complaining it's too hot or too cold, whatever it was, and they fixed it to make the doctors comfortable. And they closed a surgery center of 14 operating rooms. It was a huge deal.
That's a
Absolutely.
multi-million-dollar.
Think about this. And it's just temperature and humidity. They were doing everything else right. Right? So think
Yes.
about this. Sterilization of instruments. There's all these measures that you have to do in order to ensure that the sterilizer is doing a proper job, right?
Yes.
Of sterilizing
Yes.
instruments that are going to
Yes.
go into the body of a patient, right? So
Yes.
all these, there's a biological indicator that every morning they have to do that. And if it's a Negative, great. If it's a positive, it's a huge issue. You stop everything. Imagine you're cooking, you're sterilizing instruments, but your biological indicator said that you should have stopped, and you continued using those instruments thinking that they're sterile, and you
Yes,
put it in a patient. What do you think would happen?
massive. You can kill the person with an infection.
Exactly. So this is what we're talking about. There's protocols for a reason. You can't say, well, we needed it, common sense, it was an important case, whatever.
But the guilters have accepted it.
Yeah.
The
Because
I've argued with guilters, and they say they see no problem, none.
Hey, Jack, could you bring that, zoom in on that form once again,
Yes.
please?
It's the
If you
same
look,
thing when it comes. Sorry, Susan,
if
on
you
you
look
go.
right, if you look right above her signature, what does that say?
You
Action
talk about
by Manual Review Committee.
Yes.
Circle 1. Approved, denied. They're not
Yeah.
circled. There's
No.
no committee.
No.
It's one
No.
person from Milwaukee.
What
That's right.
what Colhane did, in my opinion, speculation, she went to her friend, De Groot, and said, look, just sign this. We'll just put it through. But
Another technical, another analyst just like her, right?
someone like her. It's someone like her.
Yeah.
We'll just quickly put this through because this is my job. I effed up. If this doesn't get submitted, the case is gone. Just sign it. I've got your back. We'll just say that Marie Beth Veriali didn't see it or whatever. She just approved it casually. We'll just let it go through, right? So, Jack 61, if you can focus on the right-hand side, I've summarized what Colhane did wrong, right? And this is something that Cam never went through. So it's the part that's in blue, right? So here are the issues that Cam didn't go through, right? For example, Colhane had to re-extract the sample. That's normal procedure. The problem is she consumed all the DNA from item FL. It was a one-off experiment. She couldn't redo it. Her protocol says, hey, look, if you contaminate the control, you could only use a deviation for exclusionary purposes, right? So if that DNA in item FL was Joe Blogs, that's fine. You've excluded it. However, she wanted to use it for inclusionary purposes and say, that's Teresa Hallbach's DNA in item FL. You cannot do it. The other problem is
No, because you've had the contamination event, and this is the whole thing that gets ignored.
you've had the contamination event.
Can
First
I
of all,
point out one thing right here, Doc? Because
of
I'm
course,
confused about it.
of course,
According to our current protocol, the sample would be only used for exclusionary purposes. That is their protocol. They don't have to file a deviation for that. That's
No.
protocol. You can use it to exclude.
yes. But what Colhane is trying to do here is to actually bypass multiple things.
That's true.
I.e., I don't have any more DNA to test. I now want to deviate from normal protocol and bypass
By filing
a
a
deviation
deviation
request.
Not that
And
she would have had to file one if she was trying to exclude somebody.
Well, you would have to document how you came to this conclusion. And that is, you need to document, hey, look, I've used up all my DNA sample. I've contaminated the control. I want to use this for inclusionary purposes. There are
That's what
multiple
the deviation
issues.
for. Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
So there are multiple issues. And that is, there is no safety net to re-extract. anyone looking at this would say, I'm sorry, I cannot approve your deviation request form due to all the issues I've just listed. No
And it's
one.
not even fully filled out.
That's
All
correct.
it's got is Gretchen's signature,
Correct.
nothing
So-
else.
Correct. So the supervisor, whose head is on the chopping block, never signed it, right? And you know that this is serious because it's the very first time she's ever used a deviation request form. The
It
proper
looks to me
response-
like it should have gone in front of a committee.
that is
Like it
correct.
says on the form. Like
Right.
there's a protocol for that too. Yeah.
That is correct, which means, hey, this is a murder trial. It's murder trial, which means, hey, you want to submit this in a court of law? Here are the reasons. There's no way that Marie Beth Veriali looking at this can say, yeah, I give permission. Because once you open that door, anybody can say, hey, I could be sloppy. I can contaminate wherever I want. I'll just do a deviation request form. Now, you might say, oh, come on. But wait a minute, you've just set precedence by allowing item FL to come in, which means that any lab technician doing a rape detection kit can argue the same thing, correct or not? Correct or not? If
Can you repeat the question?
If you bypass this control, this safety net, and you contaminate a rape detection kit,
That's right.
you can say, hey, look, I contaminated the control. I can't do the test again because I've used up all the DNA
Sample.
kit,
Yeah.
the sample in the kit. We'll just say this guy was the rapist. Shall we let this in?
It opens the door. It opens the floodgate. That's why I said if you're not going to follow the protocol for contamination, just throw the book out and quit doing it.
Yep, you've opened up the floodgates. You're correct. You're correct.
And in my analogy with sterilization of the instruments, so what would happen if you figured out that the instruments were not properly sterilized?
Oh, yeah.
You don't use that kit, that set.
Correct.
You either look for another one that's legitimately and properly been sterilized, or you closed up the patient and you say, I'm so sorry, this is what happened. We didn't
Yes.
want to cause any more trouble for you
Correct.
and the lawsuit for me, the doctor, right? And the
Yeah.
surgery center. We'll do it another day.
In her book, in her own protocol, it says you discard all solutions, clean your bench, and redo it
Do
again.
it exactly.
Throw out all solutions and redo it again. That's in her book. But she knew, oh my God, she just stuffed up the most important piece of forensic evidence in the entire trial. And that's it. She had to get it submitted.
And she had to call Kratz and gone.
Very likely, yes, correct.
Again, Susan, I want a copy of that phone call. Hopefully it's a video
Yeah.
call.
Or emails.
Correct. And, the issue with Cherie Culhane, and we've discussed it, is that she's had a 20-year history with Steven, ranging from 1985 to his exoneration to his incarceration again. That's a massive conflict of interest right there.
And she volunteered to be
She
in this
volunteered.
case.
Correct. All right. So you can see, guys, if you're going to present this in CAM, present it in a balanced fashion and say, look, these are the pros, these are the cons, this is the consequence. Has she now set legal precedents whereby you can stuff up controls and allow samples to go through and present them in court? Because remember, what is presented in court is the truth.
The truth.
So now look at the issue that Zona has and Stephen and Brendan have. According to the state, that bullet struck Teresa Horbach and has put her DNA on the bullet. Done. You can't reverse that.
That's right.
And another thing is, in this situation, we'll call Hain, right? And this huge thing happened. Oh my gosh, I used it all up and I cannot re-extract and whatnot. Then aftermath would look like this. Okay, we have an issue. Next time something like this happens, could we change and accommodate, amend our protocol so we can, next time we're in this situation, we know what to do legitly. And then you rewrite the protocol. But that's usually like in a 6 months or so, because they have to go through the committee and they all have to agree and they need to have supporting documents that that's possible to do something like that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but she actually had the correct protocols in her book already. And that is, when you prepare a sample of DNA, you quantitate it. In other words, you know what the concentration is. Therefore, you never do a one-off experiment ever. Never do that.
Yeah, I was talking more like in general terms.
Yes.
That you know, that actually like laws and rules and regulations, a lot of them come after the fact, after something happened. Because
Correct.
there's a review then, and important people, and I'm talking about like the head of the lab, maybe the FBI or whomever. They come together and they see, can we amend this and why? Yes, and why no? And they create a new rule. And you can, in other words, a lab tech cannot do that on their own or ask a coworker.
No,
like it's a linear authorization. No, you have to go above. And Susan, that was a great catch, because it says there's a freaking committee.
A committee, correct. Very, very good point. All right, guys. Well, Jack 61, shall we do the next slide, please? Now, if you thought things were pretty crazy on Cam, then the next one I've got no words for. In fact, who would like to discuss this slide? It's done my head in. Who would like to go through this one?
Yeah, the magic bullet.
This is the second magic bullet. The first one occurred in Dallas, and now we've got another magic bullet in Wisconsin. Who would like to go through this one? Susan, anybody? Who would like to go through this one?
I'll just say this might be the most ridiculous thing that Cam showed.
Would you like to expand on that, Susan?
Well, it's amazing how it goes right through her head, isn't it?
Yes.
And they take Brendan's illustration as fact or possible, was it Fassbender that speculated on this?
Fassbender. Yeah, this was Fassbender.
Look at how look at that. Right where FL landed.
Mm-hmm.
It's just amazing. And once again, they're putting out the fallacy that FL went to the head.
Correct. And on the Cam, sorry.
Is that Burr? Is that Burr on the left? It is, isn't it?
Is it? Oh, Bear?
Yeah.
Yes, it is. That's Bear.
Occam's magic bullet nearly went through Occam's magic burr.
Correct. That's fair. But I would love to get some feedback from people in chat. What did you guys actually think of Fassbender and his speculation that Stephen Avery was able to shoot Teresa Horbach on the ground and not hit any bone, make sure that there was no blood, tissue, skin, hair, bone shards, and somehow get embedded with wood, red paint, wax, and cotton fibers, and land underneath the compressor?
The thing, Doc, you got an entry and exit inside the brain, through the brain, an entry or hitting the other part of the skull, an entry. Of course, I think the bailing is incorrect, and an exit Because isn't the beveling on both pieces on the going towards the
I think
inside?
I never found external beveling at all. Correct.
And so this 22, which first he would have to be laying on the ground to make the shot.
Yes.
Which I don't know why one would do that. When I first saw this, I didn't know whether to laugh or cry because it's so bad. It's so bad. I mean, and
I think
I just-
Travis is right. He says that's not Bear. He's not menacing or barking. That's a
True.
cadaver dog, uninterested in the garage.
but this animation that they put up in this travel,
Where is
I just
their
can't
tarp?
believe they did it.
Bulletproof tarp.
Bulletproof tarp.
Yeah.
Correct. But you see, there are so many fundamental issues with that I can't believe that a seasoned detective, a seasoned investigator would even
can't either.
contemplate. This is beyond
God.
science fiction and it's beyond fantasy. It is pure
Unbelievable.
garbage. If you walked into a court of law and you said, Your Honor, I have a hypothesis of how Ida FL ended up under the green compressor. How long would it be before the judge calls the guys to come and take you away in the white straitjackets? 5 minutes? You'll be in the back of a van in a straitjacket. Yet Cam allowed this to be shown on episode 7. Does anybody see any issues?
I see a ton of issues, and I know other people do too. And I'll just point out a couple here, and I'll let other people talk. But number one would be if there was, let's just say, an entry and an exit. Would there be blood, like everywhere?
Yeah, correct. 100% correct.
And number two, does a 22 long have the power behind it
No, it doesn't.
to go through? That's what I'm saying. That's I guess that should be number one. And even starting back before that, why would Steven lay on the ground to shoot someone that's laying there?
No. The answer is no. And of course, you know that Ida FL has got no bone shards, so never never hit bone. So they never really talked about Dr. Palanek. In fact, did they mention Dr. Palanek at all? I don't think they did.
I don't think so. Uh-uh.
No, I don't think so.
Yeah.
I'd also like to point out Teresa's about 14 inches long there.
Yeah. And that's her RAV4. That's her RAV4 in the garage. Right?
Yep.
So no spray of blood on the back of the RAV4, no spray of blood, no micro spray on any item in that garage at all. So this is acceptable for Cam to prove that Steven shot Teresa and the bullet lodged underneath the green compressor. Oh, yeah? Jack, can you just move this picture to the right a bit? Have a look at item FL. Have a look at item FL. Does that bullet look like it went through a skull, a body, and end up with wood, embedded wood, red paint, wax, and cotton fibers? The wax I can explain, because
Sure.
when you do bullet examination, you embed the bullet in wax, ballistic wax.
It just grazed her forehead, Doc.
He just
Bad
grazed.
shot.
Right,
Yeah, he's standing right next to her, but
right.
it
But
just
then,
grazed her.
how does the bullet lodge full velocity into wood, so it gets wooden shards in it,
And then
Well,
end
no-
up under the compressor.
and then end up
You know-
under the compressor?
Yeah, they don't really talk about the skull fragments per se while he's talking about this animation here.
No.
And and remind me, wasn't there some conversation? Actually, I know there was about the size of this beveling, these holes that were in the skull, in comparison to a 22. what size hole would it make is what I'm saying.
Well,
But
they never,
you know,
never checked the
Not
gauge.
very big.
They
oh,
never
okay,
checked the gauge because
gotcha.
there was not one bevel that was fully intact. They only
Gotcha.
found part of a bevel. They never proved that itomophil was linked to the cranial bone fragments. They never proved it. You see,
They just implied it. They just implied the hell out of it.
they implied it, and Kratz
Travis
was
has a
very
good
clever.
comment.
Yeah, Kratz was very clever. He never said itomophil struck Teresa Horbuck in the
No.
skull, right?
No.
Yeah,
Yes, we have some comments.
that's what Travis said. The fundamental
Right.
issue with that diagram is that it's undermining Kratz.
Correct.
I never said she was shot in the head.
Correct.
He
Correct.
backed away from that.
Right, but
Yeah.
my argument, guys, is why would Cam show this and try to convince people of how itomophil ended up underneath the green compressor? Because as Jack 61 said,
Unbelievable.
yeah, as Jack 61 said, have you seen those infantrymen that lie on the ground with their guns?
Yeah,
When-
absolutely.
Stephen Avery had to be lying on his belly to have even done that shot, right? And there was no nicks found anywhere. There was no nicks found anywhere on the ground to indicate a bullet strike. None.
Yeah, it's pretty unbelievable. I was actually quite shocked that they put this little animation in there and
They
had
want to
Fassbender
be
talk about
taken
it.
seriously. Oh my God.
I can't. I just can't do it. And again, I've shot a lot of 22 bullets at various things when we were younger, and it doesn't really take too much to destroy a 22. I can tell you that for a fact. It just mangles them.
Correct. 100% correct. But this is the type of nonsense that they put in a documentary that's meant to be taken seriously. So, Jack 61, if we have a look at the next slide, unless there are any more comments on that particular animation, this is the reality, guys. This is the reality of how Stephen Avery's garage actually looked like. We know this because two detectives with a video camera filmed it on November the 6th. Now, Jack 61, you're going to make a comment where Stephen Avery had to be to take that shot? You can see the green compressor in the background.
What's
And
in front of the compressor there? Something.
Yeah, what's in front of the green compressor?
Yeah.
A toolkit.
That's right.
A toolkit. Now, how does a bullet go through that toolkit to lodge underneath the green compressor?
It had to do it like some kind of skip flip and immediately go down. I don't know. I just don't know.
The answer is no. And Travis, they had no ballistic expert talk about ballistics or firearms. They just had Fassbender present his theory.
Even in the animations that they used in Cam, the green vehicle, I'm not too sure what it is.
It's meant to be the RAV4.
No,
mean
the light green.
On the left-hand side?
No, the right-hand side. The light green.
That's a lawnmower.
Oh, that's
the lawnmower.
Yeah.
That's the John Deere lawnmower.
Yeah, like the lawnmower had moved about 4 or 5 feet to the left.
Oh yes, you're right.
And I down to indicate like some pool of
blood.
Yeah, like blood or fluid. So I mean, that's what I didn't get even on the documentary itself, like that. When they showed the next animation, like kind of superimposed on that vehicle had moved, which I didn't understand at all. It's like kind of odd what they were kind of trying to prove.
Correct, but also look how clean the animation is compared to the reality of the garage.
Now, I do
Yeah,
have to
that's right.
say it's possible that toolbox wasn't there on the 31st.
That's true.
Possible.
You know,
That's
but
true.
still, this is just idiotic.
Well, there was a lot. There was a lot of shit in that garage, and this is another point of contention during the pretrial when they were talking about using these animations that Steve Austin from the Troopers put together for the state, and the number of items that were they noticed it. Dean and Jerry did notice it. That garage was a damn mess. It had crap in it everywhere.
Yep. And just to answer Double D's question, there's no report that I've seen of a dog hit in the garage.
Just
There's
at the
no
door.
I've seen-
Interest at the door, not a
yes,
hit.
interest.
Yeah,
Not an
yeah.
alert.
Not no
Leaf
alert.
went along the garage door, and that's about it.
Correct.
There was no intent to open the garage at all, like to let Loof in and see if there was any sense of Teresa further in the door.
Very weird. Very
No.
weird.
Very weird indeed.
No, correct. And it's interesting. I think I saw the podcast that Jeff did with Eric Cozy many, many years ago. And he said Jeff could not understand why they didn't open up the RAV, because the dog would have actually pointed its nose exactly where the source was. The scent source would have just pointed their nose direct. Here, it's here, it's here, it's here. They never did that. They never let the dog, Brutus, into the RAV4. They never did.
No.
And nor the garage.
Now, I was talking to someone about these extra entries, and it's unclear to me, like, Starfaust saying that Loof showed interest in that door. Would they have required another warrant to go in? And I suspect they would have. I don't know that, but I suspect they would.
Had the warrant. But they already had the warrant. This was November the
7th.
Correct.
Yeah. I don't know if they would need a specific warrant to let Loof in to search. I don't know that. I'm not legal. Maybe Travis can roll that Marlboro around and give us an answer. I just don't know. I suspect it might have required a separate warrant to let him in there to do his thing, but I don't know that.
Is that in the trailer, like Jack?
Yeah.
Or
Trailer.
right.
Well, I mean, they could have written it, I guess, for both trailer and garage because it's entry into your property inside.
If you've got a search warrant, I imagine you can search however you want.
If Brutus has already gone in there on the 5th, and the like Lenk and Remica and like what have you have been in there and like taking blood samples, like surely they would, they had the.
Yeah, I just don't.
Silent there.
I just don't know.
Typically, when you have a search warrant, it's for something specific, and you can only inspect or investigate or take what is specifically on that warrant.
Unless it's like an all-encompassing, we're going to search the entire.
Entire premises, every nook and cranny, and we can take anything that we think is of evidentiary value. But typically, well, I shouldn't say typically, but that's not usually a very common warrant unless there's some pretty significant probable cause for, finding a lot of evidence. Usually it's I should say I know, but typically in most cases, it's usually very specific. And 7 or 8 times warrants, that's very unusual.
Very unusual.
Yes.
But I thought we'd talk about the dogs, like.
We are.
Like Brutus was allowed in the trailer on the 5th. But yet there's certain points where Loof isn't allowed to go.
Well, Loof
7th and the 8th.
Loof went straight past the garage.
Yeah.
Went straight past the garage. In fact, Loof was near the propane tank, and he was unchained. Then they heard bear bark, and Julie Kramer called over Brutus and chained him up, and Brutus would have gone straight past the burn pit and straight to the under burn barrels. He walked straight past the burn pit and the bone in the grass. So if there was a strong scent source, and remember, Teresa Horbach was allegedly shot in the head at least twice, and total 10, Brutus went straight past the garage.
But Doc, it's also very possible that Sarah took Loof around the garage in front of it and over to Yonda's, where he didn't go right by the pit. That's possible.
You're confusing dogs there.
That is indeed possible, but there's one issue. Any scent source was well within the range of his nose.
Absolutely.
No matter where. Because
it was there.
Yeah, because if the scent source was there, Loof and also Brutus should have alerted, because as Jeff pointed out, these dogs have got an incredible sense of smell from a long distance away. But there was no alert. And they had a cadaver dog go around Steven's trailer and also the van, which meant that the cadaver dog went past the garage. The cadaver dog did not alert. This is an independent cadaver dog. So now you've got a problem. Where the hell is the scent source? Where the hell is the scent source?
Sorry, Doc. Travis is asking, so which one are we talking about? What I was speaking about, because this came up after, we saw Convicting a Murderer, and Sarah Faust says that Loof showed an interest in Steven's trailer and the garage. And the question was asked, I'm like, well, why didn't they go in? And then the conversation led to, well, maybe it would have needed another warrant to make another entry into the house and garage.
I'll tell you what, if there was an alert anywhere near the garage, how long do you reckon it would have taken them to get another warrant?
About 3
an
seconds.
hour or less.
3 seconds. 3 seconds.
It wouldn't have taken long.
No.
I wouldn't have thought a warrant would have mattered in that instance.
Nah.
Nah.
That would have kicked open the door. The door. There would have been no problems. Remember, they're looking for Teresa Horbach. They're not going to care about a little micro dispute. If they had to, what did we do with the search warrant at Cuss Road? He wrote it all up and then didn't serve it. Why? Because the landowners gave him permission. But it was too late because they were already there. That's correct. So it's
but don't forget we've got Brutus going into the trailer at 5:30 on like November the 5th.
The 5th.
Yeah.
Did you have a warrant for that? Like it was like either 4:30 or 5:30.
They had a search warrant for the trailer.
Right. Okay.
That's what I'm saying. That's why I'm saying there's some ambiguity there for me. But go ahead, Doc. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I was going to say, Remica went in the garage. They went in the garage. They had to force the door open, but they were in that garage.
They searched the garage.
Yes, in the MPSO report, they wrote it. On the 5th.
There's the video on the 6th where they come out to the back of the garage. Yeah.
Yes, they actually went in the garage and they came back out, and that's where you see Bear. He just couldn't give a damn. So here's my question. Do you believe that Stephen Avery, and this is people in chat too, do you believe that Stephen Avery was able to clean up every micro droplet of blood after shooting Teresa Horbach twice in the skull and 8 times in her body?
No way. No way.
Can we go around the table? I can't see anybody. I want people's reactions, and also in chat. Jackson,
ask the question again, Doc.
The question is, do you believe that after shooting Teresa Horbach twice in the skull, 8 times in her body, that he was able to clean every micro droplet of blood in that garage? Yes or no?
Considering all the shit in that garage, Doc, and all the crap, I just don't believe it's possible. I think there would have been blood on something.
Yep. Okay. Just Rhonda, what about yourself?
I think, forensically speaking, that would be impossible.
Okay. Okay. Susan, what about
Agree. Agree.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Alice?
Yeah, agree.
Okay. I don't recall.
Same here. I agree.
Okay. NDB, Occam's razor.
Well, according to Occam's garage, then he could clean it all up and then drop his own blood in the garage, so
Yes.
you could say that he'd been in there.
Yep. So the state is saying that he used bleach, he used paint thinner, and he used gasoline to clean the garage floor. But there's one problem. There's not actually several problems. They found Steven's blood on the ground, so they couldn't have done a very good cleaning job, right? They obviously, according to the state, left item FL on the ground. But there's one other problem. They used the wrong bleach. They used the wrong type of bleach. To get rid of heme in hemoglobin, you need oxy bleach, not the bleach that they had.
They're chlorine bleach, right? They needed oxygenated bleach.
Oxygenated bleach would have done it. So you can dilute the blood, but you're still going to find the heme with luminol. So they used the wrong bleach, which meant that they just destroyed and debunked their own theory about that Steven had used all those cleaning chemicals to get rid of the blood. Now, I checked. Neither paint thinner nor gasoline is going to remove the heme in the blood, which means you spray with luminol, you detect it, right? And what cross-reacts with luminol? Bleach. and
Exactly.
And metallic parts and motor oils. And what is in the ground in Steven's garage? All of that.
Transmission fluid, probably.
Transmission fluid, correct. And Paul Brendan saw on the ground transmission fluid that's red in color, red, brown in color. Fassbender convinced him that instead of being transmission fluid, he convinced him
blood.
It was
Blood. Yeah.
Blood. Right? So you now go from, I just helped my uncle clean the garage floor, to now blood. But furthermore, Brendan Dassey never fainted because he faints at the sight of blood. And you know, the thing that you can smell, if there's blood on the ground, you can smell it.
Iron.
Because iron in the blood, correct?
Absolutely.
Right? No one smelled a thing. So you've got this bizarre situation whereby they're trying to find this blood. They can't find any. Susan.
Yeah, I was just remembering Fassbender also speculating in Cam that, if they were going to plant evidence, why would they hide it under the compressor? They want it to be found. Well, when they went in March, they went through everything in that garage. They pulled everything out. So there was no worry that it wouldn't be found. The same with, he said the same with the key. Correct. Why would Manitowoc find it? Why would they put it there and find it themselves? Well, Kacharski was sitting right in front of it. He was supposed to find it, I think.
He sure was. I do too. I believe that. I believe he was supposed to say, hey, what the hell is that?
Yeah.
Which
so they use these silly speculations. I don't know.
Which is exactly what Sergeant Jason Jost did with the bone fragment. Who did he call? Sipple. Sipple comes on down. Oh my God, we found the bone fragment. Right? The same with the key. Stachowski, you were directly in front of the key. Did you see the key? No.
And
Right.
they even put Kacharsky found it on a
That's
report,
correct.
right?
That's right.
That is correct. They changed the person who found the bullet. So quite clearly, with that garage,
You mean the key?
the key. But I'm just saying, in this case, with the garage, you've got a bizarre situation where they're going. They meant to have shot Teresa Hallbart at least 10 times, twice in the skull. We can't find any forensic evidence. They're using luminol to detect the hemoglobin. And I think in one case, Erdl said, oh, yeah, we got a phenolphthalein test. It came up positive. But they found Stephen Avery's blood and DNA, not Teresa's. So now they're now saying, we can't find any trace of Teresa in his trailer. Brendan Dassey got fundamental things wrong of the room and everything else. We go to the garage. We cannot find any of Teresa's blood or DNA except the bullet. So the bullet bypass, it's like the control. Can you see it? It fixed everything up.
That's right.
We can't detect her in the trailer. We can't detect her in the garage. Oh, but thank God Cherie Cohane found DNA on the bullet. Everything is forgiven. So now your brain is going, uh-oh. If that's a bullet containing her blood, her DNA in the garage, then what Brendan said is correct. Even though forensically it destroys every narrative the state put forward. Susan.
The type of Clorox, or not Clorox, bleach that you said will destroy DNA.
Oxygenated.
Oxygenated. Will that also fluoresce with luminol?
It's a bleach. It would fluoresce, but the thing is that it's not going to. The oxy bleach destroys the heme, which means that if you do a phenolphthalein test to detect for the blood, it'll come up negative.
Right, but I'm just wondering if luminol reacts to it.
Luminol reacts to bleach, but I do not know. I've got a slide on the bleach. I do not know if oxy bleach would react with luminol. I reckon it would, because it's got similar but slightly different chemicals in the bleach. I reckon it will react with luminol. It cross reacts with it.
Doc, maybe I'm remembering this wrong. I'm sorry to interrupt, Susan, but we're talking about this bleach bottle again, and I thought of it earlier. But as I recall, that bleach bottle that they found was like dirty on the bottom. It looked kind of crappy, and they tested it, and it came up negative for blood.
Yes, correct. Yes, I did. The only bleach they had was the standard bleach that they use for laundry and things like that. It wasn't the oxy bleach, and it's really funny because I found this article on the internet and they said, if you want to commit the perfect crime, make sure you buy a bottle of this particular bleach. I thought, oh no! So if you use
that
the
was
oxy
their commercial.
I wish it was a commercial. No, it was an article, right?
Oh, okay.
I think it was by forensic scientists that said, if you're going to commit the perfect murder, this is what you need, this bleach, because not only does it destroy the DNA, because it denatures the DNA, it actually removes the heme, the iron that's in hemoglobin. You can't detect it. So hence you wash away, destroy the blood. The other bleach, it dilutes the blood, but it won't get rid of the heme in the hemoglobin, which means that when you test for the luminol, and if it comes up, you go, okay, I'll try a phenolphthalein test. It'll come up positive. You understand? So if you use the wrong bleach, the hemoglobin is still there. But if you use the oxy bleach, you destroy the blood. You clean the crime scene.
Right.
I have a question.
Yes, Neville.
Okay, so while they were taking every item from the garage, right?
Yes.
Did they also luminol or otherwise test the big items or in the vicinity where the possible blood spatter would land, that fine mist, or did they do just the floor?
Well, they would have sprayed luminol everywhere. They would have sprayed it because
Before they took things out or as they were taken out or so forth?
well, that's a very interesting question. Now, listen to this. When the two detectives came in, I should have had the video. When the two detectives came in, they said, "Oh, watch where I step because there are circles." Remember? There are circles on the ground, which meant that they had already luminoled the garage.
Yep.
Erdl came back in March and redid it again. But they had already luminoled the garage, would have been the night of the 5th. They already sprayed it. Why? Because you need the dark to see the fluorescence. So it has to be done at night time. On the ground, they've already put the circles. They had already luminol treated it. And Erdl luminol treated Steven's bedroom as well. The trailer. He went in there as well. Found nothing. So there's the point I'm trying to make is they found nothing that was blood that belonged to Teresa. And they didn't even believe it. So what they came back, and I've got the picture, they jackhammered the ground. They took concrete bits and pieces out and they tested it for blood.
Because of what Kayla said.
Yeah.
Can blood come up through cracks?
Done. Blood seeping up from the ground. And again, what did they find, guys?
Nothing.
Imagine all the
Done.
resources, man, all the money that they spent on all of this. And to
Yep.
present such a floppy, wishy-washy case.
And they tried
Correct.
to say that they didn't find it because of the bleach, but it
Oh
still
my
would have
God.
had, it still would have been there. Like you just explained,
The hemoglobin.
it would have been positive for blood.
If they used the oxy bleach, you wouldn't have found it. But
But Steven didn't have oxy bleach.
No,
he
he
had
didn't.
regular bleach.
The regular
No, he
bleach.
had Occam's bleach.
Yeah.
Yeah, Occam's bleach.
It
Actually,
doesn't react with luminol.
Yeah. there are actually pictures of the bleach bottle that they had. Correct. Jack 61.
And remember how there was, sorry. Remember how there was a bleach bottle in the fire pit? And nothing ever happened to it?
No.
Right? Same with the tools.
Correct.
Yeah, that they survived. Same with the rivet that survived, but burnt a human body down to nothing.
Correct. Jack 61, we're nearly approaching five hours. Can we just go through the next slide? So when you look,
question. Okay.
Yeah, let's go for it, guys.
Random Pieces said, question, once they found the raft, didn't the whole property become a crime scene? Do they still need a warrant?
Well, they had to. This is an interesting, and Travis can explain, where the RAV4 was found. The argument was it wasn't Stephen Avery's property, which meant that they weren't going against his rights or something like that, because they weren't going into his house. They weren't going into his property in his house per se or garage. The RAV4 was found on the business. So I think Travis probably knows what the legal arguments were, because they were arguing that in court. They were arguing that in actual court when the RAV4 was found, right? That Stephen Avery wasn't the co-owner of the property. It was Chuck and Earl, right? So I think there's a reason for it. So this, if we have a look at this slide here, right? This is how Judge Angie threw out item FL. It was brilliant. right? Now, Andy B, would you like to read what Buting said to Culhane? And would someone like to read Culhane's part? It's only a small one.
I can.
Yep, beautiful. Andy B. Andy B, you there? No, he's muted.
Um,
I'm here now. I was on the toilet.
Oh, no!
You swine.
Andy B, too much information there.
Well, I was in the little boy's room.
Would you like to read this out, or shall I get somebody else?
No, that's fine, Doc. I can read it.
So this is Buting to Culhane.
Question. Let's close with this. Other than that bullet, all your other tests, none of them put Teresa Halbach ever in his garage or his house or any of his vehicles, right?
Correct.
All right. So can you see the importance of vitamin Phil? So what did Judge Angie, I think this was Judge Angie, or was this Josh Cole? One of them. This is how they threw out item Phil. Jack 61, would you like to read this one out?
yeah, sure, Doc. I was making sure I was unmuted. Yep.
Yep, the hassles.
Avery has misunderstood why item FL was significant. Item FL was significant because it was both fired from the gun in Avery's bedroom and had Teresa Halbach's DNA on it, meaning the bullet touched some part of Miss Halbach's tissue at some point and therefore linked the gun to Miss Halbach's murder.
Done. That's it. What do you think about that, guys?
Wraps it all up with a neat little bow.
That's it. Boom. He's finished. And same with Brendan. So they don't care that there was no bone. They don't care that there was no blood. They do not care. They don't care what Palahniuk found. All they're saying is, well, we accept that DNA was present on that bullet, which meant that it had struck Teresa Halbach, fired from the gun. Steven is guilty. They murdered Teresa Halbach. That's how it went down. That's it in a nutshell. They basically dispelled item FL in one hit. And
That's
I
right.
believe Kathleen Zellner cannot reintroduce item FL again. Done.
Short of a new trial. If there's a new trial, then yes.
Yep, 100% correct. So Jack 61, unless there's no questions, that if we can have a look at the next slide, this is what got Brendan in huge trouble, right? And that is, think about this. That poor kid, and this is what they showed in camp, and they made a real big deal. That poor kid was wearing good quality pants. It wouldn't have been cheap. He went and helped his uncle, and they spilt chemicals, including bleach, on the ground. And you know how kids are. Everyone's young. You got some solutions on your hands. What do? You rub them on your clothes. Everyone's done it, right? Now, he knew, he knew that his mum was going to get angry because they're probably not cheap jeans. So what does he do? He washes them, right? Never wears them again. Fassbender and Wiegert asked Brendan whether they could retrieve those jeans. Now, did they find any of Teresa's DNA on those jeans?
No.
Or Brendan Dassey's shoes?
I was going to bring up the shoes, Doc. If they're going to look at the jeans with all this damn bleach, why not the shoes?
Yep, they did. They looked at the shoes.
And also, they asked Brendan for permission to go to the house to get him. They didn't ask Barb. Brendan didn't own the house. It was his mother's.
Correct. So they made a big deal in camp that, oh my God, Brendan Dassey, he did spill bleach and He went home and he cleaned his pants. Remember, they even had Fallon waving the things in front of him. You never wore these again? You washed them? Oh, that's the only item you washed? Yeah, so hence he made it as a nefarious event rather than a young kid stuffed up his good clothing and he thought, I better hide it from my mum because I'm going to cop it. No, he did it because he murdered Teresa Horbach and they cleaned the garage. Guys, do we have any comments? Any comments on those jeans?
T1 says if he
I
was
think-
losing weight, they might have been in the only pair of pants that fit him at the time.
True.
I think those jeans prove absolutely nothing.
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 Has
None
anyone
of
here,
TH's DNA.
I agree.
yeah,
Yeah.
has anyone here on the panel or in chat ever destroyed clothing by putting
Yes.
bleach on it?
Yes.
It's not
Yes.
even good circumstantial evidence. It's
Yes.
it's silly to me.
Correct. But you see, they had to link those jeans to the cleanup that occurred in the garage, right? And they convinced Brendan Dassey that motor oil now was Teresa's blood and that the rags that they used to clean up the garage floor were Teresa's clothes. And that's how the Fuentes, what's the actual total name for the rivet?
Daisy Fuentes.
Daisy Fuentes. That's how they found the rivets in the burn pit because they used her clothes to clean up the blood on the garage floor and threw them in the fire. That's the narrative, right? And the proof is because he's got bleach on his pants.
Veronica says she's got a question. If Brendan washed the jeans, would it be able to be safe to say Tish DNA wouldn't be on the jeans?
No,
Oh,
no, that's it. In the Luke Mitchell case, Alice will tell you, that scientists have worked out you can wash clothes 6 to 10 times, and if there's DNA on your clothes, it's still there. You can't remove it.
And
Yeah,
Doc,
well-
that's in Daniel's case, that's why we are so pissed off that they didn't go to Daniel's house and
Yes.
collect his underwear from
Correct.
the night before. And they
Correct.
said, well, he said they were in the wash, so it wouldn't have done any good. No, that's not true. From what
That's
you've
not true.
taught us, that's not true.
That is not true. It
Yeah.
Brendan said he got blood on his pants.
right. Yep. So her DNA should have lit up. Right?
Did they test them? I don't think so.
I think
Or
they
trace
did.
DNA? Did they?
I think they did. I have to
Probably.
go through the forensic evidence. But remember, Culhane was asked, did you find any of Brendan's DNA anywhere? She said no. She said no. So, if there was her blood, it would have still been on those pants. Her DNA would have still been on those pants. Use a blue light. Check them out. They found nothing on them. Now, if you're cleaning up pools of blood, you could tell it's been sprayed back on his pants and he's wiped his hands on his jeans. There would be evidence, surely, somewhere on his pants and his shoes. He's walking through blood. Right?
Didn't you say
Espe-
that
espe-
semen
espe-
that
Go ahead,
semen
Deborah.
can be can survive if they were washed?
Yes. Yes. People have
Watch
done
out for
the
the jacuzzi.
Watch out
Well,
for Thank you,
that's-
Natalie. Thank you, Natalie.
That's the excuse that they tried to make in the Luke Mitchell case, Neverly. They tried
Oh.
to say that the T-shirt that Jodi was wearing
Interesting.
was her sister's T-shirt, who stayed in a house, who stayed in a separate house, completely separate. But what they tried to say is that her boyfriend's semen got onto Jodi's T-shirt
Yep.
in the wash, air quotes, big air quotes. And that was the excuse that they gave for the semen being on Jodi's t-shirt. Now, that could maybe have been acceptable if they lived in the same friggin' house where their clothes were getting washed in the same friggin' place. You know what I mean? So, yeah, it's just ludicrous.
Correct. 100% correct. So, no, I don't think that tested the genes. I have to go back and check the forensic evidence. I'm not sure what type of tests that they did on those genes, but just think about it, right? This is the argument that I'm having at the moment. Brendan Dassey was right next to the burn pit, and they were incinerating Teresa Horbach, and these odorants are being dispersed. They're both at the burn pit. These odorants are going to land on them, on their clothing, in their hair, everywhere. He's trudging home in his house. He should be depositing these odorants everywhere. No dog goes inside and hits inside Bob Yunder's home or follows in that direction. The only hit were on the 2 Yunder burn barrels. Now, if Brendan is there, right next to the burn pit, with this massive whopping fire, with all these odorants, the dogs are going to go bananas. There was none of that. Why not just?
Sorry.
I was going to say, why not just dangle those genes in front of a scent dog? Test them out. The shoes, test them out. Yes. What question do we have?
T1 has a great point. He said no mention of condoms being used during the assault by Steven or Brendan. So those genes could have produced everyone's DNA on them.
Correct.
If he sexually assaulted her after Steven did, absolutely.
Correct.
Yeah.
Would have had hers and all 3 of them.
Correct.
And we know that Steven doesn't wear underwear, but Brendan does, right?
Yes.
Did they test Brendan's underwear?
No, I don't believe so. No, you're correct. That room would have been a massive source of forensic evidence, and that is the trouble. There isn't any. They can't find any, so they have to come up and be inventive and talk about protective covers on the bed, tarps, and Brendan said nope, there was nothing there. So quite clearly, Brendan's got no idea. The state's got no idea. And it's getting more bizarre as you look at the case. If, as I've always stated, if Steven did this, if it wasn't in the trailer, it wasn't in the garage, the forensic evidence tells you this. But because they're reliant on the narrative by Brendan, they're now locked in. Right? Do you see, guys? They're now locked into an impossible narrative, and it's got them stuck. So if you believe that Steven is guilty, it didn't happen, could not have happened in the way the state has presented it. Guys, would you agree or disagree? If you believe that Steven did this, it's not the way Brendan said it.
That's right.
Which means that that kid, is 100% innocent. Even if you believe that Steven is guilty, Brendan had no idea. He's got no idea.
Not a clue.
All right, guys, I reckon we got a couple of more slides because I definitely do want to finish it. So
did you want me to show you these clips, Doc?
What have you got?
Got 6 clips.
Oh no! I think we're going to kill our audience. But I just want to quickly. I only want to spend a few seconds on this one, right? So one of the issues with luminol spray is that it actually reacts. There's a problem. right? When you're using luminol spray, there are many things that can cause a false positive reaction. In other words, you think there's blood, but it's actually not due to blood at all, right? And it's a presumptive test. It's not a definitive one. So things like bleach, vegetables, certain types of vegetables, and metals such as copper, steel, black iron, all of them are going to give a fluorescence with luminol, which means that because it's a presumptive test, you've got to then use phenolphthalein that's also a presumptive test for hemoglobin, right? You really need to take a swab and then put it under the microscope or prepare genomic DNA to confirm that you've got blood there. So luminol is not foolproof. The problem is, have a look what it cross reacts with. Bleach, materials that are found from a car engine, copper, steel, black iron. A garage is a nightmare for luminol, right? And they didn't find any of Teresa's blood in the garage. So where do we go from here, guys? Where do we go from here? So if they use bleach, here's the problem. If they use bleach, you can, or paint or gas thinner, paint thinner and gasoline, it dilutes out the blood, dilutes it, but it won't remove the heme, right? It won't remove the heme. However, if Stephen had used oxy bleach, it destroys the heme, right? The heme will remain. I think I got that right. The oxy bleach is the one that will remove the heme and destroy everything. They didn't use the right type of bleach, right? So even if it dilutes the blood is still there. The heme is still present. And the only bottle they found is the normal bleach, not the oxy bleach. So where do we go from here, guys?
Good question, Doc. Really good question.
Where do we go?
To the next slide.
Do the next slide. Let's go. Let's do the next slide. So we can quickly do this because we've already covered it. So they went back and have a look where they busted up the concrete. They jackhammered the concrete. They sampled the concrete, and did they detect any of Teresa Horbach's DNA or blood?
Nope. None.
So despite using the spray, luminol, nothing. Despite concreting and jackhammering the garage floor, testing it, nothing. What conclusion can you come up with? What's the logical conclusion?
She wasn't shot on that garage floor.
Occam's garage.
She
Wasn't
could
there.
not. Occam's garage. She could not. Teresa Horbach could not have been in that garage. Could not have been. And the evidence suggests that there is dismemberment. There is dismemberment. Where is the blood? Where is the blood?
If she was dismembered in that garage, there would have been blood. I mean, I think
Correct.
there would. A lot of it.
Correct.
A nightmare.
And as a scent source, it would have been huge for a cadaver dog. Huge.
Yes.
And maybe even a live scent dog, because there would have been skin cells, odorants everywhere. Never picked up. Never picked up. All right.
At least 2 or 3 minutes worth. If she was alive in that garage before being shot in the head, there's at least a couple of minutes worth of live skin cells in there.
Correct. Because every moment you're alive, you're shedding thousands of cells, thousands of them, right? And I'm not sure what Brendan said, whether Teresa Hallbach was clothed or not clothed. But if she wasn't clothed, could you imagine the amount of odorants coming off? The amount of skin cells coming off? Be
Exactly,
huge.
yeah.
Huge. You're putting a human being on the ground. You're making contact with the ground. Nothing. How can that be? With the sensitivity of the nose of a dog. That's why we have to ask Jeff, right? Is this scenario possible, or is it just ridiculous? Right? Correct. Well, I've only got a couple of more slides, guys. The next one, we really
I have a
don't.
question.
Yeah.
Okay, real quick one.
I'm afraid you're going to say that.
In that horrible mess in the garage, that picture, how would they see? I mean, unless they were expecting pools of blood, how in the world would they see blood in there? I mean, what's the purpose? How would they test
took
it?
chunks out to test them.
They
What?
took chunks. Yes, they actually took concrete pieces out.
Okay.
Large concrete pieces.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, and nothing. They found nothing. So, if you're shedding a lot of blood, it's going to seep into the concrete. You're not going to be able to hide it. It'll be there. Plus, remember, they used the wrong type of bleach, which meant that the blood still would have remained behind, right?
Plus, it's not going to seep back out.
And no, it's not going to seep back out. Correct.
No, only in a nightmare.
Correct.
Yeah.
And
It looks like the direction of the bullet to me that they're thinking of.
I think that's what they were trying to do.
Yeah.
I saw
Correct.
that.
And
Correct.
isn't this fella, wasn't he, isn't this the guard at Treblinka that they did a few years later? Yeah, what was that guy's name? I'm sure I watched the documentary on Netflix.
Well, this guy here is none other than, who is it, guys?
The Holy
Jason
Joe.
Jones.
The Holy Ghost.
Sergeant
Joe.
Jason Jost. And it was very interesting that they mentioned him. And really, guys, there's no need to talk about Sergeant Jason Jost, because we have spent hours talking about him and where he was. But if you look at the next picture, these are the cranial bone fragments that allegedly Sturdivant was able to see some of them from where he was. Now, would anyone like to make a comment about that, please?
He must have studied forensic anthropology.
Yes. And what else? He must have had very good eyesight.
Well, if he was 8 feet away and saw these mixed in with, allegedly mixed in with all this other stuff, that's
Wires.
Ash and
the wires.
That's the best.
and-
Yeah, that's the best
Wires.
comment I've ever heard, Susan. You must have studied forensic anthropology to be able to discern that is a person.
Correct. Correct.
No doubt.
But what do you notice about those fragments? What do you notice about them?
they're
I
black.
see they're light and dark. I see some black ones. I see some more bleached ones as well.
Yep.
I
yep.
see they're pretty much the same size.
Yeah. So basically, whatever happened to her skull, it got shattered.
Shattered, yeah.
Shattered. And I never realized this until I read Eisenberg's report. You know what percentage of the skull they recovered?
30%.
30% or something?
30 to 35% of Teresa Hallbach's skull. They don't know where the rest of her skull is, right? So part of her head is missing. And now, isn't that very interesting? Because the same thing happened to Christine Rudy, right? Unbelievable. So
Yeah. And how convenient that they find just the ones with the opaque areas that they could see under the fluoroscope.
correct. So these cremains here, they're shattered, and the skull is pretty strong. These fragments are all small, tiny, they're black, they're burnt, right? But the amazing thing is, if you look at the picture that Kratz put in his book with the tire wire, the fragments in the tire wire are white, pure white. So how can you have one combustion event and totally different shades of burning of the same person? How can you do it?
Right. Another question I have is, and this is more of a speculatory kind of thing, but thinking about 30 to 35% found allegedly in the burn pit, and what was found elsewhere. Let's say the quarry, Manitowoc County gravel pit. Apparently, none of the rest of this was found in these other.
No.
And that's really surprising, because I would expect at least some portion of this other 60, 65, 70%, whatever, to be found in these other areas if that's indeed the same person.
Correct. Remember, 60% of the skeletal remains have not been found.
Right.
And only part of her spine has been found. And where's your spinal column? In your
torso.
Torso.
That's it. You got it. Yep, you got it. Her torso, a large part of her torso is gone.
Yeah, which in itself is interesting.
Yes. Now, listen to this. I still can't work it out. Now, when Robert Durst cut to pieces his next door neighbor, right? He put all the body parts, in plastic bags and threw them in the river, right? Now, if the intention was to cremate Teresa Horbach, exactly why would they dismember her and walk 10 paces out of the garage and put her straight in the burn pit?
Right.
Anyone got an answer to that one?
No. I don't. No way.
And Brendan said they put her on the creeper. How exactly are they going to put body parts on a creeper, roll it on gravel, and then put her in the burn pit hole in one piece? How does that work?
Nope. No way. If she was dismembered in that garage, there would have been blood everywhere.
Yeah, correct. It honestly makes no sense. But trust me, guys, in the next episode, in episode number 8, we're going to go back and look at all the cremains and stuff like that. It's going to be huge. And really, guys, my last slide.
That's what she said.
What's that? Was that?
That's what she said.
About what? What did I say?
My last slide.
It's gonna
be huge.
Huge. Okay, now I want all the ladies to settle down before I put this next slide up. Settle down now.
Oh God, I'm scared.
Oh.
I'm scared as well. Go on.
Oh God.
Ladies, he's married. He's a married man.
God.
Who would like to comment on the interaction between Rookie and Kratz?
Oh, it was epic.
Okay.
Rookie is the boss, man.
Yeah.
I mean, considering, go ahead, Andy.
I was going to say it's Occam's editing, I think.
Yeah. I mean, considering, the number of years that Kratz was in the, as a prosecutor and his, bullying and pushing people and so forth, I think Rookie was a superstar, personally.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
And we certainly haven't seen, he did, but we haven't seen, a huge amount of the interaction, but, to me, it just, I mean, I haven't talked to Rookie in months. He's been his own way and doing his own thing, but, the guy is, I think he just did a fantastic job.
All right, here's a question. Here's a question, right? could you have done what Rookie did without punching Kratz straight in the head?
Absolutely not.
Yep.
I mean, heck no.
Well, I mean that was
Probably
that was the that was the great thing about Rookie. He kept us cool. He kept us
Yeah.
calm.
So professional.
Yeah, he kept his emotions in check, which was far better than Kratz did.
Correct.
Oh yeah.
Because Kratz blew a fuse when
He
they
did.
Very quickly. Very quickly.
Yep, he blew a fuse when they were talking about the coroner. And on Foul Play, we've done a heap of stuff on the coroner, so there's no real need to go over it again. But Kelly McCallion makes a good point. Brendan Dassey never talked about dismemberment, never mentioned dismemberment. Fassbender and Bigot tried to steer him in that direction. Remember, Jack 61, remember, guys, did you do anything else to her? Did you use those chains? Did you use those ropes? I.e., Ed Gein, what Ed Gein did.
Right.
Hang up
Hanger and garage and
pieces. Brendan was completely clueless and said, he even drew the picture. And Duke made an excellent comment. That's the only in situ picture of the burn pit what Brendan drew, right? That's the only in situ picture, right? So clearly, when he drew the picture, he drew Teresa Hallbach whole. And yet there's ample evidence of dismemberment. It just didn't happen, guys. It just didn't happen. All
not
right.
by Steven or Brendan.
No, it did not. So I think to sum up, because that's my last slide, to sum up, episode 7 was controversial, caused a lot of debate. But guys, clearly, in the 2 podcasts we've done, we've dismantled it. We've totally dismantled it. We have provided alternative scenarios. We haven't even speculated. We've used their own documents. But here's the problem. How many people do you think in CAM that watch CAM are going to now spend hours and hours, weeks and weeks going through official documents and going, I wonder if they're correct? How many are going to do that?
Well, there's probably going to be a few, but by and large, they're just going to believe what Candace says and take it at face value.
Yeah.
If they do deep dive, they'll become a truther. More than likely.
Well, this to me is the most disturbing aspect. And I think, Susan, you made the point. The point you made was, wait a minute, the fact checker, Brenda, has read a huge amount of stuff. How come she came to a different conclusion to what we have so far?
Yeah.
So far.
Amazing. Because she was focused on one thing, which is to protect Andy.
Oh, correct.
She said,
And law enforcement.
when the trial happened, when it was over, she believed he was guilty. And then she watched Ma'am. And she's like, well, wait a minute, what's this and this and this? So she started researching. And how she has come to the conclusion that she's come to just boggles the mind.
That is the scary thing. That truly, to me, is the scary thing. Because remember, at the time she interviewed us, she had a far superior knowledge base than what we did, right? In terms of documents, material.
Oh, yeah.
Right? A lot more than what we had. But now, since then till now, we've done well over 200 podcasts. We've got a much greater knowledge base. Nothing I've heard so far has convinced me of the guilt of Brendan 100%. Yeah, Steven is very interesting. There's still a lot of things I'm trying to sort out in my head, but nothing that I've seen in CAM has swayed me away from my own personal thoughts, right? So the question is this: how many people are now going to be swayed by saying, oh, yep, Stephen's guilty, Brendan's guilty, by watching Cam? That's going to be the interesting thing. Any
Right.
comments?
Well,
There'll
I
be
think,
those people,
yeah,
especially
there will be.
the Candace Owens fans, you know,
Yep.
believe every word she says.
Correct. So to sum up what we've covered, and I've got it written down. So we looked at Brendan Dassey right at the beginning and how we got the orientation of the bedroom completely wrong. Every element in that bedroom, he got it completely wrong. I had to bring in Jodi to try and explain how was the orientation of the bedroom. Oh no, it was like this, like Brendan said. But the problem is, she was in jail for months. Stephen could have easily rearranged the room, right? So we covered that. These are all the things that were covered in Cam. Then we looked at Ida Mafel and we covered it in a lot of detail. And Jack 61 beautifully talked about all the issues with Ida Mafel. And I talked about the science behind the importance of controls and why they're very, very important. Controls are non-negotiable for the reason that if you allow one, you can potentially allow everything in. You can argue it, and that's very, very dangerous in a court of law. Then we looked at Fassbender and how he came up with the magic bullet theory of how Stephen Avery had to be literally on his belly firing at Teresa Halbach, who's already been dead and killed, and the bullet doesn't strike any bone, could not leave any muscle, tissue, nothing, not even blood, and end up underneath the compressor. But that bullet ends up with wood, red paint, wax, and cotton fibers. So we looked at Fassbender's theory. Then we looked at the stain, the bleach stains on Brendan Dassey's jeans, and completely debunked. They could not find any of Teresa's blood in Stephen Avery's garage. The only item that made no sense was Ida Mafel. And guys, we looked at Sergeant Jason Jost, the cranial bone fragments in the burn pit, and that's very interesting. And we finally finished off with looking at the battle that occurred between Rookie and Kratz, and how Kratz just completely argued that, no, you don't need a coroner. And then they got people talking about, you don't need a coroner. You don't need a coroner. It's normal. You only need a coroner if you need to identify. Bones, who cares? We didn't know who they were. You don't need a coroner. But the problem is, the statute states you find
It's state
bones.
law. It's state law.
You find bones, tools down.
Remains or bones, yeah.
Tools down, call the coroner. Coroner brings in her team, forensic anthropologist, ID them. So they're looking at the bones. They're going, these are all animals. You're wasting your time. Or, shit, they look human. Close this place down now. Now. Close it down now. No, they did the reverse. They quickly sifted. They never came back one day after. They came back on the 10th, right? They gave the box of bones to Bennett, who identified some human bones. On the 10th, they pronounced Teresa Halbach dead. Signed the death certificate with no DNA. None. The question I asked on X, why the rush? Well, the victim is there. The victim isn't going anywhere. Why the rush? Just wait. Get the DNA. Yes, this is Teresa Halbach. Boom, done. But there's so many problems and issues that we'll discuss that in the next episode. Like I said, I think the dogs have provided vital clues. We don't know what they are. We don't know what those clues are yet, but we'll explore that next week. Well, look, guys, Jack 61, have we outdone open mic? Have we possibly?
Well, not
No.
quite, but we're close. We're with, yeah, we're getting there, but It'd take us at least another, I think, 6 hours and 12 minutes we were on once, something like that.
No. But, look, guys, I hope that you've enjoyed the podcast. And I think we have given a fair shake of rebuttal of episode 7. We've done it in close to 10 hours, right? So we've given it due time, due consideration, and we've covered a lot of aspects. And you've heard not just my opinion, but everyone's opinion, which has been fantastic. So, guys, let's quickly go around the panel. Tell us how you're coming along and stuff like that. Jack 61.
Oh, thanks, Doc. I'm doing very well. Just been busy with going through these various episodes and trying to understand the other side of it. There was a couple of truthers ladies that were on, and I understand now one or both have now switched sides. Trying to understand these various interviews that Brenda did. I distinctly remember, it still sticks out in my brain. During their first interview back in episode, I think it was 2 or 3, they walk into this, room, and Brenda sat up there with her computers. Her computer had all of her papers. They walk in empty-handed.
Empty-handed, correct.
What's that? Having some kind of preparedness, when you go into something of this nature, I don't know. It just sticks out in my mind as the lopsidedness of that event.
Yes.
Right, wrong, or indifferent.
Yes.
But anyway, yeah, just moving forward. And then, of course, getting prepared here to start, this new series next week, which is going to be basically what we're doing, but just under a different name. But yeah, looking forward to that. That's going to be interesting.
Correct.
And then go ahead.
I was going to say, I think the format that we're doing it, please let us know in chat if you enjoyed this format, whereby we put up a few slides, key moments. And I know we didn't play the clips, but we may play them maybe in open mic or maybe at the start of next week, because by looking at the clips, you get an idea of what was discussed and how it was presented. But you could tell, guys, we've had years of experience. We can talk about any aspect that Cam talked about. Jack 61.
Yeah, I was just going to say that since we really have kind of timed ourselves out here, I thought that maybe tomorrow because I've got 6 clips, none of them are long, but I think they would. Yeah, I think they would provide some continuity to what we're talking about today. Maybe we'll do that tomorrow for open mic.
Excellent. That's fantastic. And, let's keep the discussion going.
Absolutely.
Can I just say, let everybody
Yes.
know that the new series that we're starting, Fiction Conviction, is actually an open mic. So you all are welcome to come
Yes.
into Discord and join us.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Yes. The more people, the better. So that'll be fantastic. Is that it, Jack 61?
Yep, that's all I got, Doc. Thank you.
Awesome. Just Rhonda, what about yourself?
Oh, I really have nothing to say. I mean, it's just their whole premise is just ludicrous and, based everything. I feel like what I've seen, it seemed like everything was based on speculation and hearsay, and our theory is, what we believe happened is, and, I appreciate that Foul Play digs for documentation.
Yes.
And presents that instead of just, speculation and hearsay and all that crap. So, yeah, I probably won't be here tomorrow. Sorry, Jack. I have, I'm not really sure what time yet, but I'm going to be playing a Guitar Hero way back machine. A Guitar Hero tournament with some of my grandkids tomorrow. So I am going to be enjoying that. But if I do get done earlier, I'll jump in. So,
Fantastic.
Excellent.
yeah. Thanks,
Thank you.
everybody. And thanks, everybody in chat and on the panel. Great show.
Awesome. Susan, what about yourself?
I'm tired and hungry. So I'm going to say good night, everybody.
Thank you, Susan. Thank you so much. And next we have Occam's Razor. How are you coming along?
Oh, I'm fine. It's about 20 to 5 in the morning here, but
Ooh,
I'm still doing okay. Yeah, convicting a murderer, as far as I can see, is about 8 years out of date. It would have been okay as an hour or two documentary, within 12 months of making a murderer coming on
yes.
online on Netflix. And other than that, all I can say is I'm on Occam's reasonable doubt fence, and I still fall on the side of it don't make sense, and there's something that the state and the police did that I can't quite understand yet, but I think that Brendan and Stephen didn't commit a murder that I think they want us to believe they did.
Yes. Yep. I agree with that. I agree with that.
That's it for me. I look forward to tomorrow night and next week's Convicting Fiction.
Yes. Thank you so much, Andy B.
No problem.
Thank you. Thank you. And next we have, I don't recall. How are you coming along?
I'm doing well, and want to thank you and the panel and the chat, people in chat, for another interesting discussion and rebuttal. Very,
Excellent.
very informational.
Yep. Thank you so much, I don't recall. And next we have Neverly. Neverly, how about yourself?
Hi, Dr. Silkman. Thank you for yet another great presentation.
Oh, it was
this
fantastic on the group.
Yeah, it's actually a lot of fun. And time goes by like this when you're having fun, as they said. I was really upset in the beginning, like before episode 1, before, when I heard that somebody bought out Cam, I was like, oh no, knowing what it's going to be, thinking that I know what it was going to be like. And it was actually worse than I thought.
Yeah.
But I got very, very frustrated in the beginning, but now I actually feel okay, very strong, knowing what we know. And the puzzling part is still, I don't know who asked it on the panel tonight, which I've been wondering, and I'm sure many people wonder as well. How come if Brenda, I'm not talking about Candace, she's just a mouthpiece, but Brenda, with all the research, all the documents, everything that's on her fingertips, and unlimited resources to do all of that, we didn't have that privilege.
No.
Why did she come to that conclusion that she did, and how she justifies everything? Now, I'm sure that some people could say the same thing for us, because this case is very polarizing. I understand.
It's extremely polarizing.
Yes. And I don't think that, as Chavi said, nobody will change their mind either way. There may be a few, but in majority, they will not. They will stick to their, because convicting actually just confirmed my belief. So.
Correct.
I think it's called bias. You come from a certain viewpoint, and it's bias that directs your thoughts when you look at things.
Yes, that's yeah. So the same thing could be said for us and for them. I understand that,
but
except that the forensically, scientifically, and this case has a lot of forensics.
Basing everything on forensics and trial and reports and
Well, I think
to quote
too.
Sharik Colhane, I guess it was an oversight on their part. The whole forensics.
Correct.
I think too that Brenda and her little crew, I believe that their opinion is very largely based on prior bad acts from Steven.
Yes.
And that's really
right.
played. Yeah. They really let that that be a big part of what drives them to say he's guilty. And you can't, that's unfair. You're not allowed to do that in court of law.
No,
So,
correct.
Doesn't make him a murderer. That's
Yeah.
the whole point.
What I was going to say, the fundamental difference between Brenda's research and what we've done is none of us are involved with the law enforcement.
Or a
Understand?
lawsuit.
Yep.
Exactly.
But we are to an extent involved with family.
Yes. But to our very best ability, I don't believe that we've jumped in the middle of the family and their squabbles.
No,
No,
We've
absolutely not.
We've
I haven't.
listened. Yes, none of us have. We've listened to Barb, but that doesn't sway us talking about her family members in a respectful manner. We're not influenced by Barb coming on, and we're all very respectful. However, Brenda is the mouthpiece of Fassbender, Kratz, Colburn, all of them.
Yeah.
That's the difference. We're not representative of the Dassey family, of the Avery family.
Or
right?
Steven.
Or Steven himself. We're not fans of Steven. We want to
No.
find the truth. Brenda is the representative and mouthpiece of law enforcement. Are you trying to now tell me that Cam is going to be contra law enforcement? No.
Yeah. And I said it like, I'm sorry.
No, go.
No,
Go.
I said it in the first episode, after the first episode. We are actually, okay, this case involves Stephen Avery and Brendan Dassey. We are here actually for Teresa Holbach. Whether that was Peter Johnson or Adam Smith or whoever else was in the place of Stephen Avery and Brendan Dassey, we would be still doing the same thing. So it's not that, as you said, we don't have a relationship with these people at all.
No.
We're just
We
looking,
also care.
did it?
We care about our justice system and how it.
I was just
how
going to say
it's
that.
Not
Yeah.
working correctly.
Exactly. I was just going to say that, did these people receive a fair process, due process? How's the legal justice system going on in America and in Wisconsin? The corruption, it's very, very interesting. It's like in the beginning, you have to, we all know that nothing's perfect and whatever, and that justice should be blind, everything is great on paper. But after watching Ma'am and other documentaries, like the Memphis West Memphis 3 and Trial 4 and so forth and so forth. The jaw was literally on the floor.
Correct.
Like, oh my goodness. So I think that aspect also brought us over here. It wasn't Stephen, Avery per se.
And also seeing so many wrongful convictions, people that have actually gotten out and been proved to be innocent.
Listen, correct.
Right.
It happens a lot in our system.
And
the
scary.
state, in almost every case, the state fights tooth and nail until it's finally, they crack that.
Yeah. And it's very, very scary. This is not just like entertainment for us, like, oh, what am I going to do? Well, you know what I mean? It's not. This is a very serious issue. So maybe for some people, like my perception of Candace and her followers is that actually she's there for entertainment. Okay, flash news, on to the next, on to the next, on to the next. And that people don't actually dig in and that they just repeat what she says. And we don't do that over here. This is not why we're studying a case that happened in 2005. My goodness. How many thousands of murder cases have happened since then? Every day. We can't keep up. I'm following like 3 or 4 current ones. You know what I mean? But it's not for the entertainment purposes at all. We have learned a lot. I think that we have grew personally a lot, that we have wisened up a lot. And I think that's all awesome. So this is nothing to do with like
We're Stephen Avery fans. Yeah.
exactly groupies
Nothing to do with
and
that
so
at
forth.
all.
Nothing to do with that.
Not
Could have
what
been-
we
No.
are.
And as I said, if it was Candice Owen in that situation, we were doing it for her too. It
Correct.
doesn't matter. Yeah.
Well, no, I'm kidding.
Correct. And that's
With the guilters. No, I'm kidding.
and that's why that's why ma'am has opened up greater questions, right? And what happened to Brendan is so shocking and so traumatic, and a lot of people can't see what the issues are, and that's why ma'am, thank God, has opened up my vision, because I never, cases like this never entered my mind. I was never interested in cases like this. But now it's totally changed my perspective, because now imagine if I was in that situation, you guys were in situation, or someone that you loved and cared about was in that situation. It's a disaster, right? So I think there are much greater issues at play here than Stephen and Brendan. It's how people are treated in society, how people see people in society, and how Cam spent 4 to 5 episodes destroying Stephen
And Brendan.
and Brendan and their characters' respective families, right? It's a terrible witch hunt and hate. That's the problem all along in this whole saga, is hatred. And it happened to Stephen in 1985 because he was targeted. And now people can't believe, what? It happened again? They can't contemplate it. So, all right. Well, look, guys, we're approaching nearly 6 hours. If you have enjoyed the podcast, please like and subscribe. Put your DNA on the thumbs up button. And most of us will see you guys tomorrow. Thank you so much, guys. Been very enjoyable. Thank you.
Bear with me. This is the first time exiting StreamYard, so it's going to be about another 20 seconds or so.
Yeah, we have to be
Yep.
careful.
Here we go. And with that said, this has been a Foul Play production. That didn't work. Just a second. For some reason. I don't know why it didn't. Let me try that again.
Oh my gosh, I hate this StreamYard, by
Mike,
the way.
Mike.
Yeah, hot mic. It takes a. Oh,
There we go. Now it's been a Foul Play production.
Night,
Now,
everybody.
do we have to upload? Do we have to upload?
No.
We're still hot. We're still hot.
We're still hot?
Yep.
What?
Okay.
Hot Mike.
Oh, hot mic. I'm like, who's that? Oh, okay.
He wants us.
Yeah,
My
yeah.
name's not Mike.